When other people are reborn, they go all out to be players and chase the campus beauties. But Jai Chen is different. In his past life, because he was a total pushover, he ended up being cheated on and left with nothing. Living a second life, he set an iron rule for himself. Even if he dies, even if he has to jump off a 7-story building, he will never touch a woman again. He has only one goal, and that is to make money. To focus on his career and peace, he just wants to be an invisible nobody at university. But fate decided to play a huge joke on him. A cringy love letter he wrote for his best friend accidentally got mixed into his own teaching materials. And it was caught on the spot by the school's coldest 18-year-old genius female professor. Jai Chen thought he was going to get a disciplinary mark for this social suicide. Who would have thought that this genius girl, who got into Tsinghua and Peking University at 14, would actually read the love letter signed by Jai Chen and fall for him on her own? The more he tried to explain and avoid her, the more the cold beauty threw herself at him. Looking at the stunning goddess hovering around him every day, Jai Chen completely broke down. What happened to closing off his heart? Why is this damn script completely flipped? And this bizarre, accidental romance all starts back in that ordinary autumn of 2016, with a frantic voice urging him from inside the university dorm. Old Jai, stop sleeping, hurry up and get up to copy the lesson plans. Hearing the reminder from the person next to him, Jai Chen could not help but frown, slowly raising his head and opening his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes, the sight before him left him instantly dumbfounded. Desks, textbooks, dorm room, my god, what is going on? Jai Chen stared at everything in front of him, absolutely stunned, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Then he turned to look at the date displayed on the laptop. 10th September 2016. He had actually time-traveled from 2037 to 2016. At this time, he was just a college freshman and it was the first semester. Just then, the voice beside him sounded again. Old Jai, Professor Bai's class is in 3 hours. Wake up, the lesson plans, you have not copied the lesson plans yet. Ah, hold on, my head's a bit fuzzy, give me a second. Jai Chen interrupted the other party and sat in a daze for a good 5 or 6 minutes before he finally realized that he had really time-traveled. However, the memories of his original world in his mind seemed to be a little mixed up with his current memories, as if something was missing. So he quickly took out his phone and searched for some things from the memories of his past life. Soon enough, Jai Chen made a discovery. It turned out to be a parallel world. Although the people he knew around him had not changed, many of the classic songs, celebrities, and internet influencers he used to be familiar with simply did not exist. In that case, this time travel for Jai Chen could be said to be a true rebirth. Thinking of this, Jai Chen could not help but feel a surge of emotion. He never expected that something that only happened in novels would actually happen to him. Since he got to live a second life, he definitely would not live as aimlessly as he did in his past life. In his previous life, because of a woman, he had become a completely unprincipled simp. In the end, he gave everything away for nothing, got thoroughly cuckolded, and was left with absolutely nothing after the divorce. Now that he had a chance to start over, he would definitely choose a different path in life. As for women and romance, even if he, Jai Chen, were to jump off the 7th floor dorm, he would absolutely never touch them again. Right at that moment, an electronically synthesized voice suddenly rang out in Jai Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully activated the perfect life system. The system will randomly issue tasks to the host based on circumstances. Completing these tasks will grant corresponding rewards. Hearing the voice in his head, Jai Chen was slightly taken aback. Not only had he time-traveled like in a novel, but he also had a system. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it immediately? Claim. Without the slightest hesitation, Jai Chen communicated directly with the system in his mind. Congratulations to the host. Your appearance has been improved by 80%. Your personal charisma has been improved by 100%. You have acquired the ultimate learning skill. Ultimate learning skill. You can activate the ultimate learning state for 2 hours a day, boosting your learning efficiency to a perfect 100%. In an instant, Jai Chen felt something different about his body. It was an indescribable feeling, but it was vastly different from before. Even his entire aura had undergone a massive change from the inside out. While Jai Chen was still experiencing the changes in his body, he suddenly felt someone shake his arm. Jai Chen immediately snapped back to reality. Turning his head, he saw a face even prettier and more beautiful than a girl's. Unfortunately, it was not a girl, but his best friend Yun Chun. Old Jai, what is wrong with you? Did copying the lesson plans make you stupid? Jai Chen quickly collected himself. In order not to let the other see anything amiss, he laughed it off and said, I was just a bit groggy from sleeping, I am fine now. Hiss, Old Jai, I do not know if I am hallucinating, but you seem a lot more handsome than you were this morning. Yun Chun looked at Jai Chen beside him, his face full of confusion. He even started to wonder if there was something wrong with himself. To actually feel from the bottom of his heart that Jai Chen was very handsome, and even feel a little bit fluttery. Being stared at so intently by the other, Jai Chen instantly got goosebumps and inexplicably felt a chill down below. Good lord, do not look at me like that. I have no interest in sword fighting. You make it sound like I am interested in sword fighting. I am completely straight. At this time, a male voice came from the other side. Anzi, it is fine if you are not straight. With a pretty face like yours, if old Jai does not want you, I can make do. As the guy spoke, his hands kept typing away on the keyboard, currently writing something. Hearing Fan Zhu's words, the others chimed in and started jeering. Me too. Count me in. Too bad I already have a girlfriend, ha ha ha. Tusk, only sissies like women, real men go straight for men. Get the hell out of here, I am completely straight. Shooting Fan Zhu and the others an eye roll, Yun Chen seemed to suddenly remember something else. He leaned back towards Jai Chen and looked at him ingratiatingly. Old Jai, have you thought about what I asked this morning? Before you continue copying the lesson plans, can you do me a favor? Jai Chen turned to look at Yun Chen, pondering for a moment. Help you write a love letter to confess to the class representative from our elective. It had been a while since he time traveled, and Jai Chen's memories had completely merged with those of his counterpart in this world, so he quickly recalled the matter. Seeing that Jai Chen remembered, Yun Chen nodded hurriedly. Yes, I think that girl likes me. This time I want to be a bit romantic and write her a love letter to confess. But you know my handwriting is too ugly. If you write it for me, it will definitely work. You know, no one in the whole of Jiangbei has better handwriting than you. With my handsome looks and the beautiful love letter you write for me, there is no way my confession will not be a success on the first try. Jai Chen looked at Yun Chen's cheap grin and frowned slightly. Do you really have to do this? I would not recommend it. Is not this kind of bad? Breakfast for a month. I still do not think it is right. 2 months. Deal. Fan Zhu, my god, old Jai is awesome. He just scored 2 months of breakfast. Zhao Kaiyan, what is there to envy? Old Jai, do not write it for him. I am counting on sleeping with him. Screw off, you dog Zhao. Do not get in the way of me chasing women. Bring me the paper to write the love letter on. Alrighty, right away. After all, he and Yun Chen had been best bros who understood each other perfectly for 4 years in college. Being able to pitch in and help him chase a girl was naturally his duty. However, Jai Chen also remembered that in his previous life, Yun Chen did not seem to have asked him to help write a love letter. After all, a guy like him would have plenty of girls throwing themselves at him without having to do anything at all. But it could also be a butterfly effect caused by the fact that this world lacks some things compared to the world before he time traveled. Besides, it was just a love letter. Anyone with hands could write it. There was no need to overthink it. Anyway, he was not the one confessing. Either way, in this lifetime, there was absolutely no way he would ever date anyone again. Soon Jai Chen started helping Yun Chen write the love letter. However, upon hearing Yun Chen's rigid and unromantic lines, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not really blame Yun Chen. After all, the entertainment industry in this world was underdeveloped, and those viral pickup lines from Daoyan had not been passed down here. For his best friend's future, and even more so to ensure his friend would devotedly bring him breakfast every day from then on, Jai Chen directly added quite a few smooth lines while writing. Watching from the side, Yun Chen and the rest of the roommates called him a true pro. Roses are red, violets are blue, a master of flirting was right in their crew. With such a deeply affectionate love letter, surely no girl could resist it. Even they wanted to marry Jai Chen on the spot just by reading it. However, if it were that beautiful and mature young lady, Bai Lianwen, she could probably resist it completely. The guys could not even imagine it. A genius girl like Bai Lianwen, who could only be admired from afar and never profaned, was simply too beautiful to be real. Just what kind of man would have the qualifications and the chance to make her his? Coincidentally, the girl Yun Chen wanted to confess to this time was in that young mature lady's class, and she was the course representative too. Although she fell far short of Bai Lianwen in every aspect, she was still at the level of a class beauty. Yun Chen did not dare to have designs on Bai Lianwen, but this course representative was perfectly fine. In less than 10 minutes, Jai Chen finished writing Yun Chen's love letter. Yun Chen read through the eloquent letter of several hundred words once more, and was moved to absolute tears. Today's confession was definitely going to be a success. Old Jai, if ye and I finally get together, I definitely will not forget you, my matchmaker. Having finished reading the love letter, Yun Chen's eyes were brimming with emotion. Jai Chen gave him a meaningful look, then waved his hand. Hurry up and get lost to copy the lesson plans. Oh my god. Hearing Jai Chen's reminder, Yun Chen quickly scurried back to his desk and started copying in a panic. He still had dozens of copies of the lesson plans left to write. Initially, Jai Chen wanted to advise Yun Chen as someone with experience, but at his current age, he was in the prime of his youth and full of expectations for love. Unlike himself, who was already a heartbroken, melancholic old soul. After finishing the love letter, the two quickly started copying the lesson plans. The day before yesterday, they were caught chatting during their elective class and were punished by Bai Lianwen to copy the lesson plans 100 times. They had to attend her class at 4 p.m., so they needed to hurry and finish the remaining task. As for this mature young professor, even though many years had passed, her image still appeared clearly in Jai Chen's mind. Although she was just a young girl, she was indeed so beautiful that it left a deep impression. Furthermore, he had heard later on that she never got married and remained single all her life. But none of this had anything to do with him. Now his goal was simply to make money, make money, make money. Before making money, however, he had to finish copying the remaining lesson plans. After all, he still had 99 copies left. While copying the lesson plans, Jai Chen also conveniently activated his ultimate learning state. Although this was an elective, it would be very useful in the future, so he still had to study this course seriously. And when Jai Chen finished copying the lesson plan once with his ultimate learning state activated, he found the effect to be absolutely instantaneous. The detailed explanations of the topics that he barely understood before were now completely mastered. This was simply too amazing. Considering that the remaining 98 copies of the lesson plans were all repetitive, in order not to waste extra time, Jai Chen directly turned off his ultimate learning state and continued writing furiously. With this skill, he would definitely study hard and make progress every day in the future. Meanwhile, Yun Chun, who was also writing furiously on the side, widened his eyes when he saw Jai Chen's astonishing hand speed next to him. He got up and ran over. When he saw that what Jai Chen wrote down was almost identical to the lesson plan, his face was filled with even more shock. "Oh my god, old Jai, did you freaking memorize all the contents of the lesson plan? You are just writing it straight out." Jai Chen's hand did not stop moving as he smiled. "It is all right. The questions in here are not difficult. I can remember them all just by taking a look." Yun Chun. The poor student was actually me. Jai Chen and Yun Chun copied continuously in their dorm until 3:30 p.m. During this time, it could be said that the two did not even take a sip of water. Their roommates had already played several matches of League of Legends. Jai Chen barely managed to finish the remaining 99 copies of the topic. Fortunately, Yun Chun had fewer tasks left, and he also managed to rush them out desperately. 4:00 p.m. Jai Chen and his classmates had already arrived at the classroom. Because the professor for the elective course was Bai Lianwen, almost all of Jai Chen's roommates had signed up for her class. Besides them, the other students in the classroom were also very punctual, arriving early. With over 10 minutes left before class started, the course representative, Li Yi, began collecting the copied lesson plans that the professor had assigned to several students in the class. Seeing that Li Yi was about to reach him, Yun Chun quickly grabbed Jai Chen's copied lesson plans and put them together with his own. Watching Li Yi walking toward him with an excited heart and trembling hands, he quickly stuffed his love letter into the lesson plans, then stood up and handed them to her. "Yi, there is something in my assignment. You must take a look at it." Yun Chun reminded Li Yi softly but excitedly. Li Yi, who already had some feelings for Yun Chun, blushed upon hearing his words. "What could be so interesting?" Acting somewhat aloof, Li Yi replied to Yun Chun, then took his assignment notebook out separately before continuing to collect from the other students. However, at the moment she turned to leave, she subconsciously glanced at Jai Chen beside Yun Chun, and her heart could not help but skip a beat. Jai Chen looks so handsome today. Although she felt strange and shocked inside, Li Yi continued collecting the assignments. After collecting all the assignments, Li Yi finally returned to her seat. While no one was paying attention, she opened Yun Chun's assignment notebook and carefully flipped through it. There was actually nothing inside. This guy, was he messing with her? However, before she could find the time to confront Yun Chun, a graceful figure walked into the classroom, instantly capturing the gaze of all the students inside. The girl looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. Even the rigid women's suit could not hide her graceful figure in the slightest. She had fair skin and stunning looks. However, somewhat spoiling the scenery was that although this girl was unbelievably beautiful, she had a pair of bone-chillingly cold eyes. Bai Lianwen, Jiangbei University's famous little iceberg professor, and a legendary figure of Jiangcheng. Taking the college entrance exam at the age of 14, she was admitted to Qingbei University with a perfect score of 750. Graduating from Qingbei at 16, she went to study in the United States, obtaining her master's and doctoral degrees. Now, having returned to her hometown of Jiangcheng at just 18 years old, she had taken up the position of professor at Jiangbei University. Under the gaze of everyone who could not look away, Bai Lianwen walked to the podium, put down her teaching materials, swept her eyes across the classroom, picked up a roster, and began to take attendance. In an instant, a remarkably pleasant voice reached everyone's ears. "Zhao Kaiyan, here. Sun Li, here." At the same time, the class representative Li Yi placed the students' homework notebooks on the podium, which Bai Lianwen would check on the spot in a moment. Meanwhile, Yun Chun, sitting at his desk, had been watching Li Yi with anxiety for quite a while. "What is going on?" Li Yi's behavior today seems no different from usual. Logically speaking, she should have seen his love letter by now, should not she be incredibly moved? Old Jai, why do I feel like Yi's reaction is a bit abnormal? Does she not like me? The more Yan Chuan pondered it, the more wrong it felt, so he nudged Jai Chen's arm and whispered. Jai Chen looked at Li Yi, who had returned to her seat, feeling equally puzzled. How could Li Yi show no reaction at all after reading the love letter? I have no idea either. At this point, Bai Lianwen on the podium had finished taking attendance. Then she turned her gaze to the teaching notes copied by the students on the desk, placed her fair, slender fingers on them, picked one up and began to check. With 5 or 6 minutes left before the official start of class, it was enough time to check a few students' notes. The students in their seats were unusually quiet, silently admiring the stunningly beautiful Bai Lianwen on the podium. Even Yan Chuan could not help himself, briefly forgetting about his beloved Li Yi. Of course, except for Jai Chen. Because he had been in such a rush to finish his homework today, the last page or two were a bit sloppy. If Bai Lianwen saw it, she might just make him copy it all over again. This inexplicable feeling of dread toward Bai Lianwen left Jai Chen feeling both amused and frustrated. He clearly had the soul of a 40-year-old man now, so why was he still afraid of this 18 or 19-year-old girl? Soon, Bai Lianwen finished checking 3 or 4 students' notes and picked up the next one to flip through. But when she turned to the second page of the notes in her hand and saw an envelope tucked inside, her movements froze for a second. What is this? A love letter? Feeling that something was off, Bai Lianwen checked the student's name on the notes again. Seeing the name, she immediately looked at Jai Chen in his seat, her eyes filled with intense pressure. As someone with an excellent memory, Bai Lianwen had some impression of this boy. Especially since he was actually quite good-looking. But what is this guy doing today, tucking a love letter into his teaching notes? Is he looking for trouble? Jai Chen, already feeling guilty, became inexplicably restless under Bai Lianwen's stare. Does this girl really want him to copy it all over again? No way, right? No matter how sloppy his was, it was still neater than what Yan Chuan wrote. On the podium, Bai Lianwen saw Jai Chen's guilty and serious expression, and it suddenly dawned on her. This guy, he really wanted to write a love letter to her. He usually looks so upright and takes class quite seriously, yet he is so bold as to put a love letter in his notes. This is simply too lawless. Bang! Bai Lianwen slammed the notes onto the podium, lifted her eyes to glare at Jai Chen, and said in her pleasant voice, laced with a hint of anger, Jai Chen, come to my office after class. Huh? Jai Chen was stunned. Even if there was a problem with his copying, it should not be serious enough for a private office meeting, right? Yan Chuan, sitting next to Jai Chen, and the rest of the students in the classroom were equally confused. What serious thing did Jai Chen do to anger Professor Bai to the point of being summoned to her office? Seeing Jai Chen's reaction, Bai Lianwen narrowed her beautiful eyes and said coldly, "What, do you have an objection?" Jai Chen was feeling quite indignant, so he retorted righteously, "No." "Then let us start class." With that, Bai Lianwen opened her prepared notes and officially began the lecture. Although Yan Chuan desperately wanted to ask Jai Chen what on earth happened to make Professor Bai so angry. But remembering the painful experience of being punished to copy notes 100 times for just talking in class the day before yesterday, he decided to suppress his curiosity and ask after class. Otherwise, the one being summoned to the office today might end up being both him and Jai Chen. Although Jai Chen was a bit confused once the class officially started, he quickly adjusted his mindset, entered the ultimate study mode, and began to learn. He could not let the upcoming office meeting ruin his mood and affect his studies. At most, it would just be copying the notes another 100 or 200 times. It was not worth stressing over. And in his ultimate study mode, whether he was looking at the textbook or listening to Bai Lianwen's explanation, he understood everything instantly. Therefore, he was exceptionally focused during the lecture today. However, Jai Chen had to admit that even though this girl was not very old, she was still very impressive. In his previous life as a poor student, he had only taken this elective to get credits and look at a beauty. Now that he could actually understand Bai Lianwen's lecture, he could not help but admire her even more. Of course, it was just admiration. Meanwhile, Bai Lianwen on the podium felt that Jai Chen's gaze toward her was still malicious, and she felt quite uncomfortable. Just because she was pretty, he kept staring at her. Was her attitude just now not clear enough? She was already angry, yet he still looked at her so brazenly and nonchalantly. It was truly outrageous. Looks like she will have to teach this guy a lesson soon. Yan Chuan also seemed to notice that something was off with Bai Lianwen today. Seeing her turn to write on the blackboard, he took the opportunity to lean over and whisper to Jai Chen, "Old Jai, do you think Professor Bai is acting a bit strange today?" Jai Chen looked at Bai Lianwen writing on the board and frowned slightly. "Is she? Is not she? Why do I feel like she is acting kind of weird?" "Huh, I did not notice, I was too busy listening to the lecture." Just as he finished speaking to Yan Chuan, a system notification sounded in Jai Chen's mind. System detected that the host has been in study mode for 30 minutes. Random task issued. Complete any mathematical modeling problem within 20 minutes. Reward: if the answer is correct, you will be rewarded with the talent skill for singing. The system is finally back in business. Singing talent, that sounds pretty good, right? Although the entertainment industry in this world is backward and Jai Chen has many songs in his mind, he is not actually very good at singing. If he had the skill, maybe he could sing and make some money. But to finish a modeling problem within 20 minutes, he needed to start looking for one. Old Jai, what kind of problem is Professor Bai writing? Has she covered this? Hearing Yun Chuan's voice, Jai Chen looked up at the podium. Just then Bai Linwen finished writing and turned around, their eyes meeting instantly. Seeing Jai Chen still looking at her, Bai Linwen immediately pointed her fair jade-like hand at him and said coldly, "Jai Chen, come up here and solve this problem." This guy has been staring at her for the whole class. He definitely is not here to study. If he cannot solve this problem, she will use her authority as a professor to give him a good scolding. Oi champion. Hearing Bai Linwen's request, Jai Chen looked at the problem on the blackboard and his heart was filled with joy. What a coincidence! Is not this a ready-made modeling problem? All right. Jai Chen agreed without hesitation and got up from his seat. Bai Linwen was stunned for a moment seeing Jai Chen so straightforward. This guy, his grades are clearly very average, how is he so confident? She had just talked about a similar topic, but the problem-solving method she demanded was indeed born out of some little schemes, making it rather tricky. He just took one glance at it and he already knows how to do it. Impossible. Could it be that he just wants to take this opportunity to get a little closer to her? But considering he already dared to put a love letter in her lesson plan, what else would this guy not dare to do? However, Bai Linwen was not afraid of Jai Chen coming up to act like a hooligan. After all, the champion of the last Huaxia fighting tournament happened to be her. If this guy dared to come up and try anything, she would not mind teaching him a good lesson on how to respect his teacher. Just as Bai Linwen was wondering what kind of little schemes Jai Chen was plotting in his head, he had already gotten up from his seat and was walking towards the podium. Although this question was a bit difficult for the current Jai Chen, it just meant spending a few more minutes to think about it. Rest in peace, old Jai. Watching Jai Chen's retreating back, Yun Chun cast a sympathetic look at him and sighed. But it is really strange. It feels like Professor Bai is paying extra attention to this guy Jai Chen today. Others might not be clear on it, but Yun Chun, who was sitting right next to Jai Chen, felt it vividly. Several times he even thought Professor Bai was looking at him. Not only Yun Chun, but most of the students in the classroom also cast sympathetic looks at him. After all, Professor Bai's classes were very profound. Even if she explained in detail, the students often felt like they were listening to an alien language. And Jai Chen's grades were usually not outstanding, so it was 100% certain he could not solve this problem. However, when some girls rested their gaze on Jai Chen, they inexplicably could not look away. Why does Jai Chen look more and more handsome today? When the male students saw their female desk mates' starry-eyed expressions, and then looked at Jai Chen walking towards the podium, the sympathy in their hearts instantly vanished. Someone more handsome than them simply did not deserve their sympathy. Soon Jai Chen arrived at the podium. He walked up to Bai Linwen and broke into smile, instantly making everything else pale in comparison. The group of female students below the podium, seeing Jai Chen smile, instantly let out waves of exclamations. Holy crap, Jai Chen is so handsome when he smiles. What level of handsome is this, oh my god. With this face, I could drool over him for a lifetime, ah. Oh my god, why do I inexplicably feel like Jai Chen and Professor Bai look so freaking perfect for each other? Even Bai Linwen, who was right in front of Jai Chen, could not help but stare blankly. Looking at this guy from up close, he seems even more handsome. But soon, Bai Linwen pulled herself back from the edge of being lost in masculine beauty. This guy smiling at her like that, is he trying to seduce her? Ridiculous. Childish. Boring. However, right at that moment, Jai Chen, who was standing in front of Bai Linwen, suddenly spoke up. Professor, could you step aside for a moment? I need to grab some chalk. Okay. Hearing Jai Chen's words, Bai Linwen finally snapped out of it. Blushing slightly, she stepped aside. It turned out that the spot she was standing in was exactly where the chalk was kept on the desk. After Bai Linwen stepped aside, Jai Chen finally picked up the chalk from the desk, turned and walked to the blackboard, thought for a brief moment, and then started writing on it with swift swishing sounds. First, let the number of merchants on this bank before the KTH river crossing be xk. The number of attendants is ik k equals 1, 2, and so on. xk ik equals 0, 1, 2, 3. Define the two-dimensional vector sk equals xk ik as the state under safe river crossing conditions. We get s equals the set of x, y where x equals 0. Second, let the number of merchants on the boat during the KTH crossing be uk, and the number of attendants be vk. Define the two-dimensional vector dk equals uk vk as the decision. The allowable decision set is denoted as d. Although the question by line when set was indeed difficult, the difficulty was not in the mathematics, but rather in how to abstract this question into a mathematical problem to solve. However, Jai Chen handled all of this perfectly, without any mistakes in his abstract problem-solving method and logic. Coupled with the fact that Jai Chen's handwriting was already beautiful, looking as if it had been printed on the blackboard, and combined with the perfect steps, for a moment the students in the classroom were all stunned. Oh my god, Jai Chen actually knows how to do it. Old Jai is awesome. I am mind blown, I cannot even freaking understand the question and Jai Chen actually solved it. Oh shit, motherfucker. I did not expect classmate Jai Chen to actually be a top student, so impressive. Wow, I feel like I really like him, what should I do? Tusk, can you guys be a bit more reserved? Just because he writes fast does not mean his answer is correct. Accompanied by the gasps of amazement from their female deskmates, many boys in the class could not help but feel a wave of jealousy. It was like they had just eaten hundreds of pounds of lemons. Meanwhile, Bai Lianwen, who was originally standing on the podium with her arms crossed watching Jai Chen solve the problem, saw the expression on her small face gradually shift from aloofness to shock. Her eyes widened even more, looking at the problem-solving process Jai Chen wrote down in astonishment. This guy, it has been less than 5 minutes and he is actually almost done. Moreover, the problem-solving process could be said to be very standard without any issues. If the students in the class could see the small expression of shock on Bai Lianwen's face that had almost never appeared before, they would definitely erupt in chaos once again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the movements of Jai Chen's hands finally slowed down, and he wrote down the final answer to the question. Having written down the final answer, Jai Chen turned his head, tossed the chalk directly into the box, and asked Bai Lianwen with a smile, "Professor Bai, my answer and steps are not wrong, right?" Asked by Jai Chen like this, Bai Lianwen's usually ice-cold face instantly flushed slightly, and she lifted her small head again to look at the answer Jai Chen had written. It is not wrong, and it is extremely correct. It seems this guy was not just busy peeking at her during class, he must have been listening carefully. In the moment Bai Lianwen's voice fell, thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire classroom. Clap, clap, clap. Classmate Jai Chen is so amazing. I do not understand, but it feels awesome. I did not expect this handsome guy to be a top student as well. Professor Bai, may I go back down now? Jai Chen looked at Bai Lianwen beside him and asked with a smile. Bai Lianwen coughed unnaturally a couple of times, her face inexplicably flushed with pink, but she still said seriously, you are a decent student. If you put your mind to your studies, you should achieve quite a lot in the future. As for certain things you should not be thinking about, just stop thinking about them. Being told this by Bai Lianwen, although Jai Chen was a bit confused, he still nodded and returned to his seat. Seeing Jai Chen come back, Yun Chun even gave him a thumbs up. He did not expect his deskmate to actually be a hidden super top student. And just as Jai Chen sat back in his seat and greeted Yun Chun, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host, mathematical modeling question solved, rewarded with singing talent, plus a bonus guitar talent. Holy crap, it even gave an extra skill as a bonus. Hearing the voice from the system, Jai Chen could not help but curl the corners of his mouth. This system is truly awesome. With the guitar talent and singing talent, he could really start singing seriously to make money. But studies cannot be delayed either. In the following class, Jai Chen was inexplicably called on by Bai Lianwen to answer questions a few more times. Having activated his ultimate learning state, he answered almost every question fluently, winning rounds of applause from the whole class time and time again. Many female students even secretly made up their minds. They had to get Jai Chen's WeChat after class. With such an excellent man, they absolutely could not hesitate to make a move. Meanwhile, Bai Lianwen, who had been thinking of finding an opportunity to lecture Jai Chen about focusing on his studies, not only failed to find the chance, but unknowingly had a slight change of impression of him. Actually, this guy's talent in learning and comprehension was already beyond ordinary people, but his way of doing things was somewhat unsatisfactory. Even if he liked her, he should not have slipped a love letter into the lesson plan and confessed to her in front of so many people. This kind of behavior was simply too much. Soon the class ended. As soon as Jai Chen stood up from his seat, a group of girls who could no longer hold back swarmed towards him. Yun Chun, who was next to Jai Chen, was not spared either. He could only watch helplessly as a group of girls radiating youthful vitality swarmed towards him and Jai Chen. Seeing a few bouncing curves, his eyes instantly widened. So big, so white. Brother Jai Chen, could you let me scan your WeChat QR code? Handsome, can I get a spot on your friends list? Jai Chen, I am the monitor of Class 3. Let us exchange contact info so I can reach you if anything comes up. For a moment, all kinds of phones were shoved right in front of Jai Chen, completely ignoring Yun Chun. A few girls even intentionally or unintentionally flaunted their huge curves, trying to catch Jai Chen's attention so he would add them first. On the podium, Bai Lianwen, who was about to call Jai Chen to her office, held her tongue for the moment. Unprecedentedly, she felt a bit curious about what Jai Chen would do. After all, surrounded by so many girls, a guy his age should be very tempted, right? However, what Bai Lianwen did not know was that these temptations had absolutely no effect on the current Jai Chen. After all, it was a woman who hurt him the most in his past life. How could he repeat the same mistake in this life? But to cut off these little girls' thoughts, simply rejecting them directly probably would not work. So he had to find a universal excuse that would permanently kill their hopes. After thinking for a second or two, Jai Chen instantly had an idea. He calmly stood up from his seat, looked around at the chattering girls, smiled gently and said, "I am sorry, I already have a girlfriend. I think you would not like your boyfriend's adding a lot of pretty girls either, so unless there is something really special, I will not be adding you." Sure enough, as soon as Jai Chen said this, the expressions on the surrounding girls' faces visibly dimmed in an instant. "What use, you already have a girlfriend?" "Makes sense, he is handsome and a top student, his girlfriend must be amazing." "I was too forward, and I have to admit, he really cares about his girlfriend." Most of the girls backed away. A small number of girls who were still a bit unwilling, though wanting to continue, felt too embarrassed to pester Jai Chen in front of so many people. Watching the girls retreat, Jai Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. This trick really yielded immediate results. Yun Chun, standing next to Jai Chen, was completely dumbfounded. Jai Chen has a girlfriend. How come he did not know about this? Meanwhile, Bai Lianwen, standing on the podium, also heard Jai Chen's words when he rejected the girls, and her small face inexplicably blushed. The girlfriend this guy is talking about could not be her, could it? She has not even agreed yet. What nonsense is this guy spouting? It seems she really has to teach him a lesson. Just as Jai Chen finished dealing with the surrounding girls, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out in the classroom. "Jai Chen, come to my office immediately." Hearing Bai Lianwen's voice, Jai Chen finally remembered that the girl had told him to go to her office after class. Blocked by these girls, he almost forgot. "Yes, Professor, I am coming right away." With that, Jai Chen packed up his things, greeted Yun Chun, and followed Bai Lianwen out of the classroom. After leaving the classroom, Jai Chen looked at the graceful figure not far ahead, and an ominous premonition could not help but rise in his heart. This girl looks like she is very angry. I'm afraid I will have a hard time later, will not I? Although he already had the soul of an old uncle, the fact remained that he was Professor Bai Lianwen's student right now. If you did something wrong and they want to punish you, there is nothing you can do about it. After watching Jai Chen leave, Yun Chun stood dazed for a moment before remembering his own lifelong matter. He hurriedly got up from his seat to look for Li Yi. After searching the classroom and not finding her, he quickly packed his things and walked out of the classroom while sending a WeChat message to ask Li Yi where she was. He confessed to her today, yet she did not even wait for him after class. What is going on? 10 minutes or so passed. Jai Chen followed Bai Lianwen all the way to the faculty office, and following the little Professor Bai's instructions, he closed the door. Jai Chen walked up to the desk, looked at Bai Lianwen, who had a cold expression behind the desk, and asked, "Professor, is there something you need me for in the office?" Bai Lianwen's cold eyes fell on Jai Chen as she said sternly, "I saw you look very happy in class today. Is there something worth being so happy about?" Jai Chen frowned slightly. Is not this girl being a bit too nosy? Although feeling a bit puzzled, Jai Chen still answered truthfully, "I like taking the professor's class, so is not it normal to be a little happy?" Jai Chen's words were not false at all. Now that he had activated his ultimate state, he learned things extremely fast, and he had already fallen in love with this feeling. Looking at Jai Chen, Bai Lianwen felt both shy and angry in her heart. Good heavens! He actually said it so bluntly. Is he saying that he likes her, so he likes her class? Thinking of this, Bai Lianwen crossed her arms and said aloofly, "Your comprehension is very good. If you study hard, you will definitely achieve great things in the future, so do not waste your time and energy on irrelevant things." Hearing Bai Lianwen's words, Jai Chen was somewhat baffled. "Professor, where do you think I have wasted my energy? I did not even add those girls on WeChat." For the sake of studying and making money, he was not even dating anymore. How was he wasting his time and energy? Hearing Jai Chen mention this, Bai Lianwen got even angrier. This guy, does he think she is jealous and is explaining it to her on purpose? She has not even agreed to be his girlfriend, okay. Thinking of this, Bai Lianwen suddenly remembered something. She then opened Jai Chen's lesson plan on the desk, pulled out the love letter from it directly, held it between her fair and slender fingers, looked at Jai Chen and said coldly, "Do you think I would agree to be your girlfriend just because of a childish love letter? And putting it in the lesson plan, I think you do not respect me as a teacher at all." Jai Chen was instantly startled when he saw the envelope Bai Lianwen took out from his lesson plan. Oh my god! How did this thing end up in his lesson plan? Could it be that idiot Yun Chun stuffed it in the wrong place? Suddenly, it finally made sense to him why Li Yi had no reaction to Yun Chun's confession today. It turned out she never even saw it. At the same time, Jai Chen also realized why Bai Lianwen had called him to the office. Jiang University strictly forbids teacher-student romances. Sticking a love letter in a lesson plan was a blatant challenge to authority. Besides, this girl was not the type to let someone challenge authority so easily. He could tell just by looking at her current fierce yet cute expression, looking ready to bite someone's head off. I am doomed. If Bai Lianwen really pursued this, he would probably become infamous at Jiang University. Or even get expelled directly. Seeing Jai Chen looking a bit panicked, Bai Lianwen pondered for a moment and continued. For you to lose control and do something so out of line, part of the reason lies with me. I am indeed a bit too pretty, and excellent at academics. Jai Chen, is not this girl being a bit too narcissistic? Although she was exceedingly beautiful, he really had no designs on her. Professor, However, Bai Lianwen did not plan to give Jai Chen a chance to speak. She continued, you do not need to be nervous. You are a rare and excellent student, and I do not want to ruin your future. Let us do this, just this once. You will copy today's lesson plan 500 times and give it to me tomorrow night. After all, Jai Chen was only 18 or 19, and she did not want his momentary impulse to ruin his future. Making him copy the lesson plan 500 times would punish him and show her stance without affecting his studies. Meanwhile, Jai Chen looked completely dumbfounded upon hearing Bai Lianwen's words. 500 copies of the lesson plan in a single day, is she trying to kill him? Seeing that Jai Chen's expression was not right, Bai Lianwen said coldly, what, do you prefer I announce this to the whole school, give you a penalty and expel you? Hearing the words expelled and announced, Jai Chen instantly chickened out. He was just getting ready to study hard and make progress every day. If he got expelled, what the hell was he supposed to study? Plus, if he went back home, his mom and dad would probably give him a long overdue mixed doubles beating. He was a 40-year-old man after all, so he needed to maintain his dignity. He could not do things that would get him beaten up anymore. Given the current situation, he had no way to explain himself anyway, so he could only bite the bullet and say, I will copy the lesson plan. Since he could not explain it clearly now, he might as well just admit it. It would be better if copying the lesson plan 500 times could brush off this misunderstanding. Seeing Jai Chen's reaction, Bai Lianwen finally lowered her eyes and nodded. Take it seriously. The handwriting must be clear and neat from beginning to end, otherwise you will have to rewrite it. Jai Chen, okay, I will go back and start copying right now. I will not harbor any other thoughts about you anymore. Let us just pretend today never happened. My actions today were indeed too reckless. Jai Chen pretended to have learned his lesson as he spoke to Bai Lianwen. Seeing Jai Chen's good attitude and admitting his mistake, Bai Lianwen picked up today's lesson plan and handed it to him. You can go back now, adjust your mood, and then copy the lesson plan for me. Okay. With that said, Jai Chen reached out, took the lesson plan from Bai Lianwen's hands, turned around, strode away, and closed the door behind him. That idiot Yun Chen really screwed him over. After Jai Chen left, Bai Lianwen suddenly noticed the unopened love letter on her desk. She was about to call him back, but he had already walked far away. Then I will just return it to him when he comes to submit the copied lesson plans. Thinking this, Bai Lianwen prepared to open her drawer and put the love letter inside. However, looking at the letter in her hand, she hesitated a bit. For some reason, she was suddenly very curious about what exactly was written inside this love letter. Thinking of this, she looked up toward the office door, hesitated for a moment, and then opened the love letter. I will just take a quick peek. I can just stuff it back in later. Actually, growing up, this was the first time Bai Lianwen was reading a boy's love letter, and she inexplicably felt a little nervous. After all, to avoid unnecessary harassment, she always kept a do-not-approach demeanor. There had been a few fearless boys who tried to give her one, but they were basically all rejected by her on the spot. So naturally, she had remained single all along. Swiftly, Bai Lianwen unfolded the love letter, and rows of neat, exceptionally pleasing handwriting caught her eyes. This guy's handwriting is really nice. Muttering this, Bai Lianwen began to read the contents of the love letter. As I pick up my pen, 1,000 thoughts flood my mind, all to present this long-awaited love before you. Yo so chezi. Reading the first sentence, she could not help but picture Jai Chen's deeply affectionate look in her mind. Although her little face showed a look of disgust, it began to blush slightly. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had already found Li Yi. After hearing what she said, he finally realized what had happened. Shocked, he did not hesitate to ditch Li Yi and immediately ran to find Jai Chen and Bai Lianwen. However, just as he ran to the bottom of the teacher's office building, he ran into Jai Chen, who had already come downstairs. Old Jai, thank goodness you are still alive. Seeing Jai Chen, Yun Chen immediately rushed over. When Jai Chen saw the main culprit, Yun Chen, he instantly gave him a dangerous smile and strode toward him. Yun Chen, you idiot. Sensing that things were about to go very wrong, the latter immediately bolted. Old Jai, listen to me explain. Let me beat you up first, stand still for me. Before long, the two figures disappeared one after the other below the teaching building. Meanwhile, back in the office, Bai Lianwen's face was already flushed from the sweet words in the love letter. She was both shy and annoyed, but still wanted to keep reading. 10 miles of spring breeze cannot compare to meeting you. 10,000 miles of clear sky cannot compare to having you in my heart. This guy, he is seriously too cheesy. Despite saying that, Bai Lianwen did not put the love letter away. I found myself really liking you yesterday, I really like you today, and I have a feeling I will like you even more tomorrow. Ah, this. Where did he learn all this? I still like you from night to dawn, from cold winter to warm spring, from a second to a lifetime, endlessly and in eternal cycles. Endlessly and in eternal cycles. Endlessly and in eternal cycles. This, where did he learn this? At the end, your eyes are very beautiful because in your eyes there are mountains and rivers, clouds and mist, sunshine and rain, as well as flowers and birds. But my eyes are even more beautiful because in my eyes there is only you. So I like you, please go out with me. After reading the last few sentences, Bai Lianwen's heartbeat suddenly sped up a little, and an inexplicable feeling began to bloom within her. Bai Lianwen never expected that Jai Chen would have such passionate and deep feelings for her. Did she go a bit too far today then? But it is impossible to accept him. Thinking of this, Bai Lianwen, who had never been in a relationship, felt a blush spread across her cheeks. But soon she regained her senses. Jiang University strictly prohibited romantic relationships between teachers and students. Besides, she had already made her stance clear and rejected him, so this matter ends here. However, this guy's feelings were quite sincere. At this thought, Bai Lianwen immediately shook her head to keep herself awake and stop her imagination from running wild. Since it was in the past, she should not dwell on it anymore. Moreover, she was only 18, was not it a bit too early for dating and all that? Work. Quickly stuffing the love letter into the drawer, Bai Lianwen hastily picked up the textbook on the desk and started reading to distract herself, not even realizing she was holding the book upside down. But no matter how much she read, those sweet words lingered in her mind, and her heart was inexplicably racing like a deer in headlights. Oh no, she was actually having thoughts about a student. How could she? She absolutely could not, since it was already 5:30 p.m. Before heading back to the dorm, Jai Chen and Yun Chun went to the school cafeteria for dinner. Although copying the lesson plan 500 times gave him a headache, eating definitely came first. After dinner, Yun Chun suggested going to the convenience store to buy some drinks to make it up to Jai Chen. Jai Chen gladly accepted. After all, because of this guy's mistake, he was almost publicly reprimanded in front of the whole school. He also planned to buy some notebooks and pens while he was at it. However, when the two were halfway there, they heard intermittent singing coming from not far ahead. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of young men and women gathered together. Could it be that guy Tang Ziyu out here singing to seduce young girls again? As Yun Chun spoke, he strode toward the dense crowd. Damn it, we're not going to the store, why are you joining the crowd? Jai Chen said as he hurried after Yun Chun. Mainly because he was short on cash, his part-time salary had not been paid yet, and he still needed Yun Chun to pay the bill later. Although during high school, Jai Chen could be considered a rich kid. But right after the college entrance exams, his family went bankrupt and fell into massive debt. So after starting college, he rarely asked his family for money. He worked part-time, saved wherever he could, sometimes mooched off Yun Chun, and paid him back the moment he got his salary. Even though he had been reborn, he could not get money that quickly, so he could only let Yun Chun help him out a bit more. Soon, the two arrived at the edge of the crowd one after the other. More than a dozen girls and a few guys were watching a handsome, bespectacled boy holding a guitar and singing. There was a phone stand in front of the boy, and he was live streaming on Douyin. Jai Chen had some impression of this guy. Tang Ziyu, a junior, was also a relatively popular Douyin streamer and a master of time management. He usually live streamed his singing on the street to earn some extra cash and pick up girls along the way. However, a few days ago, his girlfriends found out he was multi-timing and teamed up to beat him up. Unexpectedly, he made a comeback so quickly. But miraculously, the girls around him still looked completely captivated and infatuated when they heard Tang Ziyu sing. Wow, Senior Ziyu's singing is so good. I feel like he will definitely be a big star in the future. I'm going to add Ziyu's WeChat later, it sounds amazing. Someone so talented definitely is not a scumbag, he just wants to give every girl a home. Hearing the girls' conversation and Tang Ziyu's cringe-inducing song, Jai Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just this. And it could make these girls go this crazy. At this time, a few girls in the crowd also noticed Jai Chen. When they saw his ridiculously handsome face, they immediately gasped. Wow, this guy is so handsome, do you like listening to music too? Never seen him before, is he a freshman? Junior, I'm a junior year senior. Let us add each other on WeChat. If there is anything you do not understand in the future, you can ask me. Soon a few enthusiastic girls gathered around Jai Chen, asking for his WeChat. This scene was also noticed by Tang Ziyu, who was singing in the center of the crowd. Especially when he saw Jai Chen's face, which was even more handsome than his own, his expression visibly stiffened. Damn, when did Jiang University get such a handsome freshman? Faced with the approaching girls, Jai Chen felt slightly impatient. After rejecting them one by one, he prepared to call Yun Chun and leave. On stage, Tang Ziyu had finished singing and received applause from almost everyone present. The nearly 100,000 viewers in the live stream also sent waves of small gifts. So good, streamer, sing another one. I just love people like the streamer who make a living off their talent. The streamer singing is indeed very good, here is a gift. Looking at the steady stream of small gifts in the live stream and the applause from the live audience, Tang Ziyu showed a confident smile. Thank you everyone, your support is my motivation to sing hard. Now let us have a little interaction. I will randomly pick an audience member from the crowd to come up and sing a song about love. If it moves me, I will give them the guitar in my hands. As Tang Ziyu spoke, he scanned the crowd and looked at the prettiest girl among them. How about this lovely lady? Would you like to come up and sing a song? Tang Ziyu said, a bright smile appearing on his face. Just monotonously singing would result in average popularity in the live stream. If he picked some pretty passerby girls for interaction, it would be much more interesting. Moreover, these girls usually did not sing very well. When the time came, he just had to act like it did not move him, but he still really liked it, and give the girl his WeChat, which would thrill her to no end. After all, his reputation as the talented scholar of Jiang University was well known, and his singing deeply touched people's hearts. He had this confidence. However, Tang Ziyu did not expect that he had miscalculated today. At this moment, the girl he had picked was completely mesmerized by Jai Chen's devastatingly handsome looks. Hearing that Tang Ziyu had chosen her as the lucky audience member, she did not even think about it and just looked at Jai Chen, saying, "This guy is so good-looking, his singing must be amazing. Why do not we let him go up and sing a song?" Hearing the girl's words, the other girls immediately chimed in. That is right, let the handsome guy give it a try. Yeah, you can tell just by looking at him that he is a great singer. Seeing everything unfold before him, Tang Ziyu could not help but twitch his mouth. Although very reluctant, he went along with the girl's words without losing his grace and smiled. Junior, are you interested in coming up to sing a song? Pretending to have grace was a necessary self-cultivation for a scumbag at all times. Besides this, Junior might not even agree. Usually, really handsome guys cannot sing well anyway. Down below, hearing the girls and Tang Ziyu's requests, Jai Chen did not even think about it and was about to refuse directly. He needed to hurry back and copy his lesson plans. However, right at that moment, the system's notification sound rang in his mind. Triggered task, sing a love song about unrequited love in public. Reward, gain the approval of 100,000 people, 1 delinquent character experience card, 100,000 in cash. 100,000 in cash. Hearing this number, Jai Chen was instantly stunned. For him right now, 100,000 in cash could be considered an absolute fortune. It was just that getting the approval of 100,000 people was indeed a bit difficult. After all, since obtaining the singing and guitar talents, he had not found an opportunity to perform yet. At this moment, seeing that Jai Chen had not responded, Tang Ziyu felt even more confident. This guy is hesitating, he definitely cannot sing. However, right then, Jai Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He became very enthusiastic and smiled. Then I will come up and make a fool of myself. Not to mention that delinquent experience card, just the temptation of the 100,000 cash was strong enough for him. Let alone singing one song, 10 songs would not be a problem. It just so happened that this guy was a somewhat famous streamer and should have quite a few fans. If he sang a pop song from his previous life's memory, combined with his singing and guitar talents, completing the task should not be too hard. After saying that, Jai Chen strode onto the stage, leaving a bewildered Yun Chun behind. Although he had only known Jai Chen for a dozen days, this guy had sung in front of him once, and it almost sent him to the afterlife. His singing was clearly so terrible, so why was he so confident? Although Tang Ziyu was a somewhat popular streamer, he never showed his face during his broadcasts. After all, his looks were quite average, so he always used an anime filter. But when Jai Chen walked onto the stage, the viewers in the live stream saw that he was nearly 2 heads taller than Tang Ziyu, and with an incredibly handsome anime filter that perfectly matched his facial features, they immediately burst into exclamations. Wow, did this guy just walk out of a manga? Just looking at the filter makes him seem so handsome. He must be unimaginably good-looking in real life. Hey handsome, show us your real face. It does not matter if you cannot sing well. Good looks can conquer everything. At this, Tang Ziyu could not help but twitch his mouth as he watched the comments from the girls in the chat. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, looked at Jai Chen, and asked with a smile, "Do you need accompaniment, Junior?" Jai Chen looked at Tang Ziyu, who was holding a guitar, and smiled, "I do, but I need to play it myself. Could I borrow your guitar?" The latter looked slightly surprised. "You play guitar?" Jai Chen nodded. "I just happen to have some interest in it. I know a little bit." Tang Ziyu readily handed the guitar to Jai Chen. "All right, I trust you." Jai Chen took the guitar. "Thank you." So what song are you going to sing? Jai Chen thought for a moment and said, I will sing an original song. Since the system wanted him to sing a song about unrequited love, he would sing That Man by Aska Yang, his favorite singer from his previous life. Besides, compared to other people's songs, Jai Chen was more familiar with his. After all, he had listened to them hundreds of times. When the crowd at the venue and in the live stream heard Jai Chen's words, they were all momentarily stunned. My God, this guy can even write his own songs. That is too impressive, right? No way, no way. Is he actually a guy who combines both talent and good looks? Tuss, can you guys be a bit more rational? I think he is just bragging. Exactly, if he could really play guitar and write original songs, he would have applied to an art school and debuted already. He's just showing off. Seeing the girls going crazy over Jai Chen, many boys started making sour comments. Not to mention the male students around him. Even Jai Chen's best friend Yun Chuan could not help but twitch his mouth as he watched the suave and charming Jai Chen. Did he hear that right? This guy is tone deaf and he is going to sing an original song. Tang Ziyu on stage, after a brief moment of shock, quickly reacted. Although he did not know if Jai Chen was bragging, he had already invited him onto the stage. Whether he is bragging or not, he has to go through with it. However, it is usually very difficult for original songs to resonate with others. Even he did not have the confidence to sing his own songs. This junior looks like a total novice. What kind of miracle could he pull off? Thinking of this, Tang Ziyu gave a graceful smile and said, I did not expect you to be so talented, Junior. We will be listening with bated breath. Jai Chen had already started tuning the guitar. Hearing Tang Ziyu's words, he smiled, I have only dabbled a little bit. I hope you will all be patient if I do not sing well later. Tang Ziyu grinned, you are being too modest, Junior. Alright, I am ready, I am starting now. Please do not boo me if I am not good. As soon as Jai Chen finished speaking, his slender fingers began to pluck the guitar strings, and a beautiful, slightly melancholy melody flowed from his fingertips. The sound of the guitar was clean, pure, and natural, yet it carried a subtle, inexplicably oppressive emotion. The people at the venue and in the live stream were instantly immersed in the music and melody. As for Tang Ziyu, besides being immersed, he was mostly shocked. Is this level of guitar playing what he called only knowing a little bit? Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that this junior's guitar skills were already far superior to his own. At this moment, Tang Ziyu suddenly felt a bit of regret. It was reckless of him to let Jai Chen sing on stage. After the melody played for a moment, Jai Chen's voice also rang out from the microphone in front of him. There is a man who loves you with his heart. That man loves you completely. He would rather become a shadow, guarding you and following you. That man loves you, but his heart is weeping. Just these few lines of lyrics, paired with Jai Chen's unique voice, suddenly pierced into everyone's ears. The straightforward lyrics combined with Jai Chen's soulful performance struck a chord, evoking a sense of heartache and helplessness from unrequited love, directly drawing the audience into the song. And at this moment, the guitar melody suddenly shifted, and the song's original gentle storytelling rhythm changed as well. It immediately became passionate and intense. How much longer, how much more pain, until you hear the words he has not said. Strength is like a lie, nothing more than a disguise. He only hopes for a chance to be loved by you. How much longer, how much more longing? Until you walk toward him and stand by his side. A smile is like a lie, the bare minimum of a facade. Tears can only be held back. After the chorus, off stage, the audience felt goosebumps all over, as if their souls had left their bodies. Is this really a song that a guy like Jai Chen could sing? He is so handsome, could he really be so humble in a relationship? But one has to admit, hearing Jai Chen's song, everyone could recall that one unrequited love in their heart, and their noses felt a bit sore. Although they did not know the name of this song yet, both the singing level and the lyrics were too heartbreaking and classic. On stage, Tang Ziyu was completely defeated by the song Jai Chen sang. And he realized a deep mistake. His previous behavior was truly showing off in front of an expert. And offstage, Yun Chuan, looking at Jai Chen, whom he had spent every day with for the last 20 days, now felt his knees going weak. This is what you call true talent that leaves people speechless. Meanwhile, the popularity of the live stream began to skyrocket along with Jai Chen's singing, and in just a minute or two, it had already broken through 200,000. My God, this guy's voice, you can tell just by listening that he is someone with a story. What song is this? It makes me so sad I am crying. I am kneeling down in awe. On the stage, Jai Chen had already started singing the second verse. No matter how long it takes, how far it is, or how much it hurts, he still loves you just like before. Just like a fool talking to the empty air, will he ever have a chance to be loved by you? An affectionate tone, a hoarse voice. Jai Chen's singing seemed to possess an irresistible magic. Following his voice, one could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of despair and loss. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably and grew numb, and tears welled up in their eyes involuntarily. And as the emotion intensified, The final climax of the song officially arrived. Jai Chen's fingers moved swiftly. The sorrowful melody changed key once again, rising even higher than the first chorus. All the accumulated emotions poured out almost in an instant. Jai Chen's singing also became passionate. That man is me, do you know? Or do you know but pretend not to? Even if I ask until my voice is hoarse, you will not answer. No matter how long it takes, how far it is, or how hurt I get. I still love you every minute and every second just the same. Just like a fool talking to the empty air, waiting to be loved by you. The last line of the song ended. In the livestream channel with nearly 300,000 viewers, there was not a single comment on the screen. The dozens of audience members at the scene drawn by the singing were so quiet that there was not a single trace of noise. It was not until 2 or 3 seconds later. Finally, some in the audience could not hold it back anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4. From their already red eyes, tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Even Tang Ziyu, standing to the side, could hardly conceal the sorrow he had buried for years. He took off his glasses, squatted on the stage, and began sobbing with his face buried in his hands. Back then, if his girlfriend of over 5 years had not fallen madly in love with a scumbag street singer, he would not have studied singing so hard. In the end, he still could not win her back, which led him to become a scumbag himself to take revenge on women. Standing nearby, Jai Chen watched Tang Ziyu crying like a 200-pound baby, as if seeing his past self. However, he was not so overflowing with sympathy that he would go over and comfort him. For this kind of thing, one has to get over it on their own. A song called That Man Is For All of You. Jai Chen took off his guitar and spoke to the live stream and the live audience, casually glancing at the live stream's popularity, which had surprisingly surpassed 300,000. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, bursts of applause suddenly erupted in the quiet venue, merging into a roaring ovation. Damn it, I never cry, but a song actually made me cry. The junior singing is so stunning, all I can say is awesome. It is so crazy, the moment the guy opened his mouth, I wanted to cry. Meanwhile, rows of various virtual gifts soared into the sky in the livestream channel. The user Green with Panic tipped 10 hot air balloons and left a message. This song cannot help but remind me of my ex-girlfriend. Back then, the school was investigating underage romance and caught her, but another guy ended up getting punished, haha. The user Cannot Live Without Earphones tipped a love laser gun and left a message. The streamer sings so well, I hope I can hear you sing every day from now on. The user Grumpy Lowly tipped a helicopter and left a message. Thank you for your song, it successfully made me cry and it also successfully made me forget him and find my true love. I like you so much. Let me be your girlfriend, please. Oh my god, a helicopter, that is definitely a rich Lowly, so jealous. Heh, what is so good about those soft and weak girls? The user Call Me Queen tipped a Heart of the Universe. Oh my god, a Heart of the Universe, 2600. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. For a moment, the originally average popularity livestream channel saw virtual gifs and comments flying everywhere right after Jai Chen finished his song, stunning Jai Chen in front of the screen and Tang Ziyu, who had just wiped his snot and tears. At the same time, the system's notification sound echoed in Jai Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the singing task, gained the approval of 100,000 people, and are rewarded with a delinquent youth character experience card and 100,000 yuan in cash. The character experience card has been distributed to the host system backpack, and the 100,000 yuan in cash has been successfully remitted to the host's account through legitimate channels. Please check it promptly. As the system's voice faded, the phone in Jai Chen's pocket immediately vibrated. He hurriedly took his phone out of his pocket, and sure enough, it was a deposit notification from his only bank card. Exactly 100,000 yuan had really arrived. He had actually instantly earned 100,000 yuan just by singing one song. If he worked a part-time job making 3,000 a month, he would have to work for almost 3 years without eating or drinking to save this much money. As expected, a life with a system is the true definition of a cheat code. At this time, seeing the livestream audience tipping him madly, Tang Ziyu next to Jai Chen felt a complex mix of emotions. However, he did not hesitate much and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, I am the streamer of this channel and he's just my fan. If you want a tip, wait until you have a chance to go to his channel. The tips you gave him just now, I will transfer all of them to him after splitting with the platform." Although he was jealous of Jai Chen's handsome looks and talent, Tang Ziyu was not the kind of person to take advantage of others. He still had this bit of principle. Hearing Tang Ziyu's words in front of him, Jai Chen suddenly found that he did not dislike this guy that much anymore. After explaining to the netizens in the livestream, Tang Ziyu looked at Jai Chen, scratched his head, sniffled, and said, "Junior, give me your WeChat. I will transfer the money to you later, and I will give you the guitar too." Hearing Tang Ziyu's words, Jai Chen smiled faintly. "This channel is yours, so the gifts tipped naturally belong to you. You do not need to give them to me." After all, he was able to complete the task of gaining 100,000 approvals so smoothly and earn 100,000 yuan in cash thanks to Tang Ziyu. Those gifts could just be considered his agency fee. Unaware of the truth, Tang Ziyu could not help but twitch his mouth and looked at Jai Chen. Let me tell you the truth, this is at least 3,000, not 30. Jai Chen remained noncommittal and smiled. I know you do not have to give it to me, including your guitar. With that, he tossed the guitar into Tang Ziyu's hands, strode off the stage, and threw his arm around Yun Chun's shoulders. Let us go, Anzi, I will treat you to a drink. Tang Ziyu, this. Yun Chun, still looking completely bewildered, said, Oh my god, did not you say you had no money? Jai Chen grinned, I do now, what do you want to drink? Dongpeng's special drink. No problem. Oh my god, is the sun rising from the west? The two talked as they walked, their figures gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. Some girls who realized it a bit late suddenly came to their senses and immediately chased after them. Handsome, do not leave your WeChat first. Junior, I am very good at playing the flute. If you like singing, I can accompany you. I major in dance and can do all kinds of difficult moves. I can be your backup dancer. Watching Jai Chen's retreating back, Tang Ziyu could not snap back to reality for a long time, feeling that he looked incredibly tall and handsome. This is a real damn man. His own past behavior was simply too damn animalistic. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in his livestream had already gone crazy. Oh my god, the guy just left like that. He did not even leave his TikTok account. Oh my god, so ruthless and so willful, I love it so much. Streamer, quickly help us ask for the guy's contact info. Within 10 minutes, I want all the information on this guy, otherwise I am unfollowing the streamer. Me too. Tang Ziyu. After leaving, Jai Chen and Yun Chun went straight to the store and bought all the notebooks and pens they would need for the entire semester in one go. They even drank 2 bottles of the most expensive drinks in the store each. Upon returning to the dorm, Jai Chen immediately transferred 60,000 yuan to his family. He told his parents not to rush to pay off their debts, but to buy some good food and improve their living conditions first. However, he still could not avoid a long, earnest lecture from his parents, who repeatedly reminded him not to do anything illegal. After all, suddenly making tens of thousands of yuan was simply too unusual for a college student like Jai Chen. After finishing dealing with his parents and ending the call, Jai Chen finally started writing furiously, copying the lesson plans. The main culprit, Yun Chun, shamelessly insisted on serving him by his side. It was not until he took a few kicks that he finally rubbed his butt and walked away. Meanwhile, on Douyin, the video of Jai Chen singing and playing the guitar live earlier that day had been uploaded to the internet. After a few hours of circulating, it went straight to the trending page. By 9:30, it had nearly 900,000 likes, and the number was still climbing at a terrifying speed. The comment section was also growing crazily. Oh, what kind of heavenly song is this? I absolutely love it. His height is really nice too, and his voice sounds so good. Sisters, I am going to faint, oh my. Wow, the sister upstairs, are you driving a rocket? Handsome brother, please debut quickly. I will steal my boyfriend's money to support you. 9:30. The main character, who had already become a massive hit on Douyin, was completely unaware. He was still writing furiously, bitterly copying his lesson plans. In the dorm, his roommates were either teaming up in games, playing League of Legends so hard they forgot everything else, or out on dates. He was the only one left burying his head in hard work. At that moment, the dorm door was suddenly opened from the outside. Yun Chun strode over to Jai Chen's side, carrying a bag with the Starbucks logo. Old Jai, this is Starbucks coffee. I specifically asked someone to bring it. Drink some to relieve your fatigue. Yun Chun placed the coffee on Jai Chen's desk, took off the lid, handed it to him, and said with a smile. Jai Chen glanced at the coffee Yun Chun offered. He hesitated for a second or two before putting down his pen and reaching out to take it. I guess you still have some conscience. He happened to be a little tired, and since that guy Yun Chun was rarely generous enough to treat him to such expensive coffee, he could not let it go to waste. Seeing Jai Chen take the coffee, Yun Chun quickly walked behind him, raised his hands, and began lightly massaging his shoulders. This whole thing is indeed my fault. Later on, I will order some late-night snacks to fill your stomach, old Jai. Regarding his mistake today, Yun Chun's attitude in admitting his fault was extremely proactive. At this moment, a burly figure wearing a basketball jersey suddenly approached. Anzi, why do not you treat me to a meal later too? The person speaking was Zhao Ran, an absolute basketball fanatic. Since starting college, whenever he had no classes, he was either playing basketball or on his way to play basketball. It was a rare occurrence for him to be in the dorm at this hour today. However, Yun Chun rejected his request without any hesitation. Get out of here if you want to eat, buy it yourself. As soon as Yun Chun finished speaking, a large hand hooked directly around his neck. Are you really not going to treat me? No? Oh wow, playing favorites, huh? Oh my god, old Jai, save me. Jai Chen watched Yun Chun being dragged away and laughed. Old Ran, do not hit him too hard. I still need him to buy me breakfast. After Jai Chen finished speaking, he went back to copying. Sure, since Anzi is so pretty, I will be very gentle, ha ha ha. Oh my god, help me. Meanwhile, teacher's dormitory. Bai Lianwen had just returned from her night run. Barefoot, she was getting ready to go to the bathroom to take a shower when she happened to see a few unread messages pop up on the phone on her desk. She unlocked her phone and took a look. It was a WeChat message from Qingye, her cousin and best friend. There were a few messages along with a video link. Wanwen, the background in this video looks so familiar. It looks just like our Jiangbei University. The most important thing is that the guy singing in it sounds incredibly good and so affectionate. It looks to me like he just went through a breakup. Quickly help me see if he looks familiar to you. You teach a lot of students anyway. If you know him, I need to hurry over and heal his broken heart, haha. Looking at her cousin's messages, Bai Lianwen did not know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of man could actually make her usually stoic cousin so excited? And he is from Jiangbei. Although she was not very interested, since Qingye had sent the video and asked her for a favor, she might as well help take a look. Bai Lianwen sat on the sofa, crossed her long beautiful legs and clicked on the video link. But just a few seconds after the video started playing, when Bai Lianwen saw the figure of the guy holding the guitar in the video, she was instantly stunned. Even though the person in the video did not show his face, as his real appearance was covered by an anime face filter, Bai Lianwen still recognized him at a glance from his clothes. It was the student who wrote her a love letter today, Jai Chen. The moment Bai Lianwen recognized Jai Chen in the video, she was slightly stunned for a second or two. She did not expect that Jai Chen actually knew how to sing. But looking that good, he probably sings quite averagely. As this thought flashed through her mind, a somewhat inexplicably heart-wrenching melody came from the video. Why does this melody sound so sad? Bai Lianwen frowned slightly and muttered subconsciously. Watching those slender fingers strumming the guitar in the video and listening to the melody in her ears, her heart, which she had just spent an afternoon calming down, inexplicably began to throb again. After a brief melody, that magnetic voice followed. There is a man who loves you with all his heart. That man loves you completely. He is willing to become a shadow, guarding you and following you. That man loves you, but his heart is crying. The gentle singing constantly entering her ears, along with the sad, humble yet affectionate lyrics, instantly intoxicated Bai Lianwen. Even though there were only comic effects on the video, she felt as if she could directly see the sadness and deep affection on Jai Chen's face. It also could not help but make her recall those unforgettable words of love in the love letter, drawing her into it. Her breathing became increasingly tense with the progression of the song, condensing into a strange emotion. This emotion continued to sublimate until the rhythm of the music suddenly sped up, and Bai Lianwen's heart was also stirred by the suddenly passionate melody and singing, making her heartbeat accelerate. That man is me, do you know, or do you know but pretend not to know? Even if I ask until my voice is hoarse, you still will not answer. Hearing this, Bai Lianwen could not help but get red-eyed. Her beautiful eyes, which had always been as cold as ice, also faintly flickered with a slight glimmer. The image of Jai Chen striding out of the office suddenly appeared in her mind. Only then did she realize how sad and lonely his back was at that time. How much longer, how much further, how much more hurt does it take? Before you can hear the words I have not said. Strength is like a lie, nothing but a disguise. I only hope for a chance to be loved by you. No matter how long, how far, how hurt I get. I still love you the same every minute and every second. Just like a fool talking to the air, waiting to be loved by you. The song ended. Bai Lianwen stared blankly at the handsome figure in the video. Her eyes, which had been filled with tears at some unknown point, instantly let a teardrop fall, leaving a shallow tear stain on her fair and tender cheek. Disappointment, regret, various feelings filled her heart. She also seemed to be able to empathize with Jai Chen's feelings when he sang this song. Could it be that this guy is singing this song about her? After all, she had just so resolutely rejected Jai Chen's love letter this afternoon, and the content inside was so affectionate and helpless. It must be sung for her. But as soon as this thought popped up, she quickly shook her head. How could she? She is a strict professor. Even if it was sung for her, she could not be swayed by this. In order to make herself sober up quickly, she hurriedly threw her phone onto the sofa and walked barefoot towards the bathroom. She had to take a shower quickly to sober up. After all, she was just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Facing such irresistible offensives one after another, it ultimately messed up her heart a bit. Arriving at the bathroom door in 2 or 3 steps, Bai Lianwen took off her clothes and went into the bathroom. However, not long after she went in, a clatter accompanied by the girl's muffled groans suddenly came from the bathroom. A moment later, Bai Lianwen came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, gritting her teeth and enduring the severe pain in her ankle. Coming to the living room, she picked up her phone from the sofa and called her cousin Qingye. Soon the call connected. Wanwen finished watching the video. Do you know this boy? I finished watching. Qingye, I slipped and fell while taking a shower and sprained my ankle. Come over and help me deal with it. Holy crap, what is going on? You actually fell. I will be right over. In Lin Qingya's eyes, Bai Lianwen was simply not a reckless person. The fact that she would slip in the shower completely surprised her. Hearing Lin Qingya's words, Bai Lianwen's face felt a bit hot, and she also felt a bit guilty. If she had not been pondering over the matter between Jai Chen and her, she would not have carelessly slipped and sprained her ankle. Damn it. 10:30. On TikTok, the popularity of the video of Jai Chen singing had already approached 3 million. A crowd of netizens who were shocked by the song were searching the whole internet for his whereabouts. And Tang Ziyu's TikTok followers grew at a visible rate, from 300,000 to 700,000. This was something he never expected. He had been live streaming on TikTok for over a year, and had only accumulated 300,000 followers. And Jai Chen, with just one song in just a few hours, incidentally gained him 400,000 followers. This influence could simply be described as terrifying. Watching his followers constantly increasing, Tang Ziyu could not help but feel a bit excited in his heart. But when he saw the messages in his back-end inbox and the comments in the comment sections of his previous videos, his heart instantly went half cold. Streamer, hurry up and post the TikTok ID of that guy who sang in your live stream. Streamer, be quick about it. We are just waiting for you to give us the guy's contact info so we can unfollow you in time. Streamer, is it convenient to tell us this guy's contact info? He looks like he is suffering from severe heartbreak. I need to fly over quickly to heal him. I heard this streamer has my husband's contact info. Is it true? Bad guys, get out. You cannot just call my husband yours. Looking at the private messages and comments, Tang Ziyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did gain followers, but they were not his followers. However, he also had to contact Jai Chen quickly tomorrow. Otherwise, if things went on like this, he probably would not be able to live stream properly. After all, the incident during the day where his old fans threatened to unfollow him if he did not hand over Jai Chen's contact info was still vivid in his mind. Thinking of this, Tang Ziyu regretted it endlessly. He was really out of his mind during the day. Thinking that guy could not sing, and in the end, he himself cried on stage like a 200-pound fat guy. The most important thing was that his fans were also fucking sucked away by Jai Chen. Damn it. It is just outrageous. However, this protagonist who had accidentally become a big hit on TikTok was still writing furiously at this moment, copying lesson plans. Since tomorrow was almost full of classes, Jai Chen had to complete the task assigned by Bai Lianwen today. Although he was very tired, the thought that handing the lesson plans to Bai Lianwen tomorrow would turn the page on the confession incident still brought Jai Chen some comfort. It was also a good thing that the little girl Bai Lianwen was an iceberg whose heart could not be warmed up. Otherwise, if he really moved her heart, his sin would be huge. 11 o'clock at night. Jiang University teacher's dormitory. In the minimalist bedroom, Bai Lianwen sat on the bed, cooperating with the girl beside her who was treating her wounds. This was her cousin and best friend, who was also the school doctor of Jiang University, Lin Qingya. Although Lin Qingya's appearance was not as delicate as Bai Lianwen's, she was already a rare top-tier beauty, and her figure was absolutely superb. With the movements of her hands, the buttons on her tight-fitting shirt seemed like they were about to burst. Wanwen, why were you so careless today? You had a bad fall. Not only is it dislocated, but the skin is also badly scraped. Lin Qingya carefully treated Bai Lianwen's wounds, her brows slightly furrowed, her heart aching for her. The floor was just slippery and I was not paying attention. It should not be a big deal, right? Although Bai Lianwen felt a bit guilty, she still pretended that nothing was wrong. After all, she could not just directly confess and say she was distracted because she watched Jai Chen's video. After wrapping the last circle of bandage around Bai Lianwen's ankle, Lin Qingya finally looked at the young woman beside her and said solemnly, "It is a very big deal. At the very least, you cannot go to class tomorrow during the day. If you have classes, you must take a leave of absence. Otherwise, I will go straight to your class and carry you back to my infirmary." "Yeah, I do not have classes tomorrow." "That is for the best." As Lin Qingya spoke, she started packing up her tools. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she quickly sat down beside Bai Lianwen, leaned in and asked, "Wanwen, you still have not told me about that boy in the video. Is he your student?" Hearing Lin Qingya's question, Bai Lianwen looked at the injury on her ankle. Despite feeling a bit guilty, she said seriously, "Yes, but it seems he already has someone he likes." Since that guy liked her so much, Bai Lianwen felt she had to warn Qingya in advance. Otherwise, she was afraid Qingya would be sad when Jai Chen rejected her later. However, hearing Bai Lianwen's words, the latter showed no intention of backing down. Instead, she became even more excited and said, "I know that, I could hear it from his singing. But I feel like he's trapped by love right now and is definitely still single. Maybe I can heal his wounds and make him forget the woman who hurt him." Speaking of this, Lin Qingya suddenly felt something was off and looked at Bai Lianwen. "Wait, Wanwen, how do you know he has someone he likes?" As Bai Lianwen's cousin and best friend, Lin Qingya knew her better than anyone else. Other than studying and teaching, this girl never paid attention to other people's gossip, especially gossip about men. How could she know that Jai Chen had someone he liked? Being asked this by Lin Qingya, Bai Lianwen became a bit unnatural. She reached out her delicate hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear and said in a cold tone, "I do not. It is just that after class today, a group of girls happened to confess to him, and he rejected them all, saying he already had a girlfriend." Hearing this, Lin Qingya's beautiful eyes instantly dimmed. Ah, who is his girlfriend? Is she from Jiang University? It was rare to find a man who could move her heart. Why did he have to have a girlfriend? Bai Lianwen felt a little guilty and slightly shrank her toes. I am not too sure either. It might just be an excuse for him to reject others. Although she really wanted to come clean to Lin Qingya that the person Jai Chen liked was her, having never been in a relationship, she found it somewhat difficult to say out loud. Hearing this, although Lin Qingya was a bit disappointed, she could not help but become curious. She looked at Bai Lianwen and asked, just what kind of girl could make him like her this much? How would I know? Gasped, it could not be you, could it, Wanwen? Qingya, you, what nonsense are you talking about? Ha ha ha, Wanwen, you are blushing. Confess, is it you? No. Your foot is injured right now, you know. If you do not confess honestly, hee. Lin Qingya said, looking at the already incredibly alluring young woman on the bed, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she leaned toward her. This girl happened to be injured now. It was the perfect time to take advantage of her. Thinking of this, Lin Qingya directly pounced on the young woman beside her. However, she still severely underestimated her opponent's abilities. Before she could grab anything, Bai Lianwen flipped over and pinned her down on the bed. Even with her foot incapacitated, Bai Lianwen was still more than enough to deal with Lin Qingya. In the end, in less than 2 minutes, Lin Qingya was wrapped up in the air-conditioning blanket like a caterpillar. With only her head exposed, she writhed weakly and arduously on the large bed, watching helplessly as Bai Lianwen got up and hobbled out of bed on her tiptoes. Wanwen, I was wrong. Hurry up and let me out. Lin Qingya begged pitifully. Bai Lianwen leisurely grabbed a book, walked to the French window, sat down in the beanbag chair nearby, unwrapped a lollipop, popped it into her mouth and started reading. Lin Qingya. This little brat was simply too ruthless. She just wanted to take the opportunity to cop a feel. Zob zob zob. At 1:30 in the morning, Jai Chen finished the last question, finally put down his pen, and completed the task of copying the lesson plan 500 times. After a big stretch, he finally got up, preparing to take a shower and go to bed. Except for Fan Zhuo, who was still bitterly typing away at his writing. The other roommates in the dorm had all gone to sleep by now. Even Yun Chun, who had been staying by Jai Chen's side to serve him all along, could not hold out any longer and drifted off to dreamland to chat with the Duke of Zhou. Old Jai, are you done copying? Fan Zhuo watched Jai Chen get up without stopping his typing and asked in a low voice. Done, I will hand it in tomorrow after class. Awesome, but what kind of heinous crime did you commit this time to anger Professor by so much that you had to copy the lesson plan 500 times? Can you tell me about it? Give me some inspiration. Do not, it is just a small matter. You keep writing, I'm going to take a shower first. With that said, Jai Chen quickly grabbed his change of clothes and went to the bathroom. After all, the fewer people who knew about the incident of delivering the wrong love letter, the better. Otherwise, it would not be long before he became famous all over Jiang University. Taking advantage of his shower time, Jai Chen also planned out his future. His family currently still owed millions in debt. If he could pay it off in time, his parents would not have to work so hard. Speaking of this, he remembered that near Jiang University, there was a large village called Zik Village. In a few years, the government would start focusing heavily on the development of that area, transforming it into a new urban district. Right now, housing prices there were low. If he could earn enough money as soon as possible, he would definitely prioritize buying a commercial storefront or a factory building there. When the policies came down from above, the returns would probably multiply several times over in an instant. He heard that one family alone received a 10 million yuan compensation from the demolition of a single house. If he bought now, he could probably secure it for 2 or 3 million, so making money right now was an urgent priority. Striving to earn enough money to invest in property there before the official news was released was absolutely a guaranteed profit without any losses. Now that the crisis of being expelled should be resolved, Jai Chen decided that since the entertainment and cultural sectors in this world were currently quite backward, he could start from this aspect. After earning his first pot of gold, he would heavily invest in Zik Village. After a night of fermentation, Jai Chen's trending video of him singing on Douyin was also posted on the Jiang University forum by some students. Since many people at the scene had heard him sing, his true identity was quickly exposed. Overnight, he became a well-known freshman on campus. After asking around all morning, many female students flocked to Jai Chen's classroom, eager to see him in person. In the afternoon, in the classroom, class had not started yet. The 5 best buddies were sitting in the back row, starting their daily casual chat. Yun Chuan, hey, why do I feel like there are way more pretty girls walking past our classroom door today than before? Fanju, yeah, and they all seem to be looking inside, especially at my spot. Could it be that my aura as a great web novelist has become impossible to hide? Zhao Ran, get out of here. Even if these girls are looking, they are definitely looking at our Anzi. But why do I feel like old Jai has been looking extra handsome these past 2 days? Jai Chen. Yin Hao, the guy who rarely spoke among them, suddenly pushed up his glasses and said seriously, some people always think they like the opposite sex, but they can develop feelings beyond friendship for the same sex during interactions. This situation can be called homosexual. It often appears among young college students, especially those who love sports. Zhao Ran looked at Yun Chuan completely confused. Anzi, do you know what Yin Hao is talking about? Yun Chuan rubbed his chin. I did not quite catch that word, but I can tell that Yin Hao basically means you are a gay man. Zhao Ran looked bewildered. A gay man, what does that mean? Fan Zhuo grinned, it means you are gay. Zhao Ran, damn it, Yin Hao, you idiot, stop spouting nonsense about me. As Zhao Ran said this, he grabbed Yin Hao by the neck. The latter remained unmoved and pushed up his glasses. I am not talking nonsense, it is all based on science. Zhao Ran, die you jerk. Yun Chuan, hey old Ran, do not get excited. Do you want a club? I have got one right here. Fan Zhu, my god, were not we discussing why so many girls are suddenly appearing at the classroom door? Are we off topic? Student A, oh my god, no way. Have you guys been living under a rock? You do not know that Jai Chen is already a popular celebrity on the school forum. Fan Zhuo, a celebrity. He spent his days either in class or typing, so he had no time to browse the forum. Zhao Ran, what is going on? He spent his days either playing ball or in class. Yin Hao, you cannot really learn anything useful on the school forum, so I do not usually read it. Jai Chen was also confused. He had not done anything, so how did he become a celebrity? Could it be that the news about him delivering a love letter to Bai Lianwen had been leaked? Who liked the news? Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the classroom door, drawing everyone's attention. The person was none other than Tang Ziyu, the senior who had helped Jai Chen earn the 100,000 yuan reward yesterday. Tang Ziyu came to the classroom door, scanned the room, spotted Jai Chen immediately, grinned, and strode into the classroom. He quickly reached Jai Chen's desk and smiled. Junior, I finally found you. Can I borrow a few minutes of your time? Hearing Tang Ziyu's words, Jai Chen did not think for long. He checked the time on his phone and nodded. I have class in 5 minutes. Say what you need to say within 5 minutes. Although this guy tried to make things difficult for him yesterday, he had behaved okay later on, so Jai Chen did not really hate him. After all, without Tang Ziyu, he might not have earned that 100,000 yuan. Seeing Jai Chen agree, the latter nodded and smiled. No problem. Is it convenient to talk outside? Sure. With that, Jai Chen greeted Yun Chuan and the others and left the classroom. After reaching a quiet spot in the hallway, Tang Ziyu briefly explained about Jai Chen becoming a hit on Douyin and netizens demanding to know his whereabouts. After hearing Tang Ziyu's words, Jai Chen was absolutely astonished. What? I just sang a song casually and I went viral on Douyin. Tang Ziyu. Listen to that, is that human language? Although he was screaming internally, Tang Ziyu nodded and continued. That is right. Junior, leave me your contact info. Send me your Douyin account later and I will notify your fans. He just wanted to resolve Jai Chen's matter quickly, otherwise he would not even dare to start a live stream. Jai Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, but I want to create a new account. I will send it to you when I have set it up. He had been considering running a Douyin account to post songs, build popularity, and sell copyrights, and he did not expect the opportunity to come so soon. Tang Ziyu nodded quickly, sure. And so the two quickly exchanged contact information. Tang Ziyu also had a class, so he said goodbye and left in a hurry. The girls who had been waiting in the hallway could not hold back anymore. Seeing Jai Chen finish talking to Tang Ziyu, they swarmed him to ask for his contact info. But no matter how much the girls flirted or acted cute, Jai Chen remained unmoved. He coldly refused them again with the excuse of having a girlfriend and returned to the classroom, leaving the disappointed and unwilling girls behind. The rejected girls were even more curious, envious, and jealous of the girlfriend Jai Chen mentioned, stamping their feet as they watched his resolute back. What kind of girl could make him so devoted? Oh my god. Yeah, he ignored me. He's so cold and arrogant. I like him even more now. What should I do? The fortune teller was right. I really do like guys who are already taken. For the rest of the day, many more female students came to the classroom door to block Jai Chen, making the male students in his class extremely envious. Jai Chen had originally planned to deliver the copied lesson plans to Bai Lianwen at noon, but since she said on the phone that it was not convenient for her to go out, he delayed it until the evening. When the last class ended, Jai Chen checked the time. It was already 8:30 p.m. After greeting Yun Chuan and the others, Jai Chen grabbed the thick stack of lesson plans and left the classroom, heading to the teacher's apartment building to give them to Bai Lianwen. Just as he arrived downstairs at the teaching building, Jai Chen thought for a moment and decided to call Bai Lianwen first to confirm if she was in her apartment. He had gotten her number from the head teacher earlier that day, making it much easier to contact her now. So Jai Chen set the lesson plans aside, took out his phone, found Bai Lianwen's number and dialed it. At that moment, Bai Lianwen, who had been resting in her apartment all day, had just left the school gate, intending to go to her usual coffee shop. As she crossed a traffic light, her phone suddenly rang. Bai Lianwen picked up her phone to look. Although there was no contact name, she had already spoken to him at noon, so she quickly recognized the number and answered. Professor Bai, it is me, Jai Chen. Where are you now? I will bring you the copied lesson plans. I am out right now. What a coincidence. I was just about to go out to buy something after delivering the plans to you. I am coming out now. Jai Chen happened to be planning to go buy a guitar. After giving the plans to Bai Lianwen, he could buy the guitar, bring it back, set up his Douyin account and record songs that night. As you wish, I am at the Timu coffee shop. All right. After ending the call, Bai Lianwen continued toward her destination. With her beautiful face and perfect figure, she became a stunning sight to passers-by, drawing everyone's attention. However, after walking for a while, Bai Lianwen suddenly felt like someone was staring at her with ill intent from behind, and a sense of foreboding arose. She turned around and saw 7 or 8 young punks with dyed hair walking toward her with lewd smiles on their faces. What a beautiful little girl, wandering outside alone so late. That is not safe. That is right, come home with us, brothers, we will definitely protect you well. After Jai Chen and Bai Lianwen ended their call, he rushed out of the school as quickly as possible. After all, it was already past 8 o'clock. Any later and the guitar shop would probably be closed. And the location of Timo Cafe happened to be not far from the guitar shop. Once he handed the lesson plans over to Bai Lianwen, he could go straight to buy the guitar. Just after crossing the traffic light, Jai Chen had not walked far when his eyes suddenly caught sight of a group of 7 or 8 youths with brightly colored red, orange, yellow, and green hair, gathered together under a street lamp not far ahead. But before he could get a clear look, a system notification sound suddenly rang out in his mind. The system announced that a quest for an act of bravery had been triggered, and it would reward him with super memory. Super memory was described as the ability to clearly search one's mind to find complete memories of everything one had ever witnessed. Listening to the system's introduction, Jai Chen could not help but freeze slightly. Super memory. This was definitely a good thing. There were originally many songs, novels, and similar things from his past life that he had liked and read, but to completely memorize them now was almost impossible. He could only perfectly sing a few songs he frequently listened to, like the song That Man from before. But if he had super memory, would not he be able to memorize all those pop songs he had heard a few times or the masterpiece novels he had read? However, speaking of acts of bravery, it does not seem like there is anyone around here who needs my help right now. Jai Chen looked back at the traffic light he had just crossed, and did not see any old ladies who needed help crossing the street or anything of the sort. But when he shifted his gaze back to the delinquents not far ahead, he faintly saw a somewhat familiar silhouette. Was that in Professor Bai? At this moment, facing the group of delinquents in front of her, Bai Lianwen had already clenched her fists and backed up several steps. After all, she had injured her foot from a fall, so her usually calm heart was now feeling a bit panicked. Just now, a few passers-by happened to walk by in the distance, so the group did not dare to act rashly. Bai Lianwen had originally planned to ask the passers-by for help, but the others were obviously very afraid of these delinquents and did not want to meddle in others' business, running away faster than rabbits. And her foot, which was just sprained from a fall yesterday, could not possibly be fully recovered today. Even walking caused a dull ache, let alone dealing with this group of delinquents. If it had been her from the day before, these guys would have been taken down by her in an instant. Now all she could do was back away while coldly glaring at the few people in front of her, her beautiful eyes exuding intense pressure. I am warning you one last time, you had better not do anything illegal, otherwise you will face the consequences. Although Bai Lianwen's words were highly intimidating, and her overall aura was not weak in the slightest. But facing her absolutely stunning face and nearly perfect figure, this group of delinquents had already completely lost all reason. Even the leader with the pompadour had his absolute desire to conquer aroused by this girl with a wild kitten-like personality. His unabashed gaze swept over Bai Lianwen from head to toe, lingering on her long, slender legs. Upon seeing the bandage on her fair ankle, he grinned even wider. Little sister, you are injured. How could it be against the law for your big brothers to take you back and treat your wounds? As the delinquent spoke, he took large strides directly toward Bai Lianwen. The remaining few people also revealed ferocious smiles on their faces, almost simultaneously surging toward Bai Lianwen. It would be such a pity to just let an absolute top-tier beauty like this go for nothing. Facing the few people striding toward her, Bai Lianwen's heart suddenly filled with panic and fear as she kept backing away. She definitely could not outrun them now, considering the injury on her foot. But if it came to a fight, it might have been fine if it was just one person, but against 7 or 8 of them, with her ankle just dislocated yesterday, she practically had no chance of winning. If she pulled out her phone now, it would definitely enrage them, and the situation would surely spiral further out of control. What should she do? What should she do? Although Bai Lianwen always gave off a cold and strong vibe, she was ultimately still just an 18-year-old girl. Facing this situation, even though her face did not lose its imposing manner, the tip of her nose had started to sting, and she felt terrified from the bottom of her heart. It could be said that she had never encountered a situation that made her feel such a strong sense of danger. Do not be afraid, little sister. Your big brothers will be very gentle. Yeah, come on, come into your big brother's arms. The closer the group of delinquents got to Bai Lianwen, the more arrogant and ferocious the smiles on their faces became. But right at this moment, a shout suddenly came from behind them. Hey, 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 what are you guys doing? Hearing the voice from behind, the 7 or 8 people suddenly froze in their movements. Upon hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Bai Lianwen's initially tense nerves instantly relaxed quite a bit, as if she had just survived a disaster. At this time, the few delinquents had already turned their heads. Entering their line of sight was a boy around their age, holding a thick stack of notebooks. And he even looked like a gentle, straight-A student. An ordinary little brat actually dared to yell at them. Seeking death. Kid, are you tired of living? How dare you stick your nose into our business? The guy with the pompadour turned around, hands in his pockets, looking at Jai Chen with deep displeasure. The others were not to be outdone. Seeing Jai Chen, they all cracked their necks and rolled their shoulders, as if telling Jai Chen with their actions, kid, you have messed with the wrong people. Bai Lianwen also faintly recognized the figure of the newcomer, and her heart, which had just calmed down, instantly leaped into her throat again. It was actually Jai Chen. This guy usually looked like a gentle and quiet student. If these thugs really laid their hands on him, he would probably be beaten to a pulp in minutes. Not only did Bai Lianwen think so, but even Jai Chen, who was currently standing in place and looking at the 7 or 8 ferocious-looking delinquents, felt a bit cowardly. In truth, he had only been in a fight once in his entire life, and that was with a female classmate in kindergarten. In the end, he was even pinned to the ground and pummeled. One look at these 7 or 8 guys, and he knew they were not good news. If this really turned into a physical fight, he would be pinned to the ground and absolutely destroyed in a matter of minutes. He was doomed. Just at this moment, the system's voice echoed in Jai Chen's mind once more. A friendly reminder echoed in his mind, stating that the host still had one unused delinquent roleplay card. He could randomly obtain a one-time experience of a super strong delinquent, gaining the corresponding combat abilities for an effective time limit of 15 minutes. It asked if he wanted to use it immediately. Hearing the system's notification, Jai Chen did not even think twice and hurriedly communicated in his mind. Use it right now. If I do not use it, I am going to be pinned to the ground and pummeled. With a chime, the system congratulated the host, announcing that the experience card had been used successfully. It then stated that it had randomly selected the target character as Tatsumi Oga, with an experience time of 15 minutes. The instant the system's voice sounded, Jai Chen felt as if he had instantly turned into a completely different person. In his mind, hundreds of combat scenes continuously surfaced, scenes where he dominated everything with unparalleled ferocity and ruthless methods, making countless delinquents submit in awe. In less than a dozen seconds, those memories were deeply engraved in Jai Chen's mind, fresh as if he had just experienced them moments ago. Looking ahead at the few delinquents again, he had already become a man with a ferocious gaze, outwardly handsome but brimming with a violent aura. Hey Pompadour, just when the 7 or 8 delinquents thought they had scared the other party out of his wits, Jai Chen suddenly raised his head. The ferocity in his eyes made them shudder instantly. Do not you guys feel embarrassed, ganging up on a delicate little girl. The 7 or 8 delinquents saw Jai Chen's sudden drastic change in aura, feeling their eyelids twitch and even wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. This kid clearly looked like a polite, exemplary student just a moment ago, but now he suddenly seemed to have turned into an even worse delinquent than they were. Even Bai Lianwen, who was standing behind the delinquents and had taken the chance to pull out her phone to call the police, paused slightly in her motion of unlocking the screen. Were those words really spoken by Jai Chen just now? He sounded so fierce. Although the Pompadour guy and his gang were a bit surprised by Jai Chen's transformation, they quickly snapped out of it. Even though they felt the guy in front of them had become somewhat terrifying, they still had the advantage in numbers. Thinking of this, the Pompadour guy maintained a wildly arrogant look on his face. Kid, are you insisting on meddling in our business now? Jai Chen tilted his head slightly, instinctively wanting to put his hands in his pockets, but he was holding a damn stack of exercise books. Feeling quite annoyed, he clicked his tongue softly, his cold and irritable voice carrying a magnetic tone. Either be smart and get lost right now, or all of you come at me. I'm out of patience. With that said, Jai Chen walked straight towards the Pompadour guy and his gang. The leading Pompadour instinctively narrowed his eyes, only to see this man cast an indifferent glance bordering on contempt at them. He then bumped their shoulders aside and walked over to Bai Lianwen. The Pompadour guy looked at the man who had just bumped him aside, his eyes full of disbelief. This guy did not take him seriously at all. Jai Chen stopped in front of Bai Lianwen, the expression on his face largely unchanged. He handed the teaching materials in his hand to her with a rather impatient look. hold on to these for me. Bai Lianwen, who was already in a daze, felt her mind go blank for a brief moment upon hearing Jai Chen's words. What on earth was Jai Chen trying to do? Was he trying to scare these thugs away with sheer intimidation? That must be it, but these guys probably would not be scared off so easily. Thinking of this, she quickly reached out her delicate hands, took the items from Jai Chen and mouthed to him, "Let us run." However, before Jai Chen could respond to Bai Lianwen, an angry shout rang out from behind him. "Hey kid, are you fucking asking for a death wish?" Hearing the loud shout from behind, Jai Chen turned his head around. With his body tilted slightly, he looked at the Pompadour guy and his gang with eyes full of contempt and disdain. The Pompadour had already strode over with his lackeys trailing behind. His expression was fierce and his fists cracked as he clenched them tightly. Damn it! Damn it! When this kid bumped his shoulder just now, he actually did not even have the courage to fight back. How could this be? He was a notorious delinquent at Jiangcheng First High School. How could he ever tolerate some brat challenging his authority? No matter how strong this guy was, he had to beat him to the ground. Seeing the completely enraged gang, Bai Lianwen quickly reached out and grabbed Jai Chen's wrist. "Jai Chen, let us run." Although the chances of successfully running away right now were slim, clashing head-on with these delinquents would definitely result in a huge loss. Bai Lianwen did not want Jai Chen to get hurt because of her. She would feel guilty for the rest of her life if that happened. However, to Bai Lianwen's surprise, Jai Chen pushed her hand away without hesitation. Looking at the guys approaching them, he said indifferently, "In this kind of situation, running away might not work, and it is not how a man should act. Besides, trash who bully women deserve to be taught a severe lesson." After saying that, Jai Chen turned around, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and strode towards the Pompadour guy and his gang. Standing behind him, Bai Lianwen watched his departing back, and suddenly felt an inexplicable, massive surge of security. Because of what he had just said, the heart inside her chest subtly began to beat even faster. Was he this angry right now because she had been bullied? Even though the other side had them outnumbered, he still wanted to stand up for her. Inexplicably, Bai Lianwen's already wavering heart completely surrendered at this very moment. But infatuation aside, in this critical moment, Bai Lianwen hurriedly took out her phone, dialed the numbers, and called the police as quickly as possible. Even if Jai Chen might actually have some fighting skills, going up against these professional delinquents would definitely. However, just as Bai Lianwen pressed the dial button and watched Jai Chen charge into the group of thugs, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Bam! Accompanied by a muffled thud, the Pompadour guy who first clashed with Jai Chen was punched directly into a bowed shape and sent flying several meters away. Upon landing, the momentum made him roll on the ground several times before coming to a stop, where he curled up in extreme pain. The other 6 or 7 thugs froze in shock upon seeing this scene. In their eyes, their Pompadour boss was the absolute strongest, yet he was sent flying by this man with just a single punch. Get him, all of you, get him. Although the Pompadour on the ground was in agonizing pain all over, the anger in his heart burned even brighter. Furious enough to explode, he gritted his teeth and roared at his lackeys. Hearing their boss's command, the remaining guys immediately swarmed Jai Chen, throwing heavy punches at him. However, to Jai Chen, who had now transformed into a 120% delinquent, their attacks were no more than a kitten's scratch. With just a few swift, heavy punches, Jai Chen knocked them all to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, the 7 or 8 delinquents were lying on the ground with bruised and swollen faces, groaning in pain nonstop. The few who still dared to act defiant and merely glared at Jai Chen were immediately subdued flawlessly by his masterful slam-dunk-like takedowns, leaving Bai Lianwen absolutely dumbfounded on the sidelines. And the emergency call she had dialed was hung up long before it even connected. In this current situation, calling the police was obviously pointless and would only bring unnecessary trouble to Jai Chen. Moreover, these guys definitely would not dare to call the police either. They could only suffer in silence and swallow this bitter pill. It was just that Bai Lianwen never imagined Jai Chen would be this strong. Perhaps even if she had not sprained her ankle, she still might not be a match for Jai Chen. Was this what Kingya often meant by having overwhelming boyfriend energy? At this moment, looking at Jai Chen's tall and broad figure, Bai Lianwen felt immensely reassured. Over on his side, right after Jai Chen finished dealing with the group of delinquents, the system's voice immediately echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the heroic rescue mission. You have acquired super memory. Friendly reminder, acquiring this skill might cause the host temporary dizziness. You will fully recover within half an hour, so please do not be overly concerned. In a split second, Jai Chen felt a massive amount of information and past memories flood into his mind, constantly washing over his consciousness. After all, having decades of memories from his past life flood in all at once naturally triggered an uncontrollable wave of dizziness. He felt so unsteady on his feet that he thought he was going to pass out, and he reached out to steady himself against a nearby utility pole. The next moment, Jai Chen suddenly felt someone grab his other arm. Before he could regain his senses, his arm was draped over a warm shoulder, and a soft arm wrapped around his body. A faint fragrance drifted to his nose. "I will take you to the hospital." That usually cold yet pleasant voice had now grown much gentler, making it sound even more pleasant to the ear. "I am fine, I will be better after resting for a bit, I am just feeling a little dizzy." Jai Chen knew exactly what was causing his dizziness, and he did not want to waste time making a trip to the hospital. "Stop talking, let us go." "I am really fine." "Then let us go to my faculty apartment, and I will call the school doctor over to treat you." "Oh, okay." The delinquents. About 20 minutes later, the two finally arrived downstairs at the faculty apartment building. It should not have taken that long, but to avoid being seen and causing any gossip, Bai Lianwen had chosen a less traveled path after entering the school gate. Although they ran into a couple of students along the way, the lighting was dim enough that their faces could not be clearly seen, so they were simply mistaken for a pair of lovebirds, and the students quickly walked away out of courtesy. Arriving at the apartment building, Jai Chen figured he would be feeling better in another 10 minutes or so he stopped and looked down at Bai Lianwen, who had practically carried him the entire way. It was only then that he noticed the girl's stunning face was drenched in sweat, and her clothes were soaked through, revealing curves that were devilishly perfect. Drops of sweat rolled down her delicate cheeks, carrying the girl's faint fragrance, which inexplicably made his heart skip a beat. Feeling like he was acting strangely, Jai Chen hurriedly looked away, pulled himself away from Bai Lianwen, and steadied himself against the wall. "Professor Bai, I am fine now. I will just head back to my dorm myself in a bit." Although he did not intend to date anyone in this life, he was afraid that if he really went into her room, being alone together, he would not be able to control himself from doing something reckless. Other people would be one thing, but this girl's devilish figure and her impossibly perfect face were a fatal temptation for any normal man. Even an enlightened monk might not be able to resist, let alone a hot-blooded man like him. However, Bai Lianwen had no idea what was going on in Jai Chen's head. She only had eyes for him, still pale as a sheet. "Stop trying to be tough. Come upstairs with me, I am not going to eat you." "Jai Chen, damn it, I'm afraid I am the one who might eat you." "I still think it is inappropriate." "Do not talk nonsense, let us go." "It's all right then." Helplessly, Jai Chen had to lean on the girl again and follow her into the building to take the elevator. Otherwise, if they lingered downstairs for too long and were seen by someone, it would be impossible to explain. However, he did not notice that because she had carried him the whole way, the injury on her ankle that had not healed yet had started bleeding again, staining the gauze a bright red. The elevator stopped at the 8th floor. Bai Lianwen led Jai Chen out, went to the 3rd door in the hallway, pressed the fingerprint lock, and opened the door. After entering, she changed into slippers, turned on the lights, and immediately grabbed a pair of disposable slippers and tossed them in front of Jai Chen. "Put these on." Jai Chen nodded faintly, put on the slippers, and followed Bai Lianwen into the room. It was a standard studio apartment with a simple and elegant decor. Once inside, Jai Chen felt his dizziness subside quite a bit, and that was when he suddenly noticed the striking red stain on Bai Lianwen's ankle. And her way of walking seemed a bit off too. "What happened to your foot?" Jai Chen asked almost subconsciously. He had not paid attention before, but it turned out this girl had an injury on her foot. And she had carried him for so long just now. At Jai Chen's question, Bai Lianwen looked down at her ankle and finally noticed that the gauze on her foot had been stained red with blood. She must have reopened the wound by carrying him, and it seemed to be bleeding still. But as for the cause of the injury, there was no way she would tell Jai Chen. "I accidentally fell yesterday, so..." Before Bai Lianwen could finish, she felt a tall figure suddenly approach, and then, feeling light, she was swept up into his arms. "Why did not you say so earlier?" Jai Chen said, carrying Bai Lianwen straight to the bed in the room and gently placing her down. "Bai Lianwen, this guy, what is he doing?" Facing the girl's beautiful figure now, Jai Chen had completely lost any improper thoughts. He just could not help but wonder, how could this girl be so careless? Her foot was so badly injured, yet she had carried him, a man weighing over 100 pounds, all the way back. "Let me see your wound." Without giving Bai Lianwen a chance to refuse, Jai Chen crouched down, took off her shoe, placed her fair, delicate foot on his lap, and gently unwound the bandage. At this moment, he treated the girl in front of him entirely like a little girl, only wanting to check the condition of her wound. "The school doctor will be here in a while. I can wait for her to come and treat it." Bai Lianwen's face flushed slightly. If anyone else had treated her like this, she probably would have kicked them away already. But now it was Jai Chen, and she could see that he was genuinely concerned about her wound, so she could not find it in herself to be repulsed. "The wound seems to still be bleeding. Let me take a look first." "You know, behave," Jai Chen said, quickly unwrapping the bandage on her ankle to reveal the wound that was still oozing blood. "It really did reopen. Do you have any styptic medicine and gauze at home?" After checking the wound, Jai Chen asked Bai Lianwen with a frown. Although he was not a doctor, he knew a little first aid, and in this situation, the dressing had to be changed to stop the bleeding. However, when he looked up to ask her, Jai Chen noticed that her face seemed a bit red. Is she feeling unwell somewhere? Under his gaze, she felt a bit guilty and quickly pointed to a storage cabinet in the room. The first aid kit is in the cabinet. There is gauze and medicine inside. That was all left behind by Lin Qingya, just to make it easier to change her dressings. All right, I will go get it. Answering her, Jai Chen stood up and left. Although he wanted to ask if she was feeling unwell anywhere else, stopping the bleeding on her foot was more important right now. Watching Jai Chen leave, Bai Lianwen finally let out a sigh of relief. But she also found it strange. Why was she acting more and more like a little girl in front of him, blushing at every turn? Damn it! And just now, even though she said no, why did she listen so obediently when he told her to behave? Damn it! At the same time, she noticed that Jai Chen seemed much better. He was not staggering anymore, so he must have really recovered quite a bit. Soon, Jai Chen found the first aid kit, returned to the bed, and reapplied medicine and bandaged Bai Lianwen's wound. After finishing, Jai Chen placed her foot back on the bed, and those fair, slender legs once again flooded his vision. His gaze drifted upward to her slender waist, her heaving chest, her fair neck, her perfect face, and the dark hair falling from her delicate ears. A pair of beautiful eyes were observing him closely. Are you still feeling dizzy? You know, looking at the beautiful girl on the bed who was oblivious to her own charm, Jai Chen felt his throat go dry. He quickly looked away, packed up the first aid kit, and put it back in the cabinet. I am fine now, I will be going, Jai Chen said, then bent over and ran out of the room without looking back. This girl pulling this kind of stunt in the middle of the night was more than a hot-blooded young man like him could handle. He was not a saint. Bai Lianwen, watching Jai Chen run away as if fleeing, was left feeling confused. Why did he suddenly run away? This guy is so strange. After Jai Chen left the teacher's apartment, the hot and restless feeling in his body finally subsided a lot. Fortunately, his self-control was strong enough. Otherwise, if it were any other man facing the situation just now, they probably would not have been able to stop themselves from doing something to Bai Lianwen, even at the risk of a minimum 3-year prison sentence. After all, this girl was just too tempting. After his mood stabilized, Jai Chen suddenly remembered that because of Bai Lianwen's incident, he had not even bought his guitar yet. Moreover, that girl Bai Lianwen did not seem to have brought the lesson plans back with her. Could she have left them by the roadside? Those were the lesson plans he had painstakingly copied for half the night yesterday. He at least had to go check. Thinking of this, Jai Chen walked directly toward the school gate. He would go back to look for the lesson plans and see if the guitar shop was closed yet. However, he would also keep an eye on the situation outside the school, just in case those delinquents from earlier had brought their boss to stake out near the campus. Speaking of which, Jai Chen could not help but recall the feeling he had when using the character experience card. Although that feeling of immense power was indeed thrilling, Jai Chen always felt that such a person was not really him. However, after tonight's incident, Jai Chen still felt it was necessary to improve his self-defense skills. When he had time, he could consider joining a martial arts club at school. After leaving the school, Jai Chen observed the surroundings for a while. Once he confirmed there was no danger, he returned to the place where he had encountered the hooligans. Those guys he had beaten up so badly that they were drawing circles on the ground had long since run away. And by the green belt on the side of the sidewalk, there was a stack of notebooks scattered on the ground. Seeing these notebooks, Jai Chen breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to pick them up one by one. But he was also a bit frustrated. That girl Bai Lianwen had actually just casually thrown his lesson plans here. But on second thought, maybe the girl had seen that something was wrong with him and threw them here in a moment of desperation, so he could not entirely blame her. After picking up the lesson plans, Jai Chen continued toward the nearby guitar shop. Since he was already out anyway, he might as well go see if it was closed. Meanwhile, in the teacher's apartment, Lin Qingya had already arrived at the apartment and had just finished checking Bai Lianwen's rebandaged wound. The wound is treated nicely. Was this bandaged by that female student of yours? Lin Qingya said as she wrapped the gauze back around the girl's ankle. Hearing Lin Qingya's words, Bai Lianwen's pretty face showed a hint of astonishment. She never said the other person was a girl, did she? Before Bai Lianwen could speak, Lin Qingya looked at her with a puzzled expression. Wanwen, did not you say at first that your student was feeling unwell? How come when I got here it turned out to be your wound worsening? Where is that girl? In Lin Qingya's understanding, even if it were a matter of life and death, Bai Lianwen would absolutely never bring a boy into her room, let alone allow a man to touch her feet. If it really were a man, she probably would have kicked him downstairs long ago. So even though Bai Lianwen did not mention the person's gender, she automatically assumed it was a girl. Moreover, the wound on Bai Lianwen's foot was bandaged very carefully, so subconsciously, Lin Qingya completely believed the person was a girl. Looking at the puzzled Lin Qingya, Bai Lianwen's cheeks felt slightly hot. However, if she told Lin Qingye that she had brought back a male student, this woman would definitely jump up and interrogate her. In the end, she simply said she felt better, so she went back. After saying that, Bai Linwen prepared to get out of bed. "I am going to take a shower." Carrying Jai Chen back today had made her sweat a lot, and now she just felt sticky all over. Seeing Bai Linwen's movement, the latter quickly reached out and pressed her shoulders. "My little ancestor, you are already like this and you still want to shower. Do you think your wound is not serious enough?" Saying this, Lin Qingye reconsidered. This girl Bai Linwen had always been a neat freak. Not letting her shower for a day was definitely impossible. "How about this? I will go run the water for you, and later you can just take a bath in the tub. Try your best to keep the wound from touching the water." Bai Linwen looked at the wound on her ankle, did not think for too long, and nodded her head. She could not let this wound drag on any longer. Next week, she was going to serve as an instructor in the school's martial arts club, so she had to heal up quickly. Anyway, her elective classes were not held every day, and it was necessary to take some time to cultivate the martial arts spirit of Jiangnan University's students, which could also help pass her free time. Besides, this feeling of being weak and needing someone's protection was just too uncomfortable. However, thinking of this, the scene from tonight that had given her an overwhelming sense of security could not help but surface in Bai Linwen's mind, and her cheeks started to feel hot again. Completely unaware, Lin Qingye had already trotted off to the bathroom, humming a little tune as she started running the water. Meanwhile, Jai Chen had already started on his way back to school. Holding the lesson plans in his hands and carrying a guitar on his shoulder, he was taking large strides back. Fortunately, when he arrived at the guitar shop, the boss was just about to close, so he hurried to buy a guitar before the shop shut down. This guitar was not cheap either, costing over 3,600. Although it hurt his wallet a bit, a craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he wants to do his work well. Since he had decided to earn his first pot of gold from songs, he naturally had to buy better tools. When Jai Chen returned to the dorm, it was not even 10 o'clock yet, so his roommates were all still full of energy. Especially Yun Chun, who upon seeing Jai Chen return immediately came up to greet him with a cheeky expression. "Old Jai, you are finally back. I missed you to death." Get lost, do not touch me." Looking at Yun Chun, who was prettier than a woman, acting so flirtatiously, Jai Chen could not help but get goosebumps all over. However, when Yun Chun got close to Jai Chen and was about to ask him something, he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance coming from Jai Chen's body. "Oh my god, old Jai, what is this scent on you? It smells so good, even better than Yi's." As Yun Chun spoke, he stuck his nose out and sniffed wildly at Jai Chen. Looking at Yun Chun sniffing wildly beside him, Jai Chen did not hesitate to give him an affectionate slap. "What scent? It is just the smell of body wash." Yun Chun covered his face, looking highly suspicious. "Bullshit, I use the exact same body wash as you. Confess, did you sneak out to pick up girls?" Hearing Yun Chun's words, the other guys in the dorm immediately swarmed over. "Oh my god, it is true. Although it is faint, it smells so good." "Old Jai, you are not being a bro. Are you secretly dating someone behind our backs? Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. All of you get lost. Even if I Jai Chen jumped down from the 7th floor, I would never date anyone." At this moment, Yin Hao, who is usually a man of few words, pushed his glasses up and suddenly spoke. "Actually, everyone can secrete a type of hormone, forming their own unique physiological scent. We normally call it body fragrance, and professionally it is known as pheromones or ectohormones. Male body scent is a variant of testosterone, while female body scent is related to estrogen. This aromatic scent released from the human body usually cannot be smelled by the person themselves. Only others can deeply perceive it, especially the opposite sex. When these scents mix with sweat and are secreted, the effect on the opposite sex is even more indescribable. Especially during the puberty stage, it becomes richer and more alluring, and the opposite sex feels it most obviously." At the end of his speech, Yin Hao pushed his glasses up again. "Therefore, according to my deduction, old Jai might have engaged in vigorous exercise with a girl going through puberty and got tainted with the girl's sweat, quite a lot of it too. That is why we can smell the lingering fragrance on him, and through a man's intuition, we can determine that this is not the smell of perfume or body wash, but rather the body scent of a young girl." As Yin Hao finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized and was extremely shocked. "Oh my god. Puberty. Vigorous exercise. Sweat, it is already like this, and you are telling me you are not dating." Looking at the deadpan Yin Hao and the others who were already letting their imaginations run wild, Jai Chen's mouth could not help but twitch. "This is so freaking. Even jumping into the Yellow River would not wash him clean. P.S. Everyone, my new book has officially been contracted. Thanks to all of you for supporting me these past few days. Thank you so much. It is the first day of the contract, so I am asking for some small gifts to celebrate." Under the repeated questioning of his roommates, Jai Chen still did not say a single word about what happened between him and Bai Linwen that night. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl. If word got out that she brought him back to her apartment, it would not be good for her reputation. The guys in the dorm could not get anything out of him, so they had to let it go for now. Anyway, they could always wait for the day Jai Chen slipped up. Then the group dragged each other along and went to the school bathhouse together. Because Jai Chen had important things to do, he showered exceptionally fast today and returned to the dorm alone in no time. He had to record a song before those guys came back, so he could post it on TikTok later. But what song should he sing today? Just as Jai Chen was hesitating, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his mind. Task triggered, officially publish your first singing short video about missing someone and get 2 million likes. Reward, obtain the Super Ultimate Learning Talent for Fighting Skills. Super Epiphany Talent for Fighting Skills. Possess an extraordinary ultimate learning talent for all fighting skills. Gasp. A learning talent for fighting skills. This is too much of a coincidence. He was just thinking about learning some self-defense skills, and unexpectedly, the system arranged an ultimate fighting learning talent for him. This made Jai Chen, who had just tasted the sweetness of the ultimate learning state, feel a surge of excitement. If the ultimate learning state previously rewarded by the system was about developing the brain, then this fighting talent was a dual development of both the brain and the body for fighting skills. Then when it comes to actually learning martial arts and fighting, it will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. However, the task required by the system this time was indeed a bit difficult. What kind of song about missing someone should he post to have a chance of getting 2 million likes on TikTok? At the very least, it had to be a highly popular song, and one suitable for guitar accompaniment. Fortunately, Jai Chen now possessed super memory, and he quickly found a suitable song from the song library in his mind, Miss You. Although this song was not as widely sung as other classic hits, it was very suitable for guitar accompaniment, and in his previous world its popularity was quite high. Having decided on the song to play and sing, Jai Chen quickly got his guitar ready, planning to record a faceless video of himself playing and singing. Stepping out onto the dorm balcony, Jai Chen found a clean and simple spot to use as the background. Wearing a clean and simple white shirt, he revealed his attractive, well-defined collarbones. He tuned the strings, cleared his throat, and settled his emotions, then started recording his performance. A lyrical guitar melody began to play. When love is left behind as ruins, carved into memories with hieroglyphs, missing you for centuries is what makes it unforgettable. Want to see you, only want to see you in the future and the past, I only want to see you. Traveling through thousands and millions of timelines, relying on each other in the sea of people. His naturally gifted, highly recognizable magnetic voice, along with his deeply affectionate singing style, made the entire song sound exceptionally gentle. The song also blended in some rap, adding layers to the music, which was vastly different from the traditional acoustic guitar style. Even Jai Chen himself could not help but feel a lingering aftertaste after finishing the song. After singing, Jai Chen seemed completely drawn into the song, inexplicably recalling that 10-year relationship from his past life that started on his sophomore campus. But in the end, he smiled with relief and said, "This is a song one created on a whim called Miss You, I hope you like it." Although it was a bit thick-skinned to say so, this world indeed did not have these songs, so he might as well reluctantly contribute to the rise of the entertainment industry in this world. Once the song was recorded, Jai Chen immediately registered a new TikTok account and uploaded the video. To ensure nothing went wrong and to get the 2 million TikTok likes, Jai Chen even spent heavily, topping up 5,000 yuan to buy a traffic boost. The system only said he needed to reach 2 million likes. It did not say he could not pay for promotion. System, I was too careless. Just as Jai Chen finished uploading the video, Yun Chun and the others swarmed back into the dorm. They greeted Jai Chen and continued the topic they were discussing before walking in. Yun Chun, old Jai, there is a girls' fashion show at Jiaotong University tomorrow afternoon. Do you want to go together and appreciate their beauty? I have already finished my drafts. Fan Zhu would absolutely not miss this rare chance to look at pretty girls. But tomorrow afternoon is Professor Bai's elective class, and I still want to see Professor Bai. Zhao Ran rubbed his chin, looking a bit conflicted. Zhao Qian threw an arm around his neck. Wake up, bro, no matter how much you like looking at Professor Bai, she will never be yours. You might as well go to Jiaotong University to see the girls, maybe you can bring back a girlfriend. Right, Yin Hao? Yin Hao pushed his glasses up, his face inexplicably slightly red. I am not going. Women will only affect my studying speed. Yun Chun, you are just freaking shy, ha ha ha. Yin Hao, please roll away. Yun Chun, why roll away? Jai Chen, Heazi is just politely telling you to get lost. Yun Chun, damn it, get lost my ass. Dog Heazi, offer up your butt to me, 1,000 years of death. After fooling around for a while, Jai Chen chatted with his goofy roommates, and they all fell asleep one by one. 11:30. A video of a heartbreakingly emotional love song was spreading across TikTok at a terrifying speed. In just a short hour, it had already gained nearly 200,000 likes, and the number was still climbing steadily. The comment section was even more extraordinarily lively. Oh my god, it sounds so good. What kind of heavenly voice is this? I've never even been in a relationship, but listening to this song actually gave me a feeling of heartache. Yeah, and the voice is so familiar, plus those seductive collarbones and well-defined fingers, listening to it made me all wet. Goodness, girls up there be a little more reserved. Though I cannot sing, I can help you solve your wetness problem. Tui get lost, smelly man. Exactly, filthy pervert. Yeah, shameless, but I really feel like this guy's voice is so familiar. Gasp, I remember now, his figure and voice are very similar to the guy who sang that man. Gasp, you cannot say they have nothing to do with each other, they are exactly the same. Mister, I finally found you. Wow, it really is him. I'm immediately following, commenting, and sharing all at once. Me too. Me too. Soon, Jai Chen's singing video was rapidly pushed to the top trending list by the netizens, and the messages asking for his contact info in his DMs exploded at a terrifying rate. Meanwhile, Beijing, Flying Bird Film and Television Culture Co. Limited. Even though it was already early morning, Jo Songwon sitting at his desk showed no intention of getting off work and going home. After nearly a year of hard work, the movie Miss You Across Time and Space, produced by their company, had finished filming and was nearing its release stage. Besides being personally directed by him, the male and female leads were both popular young stars heavily promoted by the company. Yi Yongkyung-si and Jo Dongyu. A movie filmed with such a heavyweight cast. The theme song definitely had to be the best and most suitable one. Unfortunately, among the songs in the music industry today, there was not a single one that Jo Songwon fancied. His movie was mainly about the male and female leads liking each other, and ultimately traveling through time and space to see each other. But the songs those assistants found for him, what kind of garbage were they? Thinking of this, Jo Songwon's head throbbed with a massive headache. Just as Jo Songwon was sighing heavily, his phone on the desk suddenly popped up with 2 messages. They were sent by his assistant Su Yue. Director Joe, I just found a song on TikTok that feels very suitable for the theme of our movie. I will send you the link right away, you have to listen to it. Below this message was a link. Seeing Su Yue's message, Jo Songwon immediately furrowed his brows. This Su Yue is really turning to any doctor in a panic. What good songs could there possibly be on TikTok? Even many gold medal composers in Beijing could not give him a satisfactory theme song, let alone these amateur little singers on TikTok. Although he did not hold out much hope, Jo Songwon still conveniently clicked on the link. After all, she had already sent it over, so he might as well reluctantly take a listen. However, when he opened the video and the clean, pure, lyrical, and richly layered melody of the acoustic guitar came out of the phone, Jo Songwon's expression instantly froze. This melody is quite interesting. Jo Songwon originally just wanted to give it a quick listen, but he did not expect the intro of this song to immediately pique his interest. His originally somewhat restless mood instantly settled down a lot, and he began to listen earnestly. When love is left behind as ruins, when love is left behind as ruins. Carved into memories using hieroglyphs. Missing you for centuries is what makes it unforgettable. If I could return to the Ice Age, how I would want to hold you tight and never let go. Your smile is so healing, awakening life itself. The scenery without you is like a wasteland. The lyrics were somewhat sad and regretful, and the emotional voice revealed a trace of hope and anticipation, which instantly sent a shiver down Jo Songwon's spine. It is too heartbreaking. But Jo Songwon was not afraid of heartbreaking content. On the contrary, what he wanted was exactly something that could tear at people's heartstrings. Only the more heartbreaking it is, the more it will move the audience. As long as it earns the audience's tears, why worry about not earning enough at the box office? At this moment, the light in Jo Songwon's eyes grew brighter and brighter. And as the song reached its climax, the overall rhythm of the whole song suddenly underwent a major change. The originally somewhat suppressed emotions were instantly released. In the video, the young man playing the guitar in a crisp white shirt. Facing the camera, the veins on his neck bulged prominently at this instant. His slightly raspy voice suddenly deepened with emotion at this moment. I want to see you, I only want to see you. I want to see you, I only want to see you. In the future and the past, I only want to see you. Crossing through thousands and tens of thousands of timelines and seas of people just to be with you. Exhausting all logic and scheming. To deduce the most difficult puzzle of love. Could it be that you are just like me? Waiting for the words I do. The originally straightforward lyrics coupled with the deeply emotional singing made people feel the loss and inner turmoil of wanting to see someone but being unable to. The sudden hope of being able to travel through time and space, and the imagination of meeting their beloved. At this moment, listening to the music continuously flowing into his ears, Jo Songwon was completely stunned. That feeling of extreme longing and unattainable love simply tore him apart completely. The song ended. It took Jo Songwon quite a while to pull himself out of the emotions of the song. He wiped his tears and directly clicked on the video user's profile picture. When he saw that the entire account only had one work and it was posted just tonight, he was visibly taken aback. It was actually sung by a newcomer. Then he looked at the account name, which was as simple as could be, Awake at the Tiger Hour. It was also a name he had never heard before. However, even if the other party seemed like a newcomer, it did not affect Jo Songwon's liking for him or his approval of this song in the slightest. Moreover, the style, mood, and even the lyrics of the entire song almost perfectly matched the theme of his movie. Next, Jo Songwon went back to the video viewing interface and was even more surprised to find that the original 520,000 likes had suddenly jumped to 540,000 in less than a minute. It was still past 1 in the morning, yet it could surge at such a terrifying speed, showing just how explosive this song would become in the next few days. By then, there would likely be many producers and directors rushing to buy the copyright of this song to capitalize on its popularity. Thinking of this, Jo Songwon did not hesitate and directly called his assistant Soo Yue. Once the call connected, Jo Songwon immediately said sternly, "Little Soo, contact this singer whose link you sent me right away. Get his phone number, I want this song." "Ah, Director Jo, you like this song too, but this young man seems to be asleep already." Soo Yue was a little surprised, then said weakly. With so many likes and comments on Douyin, the young man had not replied to a single one. She had already sent several private messages, but the other party still had not responded. "It is almost 1 am now, such a handsome young man must be sleeping already." Hearing Soo Yue's words, Jo Songwon looked at the time on his computer and could not help but frown. Soon he continued to tell her, "Then you must contact him as soon as possible tomorrow. I am afraid there will be even more film and television production companies wanting to buy this song by then. Some people might even throw money to tempt him just for the popularity, so we must be the first to contact him and secure the song." "Director Jo, you like this song this much?" It was Soo Yue's first time seeing Director Jo so enthusiastic about a work. "Stupid!" Jo Songwon scolded her with a smile. "Would I randomly arrange a song to be the theme song in my work just because I personally like it? If I can secure such an excellent song that perfectly fits the theme of this movie, I am confident it will bring in at least an extra 100 million at the box office." "Soo Yue, what on earth? A theme song could earn 100 million in box office? That is just absolutely terrifying. Stop dawdling, hurry up and contact the other assistants. You must get in touch with him before this young man wakes up tomorrow." Jo Songwon seemed a little anxious and urged. Okay, I will notify the others right away." Soo Yue nodded quickly, ended the call with Director Jo, and started calling her colleagues who, like her, had to work their lives away in the middle of the night waiting for the young man. Although it was already late at night, for the netizens who always scrolled through Douyin before bed, tonight was destined to be a night where they collectively went crazy and felt their ears were mesmerized because of one man. Many netizens were continuously going in and out of the account named Awake at the Tiger Hour, frantically liking the video. Among them were also producers, program directors, and music company managers who were shocked out of their beds. After all, this song that suddenly blew up on Douyin had almost surpassed the previous viral hit, That Man, in terms of quality, mood, and lyrics. Its popularity was still climbing at a terrifying speed, and they needed to be the first to contact the creator to buy the copyright or sign him to their music company and focus on developing him. Nowadays in the Xia Kingdom's music industry, singers with such talent and brilliance were truly too rare. Soon, the night passed. As soon as Jai Chen opened his eyes, the system's notification sound rang in his mind. "Congratulations to the host. You have completed the task of reaching 2 million video likes, rewarding the ultimate learning talent for fighting skills." "I got it." Hearing the system's voice, Jai Chen's spirit instantly lifted, and he sat straight up from the bed. When he had no classes in the afternoon, he would go to the school's martial arts club to sign up and experience this ultimate learning talent skill. Before getting out of bed, Jai Chen picked up his phone and opened Douyin to take a look. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not help but be startled. In just one night, the likes on his video had actually reached 2.1 million. The comment section was exceptionally lively. "The young man sings so beautifully, finger hearts. You sing so beautifully just to please me, right? I am blushing. I am 60 this year and I have more money at home than I can count. Could you please come to my house to sing a few songs and help me count my money along the way? If you need it, I can give you a portion. I have nothing, only a registered residence in Cao County," I say with an innocent look. "Would you like to consider me for a bit?" "Oh my god, a rich lady from Cao County has been spotted here." Looking at the top comments, Jai Chen simply did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even though this world lacked entertainment, it definitely was not short of funny netizens. Then Jai Chen opened the backend and checked his private messages. Aside from some meaningless messages from girls asking to add his WeChat, Jai Chen was surprised to find that there were also many private messages sent by official film and television drama accounts. "Hello creator, I am the producer of The Legend of Change. Our producer thinks your song perfectly fits the theme of our TV series and is willing to buy the full copyright of this song at a high price. Hello, creator. I am the assistant director for the movie The Origins of Werewolf, our director. I am from You's Travel Diary. I am from Supreme Divine Lord Anime. The further Jai Chen read the private messages, the darker his face became. Just looking at the lineups and titles, he knew most of them were terrible movies. Although his original intention was to sell the copyright and make some money, he did not want his good song to be buried in those trashy dramas. However, after scrolling down for a while, Jai Chen soon spotted 2 movie titles that made his eyes light up. P.S. Dear readers, although the book is signed, it is not a popular genre, so it is mostly you loyal readers supporting it. Because of this, it will be quite quiet before the test at 100,000 words. You guys must interact more with me so I can see your little hands. If you have read this far, please leave a 5-star review. Just 43 more 5-star reviews and I can release a bonus chapter. The gifts have already reached 38, just $12 more and I can add another chapter. Go for it! Although these 2 movies had some slight differences from what Jai Chen remembered. But just by looking at the cast and the director, Jai Chen could tell that these 2 movies would probably make quite a splash at the upcoming box office. The first of these movies was directed by Peng Wulan, starring popular actress Liu Yifei and hit idol Wu Yifan, along with actor Jin Shijia, who recently shot to fame because of an anti-crime movie, and some equally well-known actresses. It was called So You Are Still Here. The producers of this movie who contacted Jai Chen were also very smart. They revealed the starring cast right in the private message, which was indeed very tempting. Actors like Liu Yifei, Wu Yifan, Jin Shijia, and Li Qin were all familiar names to Jai Chen. With their own traffic alone, the box office would not be low. And the second movie he had his eye on also had an impressive cast. It featured the young idol Yang Qingxi, who would soon conquer audiences with his solid acting skills, and the equally talented youth actress Zhou Dongyu. The movie was called Crossing Time and Space to See You. Jai Chen had a very deep impression of Yang Qingxi and Zhou Dongyu. In his original world, by this time, the 2 of them had already secured a place in the film industry. But in this world, this was Yang Qingxi's first movie transitioning from a singer to an actor. However, with his abilities, it was highly likely that he would start to blow up in popularity with this movie and embark on the path of a skilled actor. Jai Chen thought both movies were pretty good, but he only had 1 song available for a theme song right now. So he planned to get a deeper understanding from the producers of both movies before making a decision. Therefore, he quickly replied to both of them, asking them to add his WeChat to communicate. Fortunately, he only had 1 class this morning, so Jai Chen had plenty of time to deal with the song copyright matters. The others in the dorm also gradually got up. Yun Chun greeted Jai Chen and voluntarily went out to bring him breakfast. While Jai Chen was greeting his roommates, one of the representatives from the 2 film and television projects he contacted replied to his message very quickly. This person was none other than Chen Hai, the producer of the movie So You Are Still Here. Soon, the 2 added each other on WeChat, and the other party immediately asked for Jai Chen's phone number and called him. As the call connected, a man's voice came through. Hello, I am Chen Hai, the person in charge of So You Are Still Here. The one who contacted you before was my assistant, and now I will personally discuss the collaboration with you. Yes, hello, my name is Jai Chen. Jai as in season and Chen as in morning. Alright, Mr. Jai, our company is very interested in the song Someday or One Day that you posted on TikTok yesterday. I wonder how much you would be willing to sell it to us for. Do not worry, just name your price. Our company can show the utmost sincerity in purchasing it from you. Hearing the other party's words, Jai Chen did not think for too long and said directly, I want to first understand the script of your movie or the filmed results. I want to see how well it fits the style of my song. Although the other party sounded like money was no object right from the start, Jai Chen would not casually sell his work just because of these temptations. At the very least, he had to carefully consider the script to see if it suited the style of his song and how the plot was. Even though Wu Yifan and Liu Yifei could bring a lot of traffic, if the script was bad and the acting was poor, the possibility of it becoming a terrible movie was very high. After Jai Chen made this request, the other end of the phone was noticeably quiet for quite a while. Chen Hai absolutely did not expect that Jai Chen, a newcomer, would actually make such a request. He had already contacted him. Would he still think his song and the movie's theme did not match well enough? Although they indeed did not match perfectly, with the rapidly exploding popularity of this song, using it as the movie's theme song would definitely bring more heat and attention. You have to know, a TikTok video with over 2 million likes probably already has 50 or 60 million views. And the popularity of this video is still only going up, not down. Thinking of this, although Chen Hai was somewhat dissatisfied with Jai Chen's request, he still patiently said, Sir, I do not think you need to know so much about this. Our director really likes your song. Just tell us how much and sell it to us. Moreover, our director is very confident in the movie's script and the filmed results, and you have seen the cast as well. If you sell the copyright to us, not only will you make a sum of money, but you will also gain a lot of fame. It can be said to be a true win-win for both fame and fortune. Even though Chen Hai emphasized the benefits of letting his company acquire the copyright, Jai Chen showed no sign of wavering. He smiled and said, "If you are not willing to show me the script and the filmed results, then I am sorry, I will not sell the copyright of this song to you either." Hearing Jai Chen's words, Chen Hai on the other end of the phone could not help but feel a little surprised. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are not you even going to ask how much we are willing to pay you? Could it be that this kid does not know how much a movie-themed song can sell for? Since we cannot even agree on the first step, I am not interested in how much it can sell for." If he did not have enough understanding of the quality and genre of this movie, and just sold the song's copyright, whether it was the song not fitting the movie's theme or the movie flopping, it would be of no benefit to Jai Chen, and his intention was not just a simple buyout anyway. When it came to fighting for his own interests, he naturally had to look at the long term. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, the corners of Chen Hai's mouth had begun to twitch. He was a dignified producer of a famous major film and television company in Jingdu, creating such a heavyweight movie with a strong cast and a Hall of Fame level director. Taking the initiative to contact Jai Chen, the kid should feel very honored. Young people nowadays just get carried away too easily. Having one hit song, does he really think he is some gold medal composer? Angry as he was, when Chen Hai thought about the heat and benefits Jai Chen's song could bring to their movie, he continued calmly. "Mr. Jai, you should still be a student, right? I will not beat around the bush. 1.5 million, you sell the entire copyright of this song to us." Chen Hai was very confident. An ordinary student like Jai Chen had probably never seen so much money in his life. 1.5 million could at least save him a dozen years of hard work in the future. However, when he heard the reply from the other end of the phone, the confident look on his face instantly froze. "I am sorry, I will not sell the copyright of this song directly through a buyout like this. I prefer a revenue-sharing model, and if I do not have a deep understanding of the collaboration project, I will not agree either." Hearing Jai Chen's words, the corners of Chen Hai's eyes immediately twitched wildly. He even doubted if there was something wrong with his ears. Refusing a buyout and asking for revenue sharing. And he is only willing to collaborate if he finds the script satisfactory. This kid, too arrogant. Although he was cursing a million times in his heart, Chen Hai still tried his best to restrain himself. "Mr. Jai, I do not think any film and television company would allow you to make so many unreasonable demands. You should reconsider my offer." For a newcomer like Jai Chen, he should have unconditionally attached himself to and agreed to their company's demands. It was absolutely impossible for them to negotiate terms with a newcomer over a movie's theme song. To Chen Hai's words, Jai Chen just replied indifferently, "In that case, there is no need for us to continue talking." Since the other party was not willing, he did not mind considering other film and television companies. "It's all right, goodbye." "Goodbye." The call ended, and Chen Hai in the office directly slammed the phone in his hand hard onto the desk. He tugged hard at his tie, glanced at the phone on the desk again. HMPH. What an arrogant brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If there really was a company that would agree to Jai Chen's demands, he Chen Hai would write his name upside down. On the other side, Jai Chen had just finished the call with Chen Hai and went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. After a short while, another pinned chat box in his TikTok private messages also flashed a message. "Mr. I am sorry, I am so sorry. I waited for your private message all night yesterday and accidentally fell asleep just now. I will add you right away, right away. P.S. Guys, you are too awesome." In the afternoon, the gifts shot up from 38 to 97, so Fanjuo is only 3 away from having to add 2 more chapters. There are 96 ratings now, just 33 more for a bonus chapter. Say no more, I'm going to roll back to typing and adding chapters. I might not finish typing until 3 or 4 in the middle of the night, but I will definitely add the chapters. I keep my word. Thanks again for your support, guys. After Jai Chen finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, the first thing he did upon opening his phone was to check his private messages and get in touch with Su Yue. The moment he made contact, Jai Chen expressed his interest in understanding the script and the content of the film. Compared to the evasiveness of the previous film company, this one was very straightforward, agreeing immediately and sending the script and film clips to Jai Chen. He immediately activated his ultimate learning state to read through the script. He was very satisfied with the plot design, and both the main storyline and the narrative fit his song, "See You Again," perfectly. After finishing the script, Jai Chen took advantage of his breakfast time to spend about half an hour watching the romantic scenes featuring the 2 leads, Yi Yonkyungsi and Zhou Dongyu. And indeed, the performances of Yi Yonkyungsi and Zhou Dongyu in the film did not disappoint him. After careful consideration, Jai Chen contacted Su Yue again to express his agreement to collaborate, but with one condition. He wanted a revenue share instead of a buyout. "Oh, this, I cannot make that decision. Could you wait for me a moment? I need to ask Director Zhou." Upon hearing Jai Chen's request, Su Yue was so shocked she was almost speechless. "This young man, he is so bold." Hearing Su Yue's words, Jai Chen smiled and said, "All right, I will wait for your reply." Okay. After ending the call, Jai Chen noticed Yun Chuan standing nearby, looking completely confused. Old Jai, what are you doing? What revenue share? Yun Chuan felt that Jai Chen had been acting a bit strange over the last 2 days. I will tell you once it is settled. I need to look up something right now. Hey, tell me. Shut up. Helpless, Yun Chuan could only make a zipping motion across his lips. Jai Chen sat down at his desk and opened a browser on his laptop. Although he had asked for a revenue share, he did not know much about the film industry, so he took the time to calculate the investment and profit models of a movie. If it were the old him, it might have taken a long time to research. But with his ultimate learning state activated, a few minutes would be enough. Kyoto. Guoshi Pictures. Jo Songwon, who had been overjoyed to learn that Jai Chen was willing to sell the copyright to the company, saw his smile freeze within 2 minutes after hearing his assistant's follow-up, and he could not sit still anymore. What, this kid actually wants a revenue share? Impossible. Jo Songwon's expression changed drastically, and he said sternly, even the top composers in Kyoto would not dare make such a demand. 2 million is the absolute limit for a theme song. What revenue share? Seeing Jo Songwon's reaction, Su Yue instinctively shrank her neck. She took a couple of steps back before whispering, young man, Mr. Jai Chen said exactly that. He only wants to sign for a revenue share. Hearing Su Yue's words, Jo Songwon looked at the young girl in front of him and sighed, his eyes filled with a sense of disappointment. As expected, this girl is too young and lacks assertiveness, which is why she was completely controlled by the other party. However, Jo Songwon was very tempted by the copyright of that song. And if they did not buy it, there were plenty of other companies fighting to buy it. After all, the song was already incredibly popular on Douyin. Behind his desk, Jo Songwon pondered for a few minutes before looking at Su Yue and saying, give me his contact information. I will talk to him myself. Regardless, the other party's request was too outrageous, and he felt it was necessary to talk to him personally. Hearing her boss's words, Su Yue frowned slightly but nodded, saying, all right, Director Joe, I will give it to you right away. Before long, Jo Songwon got Jai Chen's phone number and called him. In the dormitory, Jai Chen had just finished organizing his materials when his phone, resting on the table, began to ring. I need to take a call. After signaling to Yun Chuan, Jai Chen swiped to answer the phone. Jai Chen, right? Hello, I am Jo Songwon, a director at Guoshi Pictures. Since he wanted to buy the copyright from Jai Chen, Jo Songwon's tone was unusually polite. Hello, I am very glad that my work has caught your attention. Jai Chen also greeted him with a smile. After all, this big director was calling to send him money. Soon after some polite exchanges, the two got straight to the point. Zio Jai, I am actually calling to ask you, are you sure you want to sign a revenue share agreement with our company? If you consider a buyout, I can offer you a price 60% higher than the market rate. Hearing Jo Songwon's words, Jai Chen smiled and said firmly, Director Joe, I have made up my mind. If we sign, it will be for a revenue share. Jo Songwon did not give up, trying to persuade him, if you sign a buyout, you can get 2.1 million immediately. If you sign for a revenue share and this movie loses money after its release, you might not get a single cent. Director Joe, you do not need to worry about that, it is my own choice. Jai Chen remained firm. Jo Songwon wanted to say something more but could not find the words. After all, the other party had already made his stance clear. After a brief silence, Jo Songwon asked, how much are you asking for? Not much, 5 of the film's revenue will do, Jai Chen replied. This share percentage was something he had calculated, and it was very reasonable for both him and Guoshi Pictures. Suppose the movie grosses 1 billion. After taxes and various deductions, about 910 million would remain. Of the remaining 910 million, the cinemas would take about half. That would leave a little over 400 million. Subtracting the production and promotion costs of 50 million from that 400 million. Then his song would earn him about 20 million. However, this calculation was based on a 1 billion box office. Jai Chen also analyzed the market feedback from major cinema platforms regarding the film traveling through time to see you. The major platforms predicted a final box office of only 200 million for this film. Although this prediction had a lot of variables, when calculated this way, Jai Chen's requested price did not seem so outrageous. After hearing Jai Chen's request and thinking it over, Jo Songwon suddenly felt less annoyed. He had thought this kid would be greedy and ask for 20% or 30% of the box office revenue. If that were the case, no matter how much he liked the song, he would have had to let it go. Jo Songwon did not take long to consider before nodding. Zio Jai, let us do it as you said. I will have the contract prepared as soon as possible so we can sign. Jai Chen laughed readily. All right, it is settled then. I believe this film will have a great performance. Combining his memories from his past life with his own personal analysis and calculations, Jai Chen was confident that this movie could gross 500 million. On the other end of the line, Jo Songwon chuckled and said, Kid, I will not lie to you. This is my first time trying this style, and it is also Zio's first time transitioning. The risks are high. If it loses money, do not come crying to me. Jo Songwon was not trying to scare Jai Chen. This was his first attempt at such an artistic film. Many directors had tried it before, but most did not make much at the box office, with the highest grossing one only breaking 500 million. However, with Jai Chen's perfect theme song, Jo Songwon was confident that even if the prediction was only 200 million, he could push it to 300 million. Overall, it would still be more profitable than not buying Jai Chen's copyright. Finally, the two, now in total agreement, made the decision. After ending the call, Jo Songwon immediately instructed Su Yue, Zio Su, draft a revenue share contract immediately. I want to sign with Zio Jai as soon as possible. Hearing her boss's instructions, Su Yue looked a bit surprised, stuck out her tongue and said, Director Joe, did not you just say you would not agree to a revenue share? Su Yue still remembered the disappointed look her boss gave her earlier, and how he had made the call so aggressively. The smiling Jo Songwon realized what happened the moment Su Yue pointed it out. That is right. He had originally gone to negotiate a buyout. How did it end up being a revenue share? Thinking of this, Jo Songwon felt a bit embarrassed. He did not expect that at his age, he would be outmaneuvered by a young kid. Jai Chen finished handling the song copyright matters, and then went to the classroom with Yun Chun to attend class. In the afternoon, the two of them went to the school's martial arts club to sign up. And luckily, next week a combat instructor will join the martial arts club. I heard he is even the champion of the previous Huaxia combat competition. Jai Chen absolutely never expected that such an awesome figure would actually come to a university to serve as a club instructor. But no matter how you look at it, he definitely scored big this time. If he could get personal training from a professional-level combat champion, combined with his ultimate martial arts learning talent, he figured it would not take long for him to achieve significant results in combat as well. Feeling pretty sweet. And Yun Chun, who had nothing better to do, also signed up along with him. He also planned to learn some kung fu, otherwise anyone in the dorm could easily push him over, which would be too humiliating. After the two finished signing up at the club, filled out some forms and got to know the ins and outs of the club, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. It was almost time for their elective class, so there was no way they could practice today. So the two walked out of the club, returned to their dorm, and grabbed the things they needed for class. And Jai Chen also remembered that he had not shown Bai Lianwen the 500 copies of the lesson plan for inspection, so he brought them along to the classroom. The number of people attending the elective class today was as huge as always. Even though there were pretty girls performing at the neighboring school, Bai Lianwen's elective class was still packed. After class started, when everyone saw that breathtakingly graceful figure walk into the classroom, they instantly felt what a correct choice it was not to go see the pretty girls at the neighboring school. A pure white long dress revealed the young woman's long, slender, jade-like white legs. Her seaweed-like long hair cascaded down naturally, making her already snow-like skin look even more fair and delicate. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as the sea, with a straight, elegant nose and pale red lips. Even though it was just a simple outfit, she was still so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off her. Even Jai Chen, sitting in his seat, could not help but zone out slightly when he saw the young woman's figure on the podium. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Bai Lianwen looked much more beautiful today than usual. Just as this thought popped into Jai Chen's mind, Yun Chun beside him also whispered in amazement, Old Jai, did you notice that Professor Bai seems to have dressed up today? She never let her hair down in class before, and this is the first time she's wearing a dress to class, right? Hearing Yun Chun's words, Jai Chen also suddenly realized it. No wonder he also felt that there was something different about this little girl today. Reminded by Yun Chun, he found that it was indeed the case. But before Jai Chen could speak, Yun Chun stroked his chin and pondered, Professor Bai's behavior today is a bit unusual. She never dressed up this beautifully for class before. Could it be she is someone she likes? Thinking of this, Yun Chun suddenly remembered that when Bai Lianwen first walked into the classroom, she glanced in his direction. He instantly had an epiphany, falling for one of the 3 great illusions of life. Oh my god, could Professor Bai have fallen for me? Jai Chen was speechless. Looking at Yun Chun beside him, who looked shocked yet wildly secretly delighted, Jai Chen was simply at a loss for words. This guy was way too narcissistic. She just changed her style for class. Was there a need to overthink it like this? Besides, a girl like Bai Lianwen, who clearly seemed immune to any advances, how could she possibly like a man? Bai Lianwen on the podium had already started calling the roll. Yun Chun, here. In his seat, Yun Chun saw that Bai Lianwen seemed to glance his way again while calling the roll, making him even more excited. In the past, when Professor Bai called the roll, she never looked up at anyone. Old Jai, Professor Bai looked at me again. Jai Sanda remained speechless. Bai Lianwen finished the roll call and started the class. But her mind was a bit of a mess. She did not know what was wrong with her today, but she could not help wanting to look over at Jai Chen's side. And she also felt that the way Jai Chen looked at her today seemed a bit different from before. He would not misunderstand and think she dressed so nicely today specifically for him to see, would he? She just suddenly wanted to wear a dress today and suddenly wanted to let her hair down. She definitely did not dress up specifically for him. Although she was wildly imagining Jai Chen's little thoughts about her in her head, as a genius girl, Bai Lianwen could still maintain clear logic and natural composure during class, explaining the topics to the students in the simplest and most understandable way, displaying her multitasking skills to the fullest. And Jai Chen did not waste this good opportunity either. He kept his ultimate learning stayed on for the entire class, and his eyes never left the figure of the girl on the podium. In his eyes, there was only learning. Alright, that is it for today's class. Please finish the assignment I just gave you as soon as possible and send it to my email. Class dismissed. Okay, Professor, I will definitely finish it as soon as possible. Me too, I can finish it tonight. I will start working on it as soon as I get back. Hearing Bai Lianwen's instructions, the many male students and the few female students in the classroom quickly nodded and responded enthusiastically, including Yun Chun beside Jai Chen. Faced with the enthusiastic students, Bai Lianwen just nodded faintly. After packing up the lesson plans on the podium, she stepped out of the classroom with her long, beautiful legs. Jai Chen was also about to leave with Yun Chun, but after standing up, he realized he had not given his lesson plans to Bai Lianwen for inspection yet. Thinking of this, Jai Chen called out to Yun Chun, grabbed the lesson plans from the desk, and hurried out of the classroom. In the corridor, Bai Lianwen was holding her lesson plans, preparing to return to her office. Her graceful figure drew the attention of many passing students. Even after she walked away, they still looked at her back with envy and whispered among themselves. Professor Bai is even prettier today, I love it so much. She looks so ethereal, even as a girl my heart is fluttering. Not bad at all, if my girlfriend was this type I would not even leave the house. Damn, Yuan Kai, what the hell did you just say? Gasp, babe, why are you here? I did not even see you just now. Go to hell. Jai Chen had already rushed out of the classroom into the corridor. Seeing Bai Lianwen's figure, he took big strides to catch up with her. Professor Bai, wait a moment. Hearing the familiar voice from behind, the latter subconsciously stopped in her tracks, and her heartbeat inexplicably sped up a bit. Darn it. Besides, class is over, what does this guy want with her now? Although her heart had already started to become a bit unsettled, Bai Lianwen paused slightly for a few seconds, then slowly turned around, raised her eyes, and instantly met Jai Chen's smiling eyes. The young man stood against the light, his features delicate and handsome. In his clear eyes, her figure was completely reflected. Bai Lianwen's heart inevitably gave a fierce tremble. The various interactions between them over the past few days resurfaced in her mind, and two blushes rose on her cheeks. She still tried her best to ask calmly, is there something you need? Jai Chen was just about to open his mouth to tell Bai Lianwen about the lesson plans, but his gaze suddenly fell on the girl's hair. As someone with mild OCD, Jai Chen did not even think about it and reached his hand straight toward Bai Lianwen. Feeling Jai Chen's movement, Bai Lianwen instinctively wanted to take a step back, and a trace of panic flashed in her originally cold and beautiful eyes. What is this guy trying to do? He could not be audacious enough to try and win her over with some head-patting move from a TV drama, could he? Or pull her into his arms and give her a passionate and affectionate confession. Although she appeared to be a mature woman on the outside, when Bai Lianwen had free time, she would actually watch some romantic soap operas that little girls super loved to pass the time. So the moment she saw Jai Chen's action, her little head instantly imagined many blush-inducing and heart-pounding scenes. But thinking is one thing, there are so many students watching here right now. If he were to confess or something, the school would go crazy. Just as the little deer in Bai Lianwen's heart started to wildly overthink, even escalating to wondering if she should quickly give him a shoulder throw to stop his impulsive behavior. Jai Chen's hand had already landed on her head. Then he gently picked off a fallen leaf that had landed in her hair, waved it in front of her eyes, and smiled. It was windy just now, a leaf blew into your hair. Bai Lianwen was speechless. He was just picking off a leaf. She actually thought, if you have something to say it quickly, I am busy. After reacting, Bai Lianwen feigned coldness again. But for some reason, her mood suddenly was not very good anymore. Jai Chen looked at the little girl in front of him acting like a strict little professor, immediately put on a serious face, and handed the lesson plans in his hand to her. Professor, you forgot. You have not checked the 500 copies of the lesson plan you asked me to copy. It's all right, I will take them back to check now. With that, Bai Lianwen reached out her small hand, snatched the lesson plans from Jai Chen's hand, turned around and stomped away. Jai Chen looked at the girl's back as she strode away, a bit confused. He did not know if he was having an illusion, but he felt like this girl was angry. The problem was he did not even provoke her. Even when he picked the leaf off her head just now, he tried his best not to touch a single strand of her hair. Why did she suddenly get angry? Sure enough, women are fickle regardless of their age. After delivering the lesson plans, Jai Chen went to the cafeteria for a meal and returned to the dorm alone. It just so happened that Guoshi Pictures had contacted him that afternoon, so he went back to discuss the contract signing. Yun Chun, who was usually inseparable from him, also returned to reality from his sweet dreams and obediently followed Li Yi to drink milk tea and chat. When Jai Chen returned to the dorm, the only person there was Fan Zhuo, who was still typing desperately at his computer desk. "Zhuozi, is your book blowing up? I have seen you typing all day." Jaisu walked to his own desk, pulled out his chair, and casually asked Fan Zhuo. The latter's hands, which had been clacking away at the keyboard, suddenly paused. A hint of bitterness appeared on his somewhat handsome face as he said gloomily, "Do not mention it. The book just took off, but I went a bit too far with the steamy scenes, and the editor ordered me to revise the previous chapters." Hearing Fan Zhuo's words, Jai Chen was a bit surprised. "Zhuozi, your driving skills are not up to par. You actually crashed." "You even noticed that?" Fan Zhuo was about to cry. Jai Chen smiled meaningfully. A true veteran driver would not crash even if they were driving a rocket. Jai Chen remembered that in his previous life, the popular novels he read were full of non-stop speeding, making people unable to stop reading. Reading too much would even leave people malnourished, yet they could still get a green light all the way to millions of words. So Fan Zhuo's driving skills must definitely not be good enough. It seemed that when he had time later, he might as well pass on some experience to Zhuozi. It just so happened that he now had a super memory. As long as he casually thought about those steamy scenes, thousands of them would instantly pop up. However, he did not have much time right now. He had to first busy himself with signing the contract for the theme song. After comforting Fan Zhuo with a few words, Jai Chen opened his laptop, found the contract sent by Guoshi Pictures in his email inbox, and started browsing through it. Before long, Jai Chen finished reading the contract. There was no difference from what he had previously discussed with Zhou Songwen. Then he contacted the other party directly. After confirming his identity, he completed the online electronic signing, which was convenient and fast. After all, in 2 days, which was Saturday, the movie would officially premiere. The theme song had to be edited into the movie as soon as possible, and signing online could save a lot of time. After signing the contract, he just needed to wait for the movie to premiere and then sit back and wait for the profits. Nighttime. The lights in the dorm had already been turned off, and Jai Chen was also getting ready to rest. After all, he had a full day of classes tomorrow, so he needed to get enough rest. Right before going to sleep, just as Jai Chen was about to put down his phone, 2 messages suddenly popped up in a WeChat chat box. They were from Su Yue of Guoshi Pictures. "Mr. Jai Chen, our movie will premiere at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. Director Zhou asked me to book 6 tickets at DreamWorks, the cinema closest to Jiangnan University, as a gift for you. If you have time, then you can bring your friends along to support us. The e-ticket information will probably be sent to your phone in a bit. Please remember to check it." Sure enough, before Jai Chen could even reply to Su Yue's message, he received a text message on his phone containing the redemption codes for the movie tickets. Seeing the message in his phone, Jai Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, he was not very interested in this kind of romance art film right now. Even the 2 love songs he sang before were tasks assigned by the system. Therefore, he did not plan to go see this movie either. But since the other party had already bought them, he would just give them to whoever in the dorm needed them when the time came. However, right at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out in Jai Chen's mind. Task triggered: watch a movie with any girl within 3 days and promptly hand her a tissue when she sheds tears. Reward: God-level fashion designer skill. God-level fashion designer. Proficient in all professional knowledge of a fashion designer, possessing extraordinary design talent and creativity for clothing. God-level fashion designer skill. It sounded pretty good. But what the hell was watching a movie with a girl and handing her tissues? The essence of this system was probably a simp. Although he really wanted to directly refuse this unreasonable task from the system, Jai Chen had a second thought. He could not just waste such a good skill and not fight for it. After all, it was a god-level fashion designer skill. Maybe he could really rely on this to make a little more money in the future. However, he definitely could not manage to ask a girl out to the cinema within 3 days. After all, if he asked someone to go see a movie, would not the intention be obvious enough? If he flirted with someone and did not take responsibility after getting the reward, how would that be any different from a scumbag? Thinking of this, Jai Chen thought of another detail in the system task. As long as he watched a movie in the cinema with any girl and handed over a tissue when she cried. This meant that he did not have to specifically ask a girl out. He just needed to watch a tear-jerking movie in a cinema with girls in it, and then randomly find a girl who was moved to tears and hand her a tissue. Thinking about it this way, the task did not seem too difficult anymore. As for a tear-jerking movie, not to mention anything else, the one he just collaborated on, Crossing Time and Space to See You, had plenty of tear-jerking moments. Moreover, his theme song was quite angsty, which should be able to make quite a few girls with low tear points cry. Thinking of this, Jai Chen suddenly felt enlightened, and he immediately replied to Su Yue with a thank you sticker. Then he said to the people in the dorm who had not completely fallen asleep yet, "You flirts, let us go watch a movie the night after tomorrow. I happen to have movie tickets here, the kind of movie that tons of girls love to watch." Originally, the group had no interest when they heard Jai Chen's opening words, but upon hearing the words tons of girls, they instantly got excited. Yun Chun, such a good movie, I definitely have to go. Fan Zhuo, who had just lain back in bed, got up again. Anzi, you are so damn fake. Jai Chen has not even said what movie it is, and you are already saying it is good. Yin Hao was pondering how to agree to Jai Chen so that it would not seem like he was specifically going to see girls, when he suddenly saw a dark figure coming down from the upper bunk. Zhuozi, did not you just lie down in bed? Why are you up again? Zhao Ran, ha, he must be so excited about going to see pretty girls that he cannot sleep. Fan Zhu came to his desk and opened his laptop. Am I that kind of person? I just want to stockpile some drafts in advance so I can go see girls. Oh no, see a movie with old Jai on Saturday. Zhao Kaiyan, a bunch of hypocritical men, I look down on you. Old Jai, I have a part-time job on Saturday, so I wanted to ask what time it starts so I can ask for leave and rush over on time to see girls. Oh no, see the movie. Jai Chen, 8 o'clock at night. Do not you guys stand me up when the time comes. No problem. Definitely on time. We are the most enthusiastic about things like watching movies, do not worry. Teacher's apartment. Although it was already approaching late night, Bai Lianwen had no sleepiness at this moment. Because the moment she closed her eyes, her mind was full of Jai Chen's face. She could not sleep well at all. Human thinking is sometimes very strange. When you control yourself not to think about someone, that person's figure just keeps floating in your mind, lingering on. It is like when someone tells you, do not think about an elephant in your head right now. Then what you're thinking about in your head will definitely be an elephant. And this feeling of being unable to control herself was a first for Bai Lianwen in her 18 years. Just as she was tossing and turning in bed unable to sleep, the phone on the nightstand suddenly vibrated twice. Her fair little hand brought the phone in front of her and her beautiful eyes glanced at the message on the phone. It was from Lin Qingya. Wanwen, come watch a movie with me on Saturday. I have already bought the movie tickets. Although Lin Qingya was occasionally not very serious in front of Bai Lianwen, she was also an out-and-out artistic young woman. Seeing her message, Bai Lianwen could instantly guess that some new art film must have premiered recently, and the very angsty kind at that. Although Bai Lianwen was not very interested in this kind of film, she happened to be a bit restless these past few days because of this student Jai Chen, and felt that watching a movie to distract herself would be fine. Thinking of this, Bai Lianwen directly replied with an okay to the other party. Tossing the phone aside, her perfect and graceful body sank into the soft, large bed again, continuing to force herself to sleep. And then, that handsome and delicate face floated into her mind again. Damn it. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. 7:30 p.m. The ticket counter. Jai Chen was picking up the tickets at the self-service ticket machine, while Yun Chun and the others looked at the couples in pairs in front of them, falling into a brief moment of deep thought. Where are the girls? Where are the girls? What happened to the single girls you promised? I suddenly want to go back and play basketball. I suddenly want to go back and write. I suddenly want to go back and continue working my part-time job. I did not expect old Jai to fool us too. Because it was very close to Jiangnan University, usually those who came to watch movies at this time were young couples deeply in love. And today was Saturday, so after the movie they could easily get a small hotel room, do some other things and deepen their relationship. So now Jai Chen, Yun Chun, and their group became the most eye-catching presence in the movie theater today, which was something Jai Chen had never expected. Right at that moment, Yin Hao, who is always the most silent among them, accidentally caught a glimpse of two beautiful figures in the crowd, walking straight toward the ticket counter. With just a slight glance from the corner of his eye, that graceful figure and aura instantly made his heart skip a beat. He turned to look, and the moment he saw who it was clearly, he was immediately stunned. Is that Professor Bai? Where, oh my god? Yun Chun muttered, following Yin Hao's gaze to see the two beautiful figures walking toward them, and his eyes widened. Especially when he saw that familiar, stunning face and her completely refreshing clothing style today, he was absolutely shocked. In the crowd, a breathtakingly beautiful girl with her long hair naturally draped over her shoulders, wearing a light pink slim-fit t-shirt and a pleated skirt, was linking arms with another equally good-looking girl. With her long, fair legs, she was walking toward the ticket counter. Her gorgeous face, with a faint pink blush on her snow-white skin, along with her graceful posture and youthful vibe, made her look exactly like a perfect girl stepping out of a manga. It drew the attention of passers-by all around, leaving them staring in a daze. The guys next to Yun Chun simultaneously shifted their gazes and fixed them on the girl and the woman beside her, their eyes wide open. Oh my god, is that really Professor Bai, and who is the pretty girl next to her? Oh my god, it is Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, the pretty girl next to Professor Bai. Yes, our campus doctor. She was the one who treated me the last few times I got injured playing basketball, Zhao Ran said, keeping his eyes glued to the two girls walking toward them. Yun Chun looked at the girl whose beauty was only slightly inferior to Bai Lianwen's, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and looked at Zhao Ran. No fucking wonder you went to the infirmary 3 times in 5 days last week. It turns out the campus doctor is this gorgeous. Yin Hao pushed his glasses up, his face slightly red. She is indeed quite pretty, but the girl next to her, is she really Professor Bai? I think so. Even though she is dressed in such a youthful and girly way, her face is still ice cold. I love it. Me too. Me too. While they were seriously whispering among themselves, Bai Lianwen and Lin Qingya also noticed them. Seeing the 2 girls looking their way, Yun Chun and the group quickly took the initiative to step forward. Professor Bai, Dr. Lin, good evening. Are you guys here to watch a movie too? Good evening, Professor Bai. I have already finished the homework you assigned. Dr. Lin, my knee is feeling much better too. Thank you for treating it so promptly. The guys chimed in one by one, greeting the 2 of them with great enthusiasm and initiative. Faced with the guys suddenly approaching them, Bai Lianwen and Lin Qingya were visibly taken aback for a brief moment, but they quickly recovered and immediately gave them a polite nod. After all, there were too many boys swarming around them, and they had just started working at the university. Even with the best memory, they could not possibly recognize every student they had interacted with at first glance. Even though Lin Qingya had almost no impression of the boys calling her Dr. Lin, she still smiled and asked, "Are you guys all here to watch a movie together?" Hearing Lin Qingya's words, the guys quickly nodded. That is right, we also watch movies together after class to enrich our lives. Yeah, sometimes we watch them together in the dorm, and sometimes we come out to watch. It is still more fun to come out and watch. I think so too. Which movie are you watching, Dr. Lin and Professor Bai? Yun Chun asked the 2 of them with a smile. In fact, this was the first time he had been this close to Professor Bai, and only now did he realize that Professor Bai's skin was absolutely flawless. Even up this close, there was not a single blemish. At this moment, Bai Lianwen, who had not spoken much, saw Yun Chun's somewhat familiar face and finally realized it. She subconsciously asked him, "You are Jai Chen's deskmate Yun." After all, there were too many students taking her class, and the semester had only just started. For a moment, Bai Lianwen could not recall Yun Chun's name. Asking her to memorize a book in a day was fine, but remembering a person was difficult. But she remembered that this student always seemed to be inseparable from Jai Chen. Could it be that Jai Chen was also? Just as this thought popped into Bai Lianwen's mind, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. "Gentlemen, the tickets are printed. Are not you going to get some popcorn to eat while watching? Why are you all standing around here?" Holding the tickets, Jai Chen strode over to the group. Only then did he notice the youthful girl standing to the side, and he was also slightly taken aback. "Professor Bai, you are here to watch a movie too." If it were not for Bai Lianwen's cold eyes, just looking at her outfit today, Jai Chen really would have almost failed to recognize her. And seeing this familiar face, the rhythm of the heart in Bai Lianwen's chest was instantly thrown off again. Damn it! How could I run into him just coming to watch a movie? But before Bai Lianwen could speak, Lin Qingya beside her suddenly exclaimed, You are the student Wanwen talked about, the Jai Chen who sang That Man." Lin Qingya had asked Bai Lianwen about Jai Chen's name and had also seen his photo on the school forum, so she recognized him the moment she saw him. Even though they were in the same school, she hardly ever had the time to go to Bai Lianwen's class to see Jai Chen. Now that she could see Jai Chen in the flesh, she was so excited she could almost jump. He looks even better in person than in his pics. Seeing Lin Qingya call out Jai Chen's name at first glance, Yun Chun and the others immediately felt hurt and shut down. Especially Yun Chun, who had thought Professor Bai was interested in him earlier, but as it turned out, she could not even remember his name. Looking at the somewhat excited Lin Qingya, Jai Chen smiled calmly and replied, "Yes. I knew it, I absolutely loved the song you sang. I was just singing it casually at the time. I did not expect it to cause such a huge reaction." All the roommates, the moment he opens his mouth, it is a fucking humble brag. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Qingya, the movie was almost about to start. Jai Chen was preparing to call his roommates over and quickly take them inside to watch the movie, but right at that moment, Lin Qingya suddenly asked a question that made him freeze. "Jai Chen, I heard you have someone you like, is that true?" Lin Qingya remembered Wanwen telling her that Jai Chen already had someone he liked, so why was he watching a movie with his roommates today? If he did not that mean she had a chance? Even though she was 3 years older than Jai Chen, she did not look old at all and she was pretty. If she went after him, she would definitely succeed easily. Besides, as the saying goes, a girlfriend 3 years older is like winning the jackpot. She did not want to play hard to get any more either. Love could not afford to wait. Hearing Lin Qingya's words, Jai Chen subconsciously glanced at Bai Lianwen beside him. He remembered saying exactly that when he rejected those girls in the classroom that one time. So Lin Qingya must have heard it from this little girl Bai Lianwen. He did not expect that despite looking so cold all the time, she was actually quite a gossip. Under Jai Chen's gaze, Bai Lianwen could not help but feel a little guilty beneath her cold and mature exterior. Why was this guy suddenly looking at her at a question like this? What if someone noticed that the person he liked was her? Jai Chen shifted his gaze away from Bai Lianwen, then looked at Lin Qingya and smiled. Yeah, I do have someone I like. Ah, you really do? Hearing Jai Chen's answer, the expression on Lin Qingya's face became visibly disappointed, but she quickly looked at him again. Then is the person you like also from Jiang University? Lin Qingya was very curious about what kind of girl could make Jai Chen so deeply affectionate. In terms of looks and appearance, aside from Wanwen, she should be the top beauty in all of Jiang University. Otherwise, there would not be a bunch of young guys crowding the infirmary door every day with all sorts of fake headaches and fevers. However, before Jai Chen could open his mouth to answer, a small, fair hand grabbed Lin Qingya's arm and dragged her away. The movie is about to start, hurry up and get the tickets. Bai Lianwen felt that if she did not pull Lin Qingya away, this guy Jai Chen might lose control and directly say that the person he liked was her. Setting aside whether she would agree or not. If word got out, it would definitely affect Jai Chen's studies. And if her mom and grandpa found out, it might be even worse. Seeing Bai Lianwen pull Lin Qingya away, Jai Chen also instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He was just worrying about how to fabricate a crush out of thin air to deal with Lin Qingya. Once the two of them left, Jai Chen hurriedly called his roommates to get their tickets checked and enter the cinema together. However, before entering, he still could not avoid being repeatedly interrogated by them about who exactly his crush was. But after Jai Chen entered the screening room, his originally decent mood vanished in an instant. He had overlooked one thing before. This artistic film was quite niche. Since it had just been released, no one knew the reviews yet, so there would not be many people watching a single screening. Right now, in the entire screening room, including them, there were only about 20 people. The most important thing was that aside from their group of single guys, at first glance, the entire screening room was filled with couples. This was just freaking ridiculous. How was he supposed to complete his mission like this? Was he supposed to hand tissues to girls who had their boyfriends right beside them? Was that something a normal person would do? As for Yun Chun and the others, looking at the young couples in the screening room, they wanted to cry but had no tears, shooting resentful glances at Jai Chen. They came here to look at girls, not to be force-fed public displays of affection. Even though a million curses were galloping through their minds, since they were already here, the guys could only accept reality, find their seats and watch the movie. The same went for Jai Chen. Since they had come all this way, they had to watch the movie anyway. Who knows, maybe a few single girls really would show up later. Just as this thought popped into Jai Chen's head, Yun Chun beside him suddenly nudged his arm and whispered excitedly, "Old Jai, Professor Bai and Dr. Lin are here." Hearing Yun Chun's reminder, Jai Chen subconsciously looked toward the entrance of the screening room. Even in the dim lighting of the screening room, the tall and graceful figures of Bai Lianwen and Lin Qingya were still very recognizable, allowing people to spot them at a glance. Amidst the sidelong glances of the crowd, the two figures quickly approached Jai Chen's side. Finally, under everyone's envious gazes, they walked straight to the 7th row where Jai Chen and his friends were and sat down in their chosen seats. Since the movie had already started playing, the two of them did not pay much attention to the people around them. Although Yun Chun and the others were excited, they could not call out loudly. However, when they saw Bai Lianwen sit down next to Jai Chen, every one of them could not help but shed tears of envy. As Jai Chen looked at the young woman sitting next to him, her unique, faint fragrance reaching his nose, he could not feel happy at all. This girl Bai Lianwen obviously had a heart as hard as a freaking rock. Could an artsy movie really make her cry? Even if the entire cinema cried, she probably would not. Thinking of this, Jai Chen could not help but tightly grip the small pack of tissues in his pocket, wanting to cry but having no tears. At this moment, Bai Lianwen reached out her fair hand to brush the hair away from her ear, and out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently noticed the incredibly familiar face beside her. Immediately, she slowly turned her head and instantly locked eyes with the guy who was looking in her direction. Even in the dim light, she could still clearly see his extremely handsome face. Why was it this guy again? Jai Chen and Bai Lianwen looked at each other for 2 seconds. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes came from the cinema's speakers, instantly pulling their thoughts back and shifting their attention to the big screen. On the movie screen, after a violent collision, a tragic and horrific car accident scene was created. And sitting in one of the wrecked cars was the male lead of this movie, Yang Qingxi. Moreover, looking at his condition, it seemed like he was done for. For a moment, the audience in the cinema could not help but exclaim in shock. The movie had just started and been sweet for a few minutes, and the male lead died in a car crash. Oh my god, what kind of plot is this? No way, the male lead died right after he appeared. He should not be dead, right? If he is dead, how are we supposed to watch the rest of the movie? As soon as someone in the audience finished speaking, the scene in the movie instantly switched to the male lead's memorial service. Everyone, the movie had only been playing for a few minutes, and the male lead Yang Qingxi, who played a senior white-collar worker, drank too much after an argument with the female lead Zhou Dongyu, drove drunk, got into a car accident and died. Seeing this scene, the entire audience in the cinema was completely astonished. Then the camera shifted again, focusing on the female lead. After the boyfriend of the female lead played by Jo Dong-yu died in the accident, although she pretended not to care. But in fact, she had been missing him in her heart all along. She would still send text messages to her boyfriend's phone as usual, even though she knew clearly that those messages might never be replied to. She would also frequently visit every place the two of them had been to together over the past 10 years, recalling all the past memories and crying her heart out late at night. And Jo Woo-chan acting skills did not disappoint. When it came to crying, some people might only be able to show a sad expression and then use eye drops. But Jo Dong-yu could use one scene, 3 shots, and not a single line of dialogue to perform several layers of emotion. Seeing this, Jai Chen felt even more that choosing to collaborate with this movie was absolutely the right choice. Affected by the plot and Jo Dong-yu's acting, many girls with a low crying point in the cinema already had red eyes. The plot continued to progress. Jo Dong-yu, who could not forget her boyfriend, fell asleep listening to music on the bus. When she woke up again, she had arrived in another time and space, waking up in the body of a girl who looked exactly like her. And at first glance, she saw a boy who looked exactly like her deceased boyfriend Yi Yong-kyung-si. At this point in the plot, the downcast mood of the audience in the cinema was lifted again, and they seemed to instantly understand the meaning of the movie's title, Crossing Time and Space to See You. However, regrettably, the boy standing in front of Jo Dong-yu did not remember her at all, and kept treating her as the female classmate she was before she time traveled. This was very frustrating. However, as the plot continued to develop, Jo Dong-yu, whose personality had changed drastically after time traveling, directly began to win over the boy and kept bringing up past events to test him. And Yi Yong-kyung-si also quickly fell in love with Jo Dong-yu, who had a different personality. Even during some of the female lead's tests, some familiar scenes would vaguely appear in his mind. Seeing this, the hearts of the audience at the scene began to get excited, looking forward to the moment when the male lead fully recovered his memory. Even Bai Lianwen, who originally had no interest in this film, was completely immersed in the plot, her dark eyes staring intently at the scenes in the movie. As the interactions between the male and female leads increased, the sweetness index continued to climb. Jo Dong-yu and Yi Yong-kyung-si's natural acting skills brought almost all the audience present into the sweetness of the plot. Even Bai Lianwen, whose face was always cold, unprecedentedly raised the corners of her mouth into a sweet curve, which was exceptionally moving. And this stunning scene, rarely seen in a century, was completely captured by Jai Chen, who was slightly looking sideways at her, making him lose his mind for a moment. It was also in that moment that Jai Chen seemed to understand the famous saying, "One smile overthrows a city, another smile overthrows a nation." If this girl smiled at him like this every day, he was afraid he might really lose his principles, throw away his armor, and go flirt with her. Jai Chen felt that his thoughts were dancing wildly on the edge of danger again, and quickly shifted his attention back to the movie. The movie continued for a while, and the plot seemed to be approaching a highly sweet segment. Yi Yong-kyung-si awakened the memories deep in his mind. After calling Jo Dong-yu to ask her out, the two set off at the same time, rushing towards each other regardless of everything. However, just when the two were less than 100 meters apart, an accident suddenly occurred, causing Jo Dong-yu to faint on the spot. When the girl woke up again, the soul from another world in her body had already returned to its original world. Thus, two people who loved each other, knowing clearly that the other was loving them in another time and space, were trapped in their respective times and spaces. Then the highly agonizing part of the movie followed, and the hearts of all the audience at the scene suddenly fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Especially watching the male and female leads miss each other so much, but feeling the powerlessness of not being able to see each other no matter how hard they tried, the entire cinema was immersed in an oppressive atmosphere. Accompanied by a melody quietly inserting itself, a singing voice with a unique smoky tone naturally blended into the movie. When love is left behind as ruins, carved into memories with hieroglyphs, missing for centuries, is what makes it unforgettable. Affectionate singing, hoarse voice. The boy's singing voice seemed to have a very magical power. Along with his singing, along with the increasing agony of the plot in the movie, the final climax of the song in the movie also officially arrived. All emotions poured out at this moment. Wanna see you, only wanna see you. In the future and the past, I only wanna see you. Crossing thousands and tens of thousands, depending on each other in timelines and crowds. The last note fell. The movie ended. The huge cinema was dead silent, so quiet that there was not a single trace of noise. Finally, some audience members could not hold it in anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4. Silently, almost all the audience in the venue had tears bursting from their eyes, covering their faces and crying bitterly. At this time, Jai Chen also inexplicably felt a bit uncomfortable, his eyes turning red. He subconsciously looked sideways but inadvertently noticed the girl beside him, who was already crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain. At this moment, Bai Lianwen was completely immersed in the emotions of the male and female leads' regrets and longing to meet in the movie, completely unable to accept the ending of not being able to see each other again. The tears in her eyes, like pearls with a broken string, kept slipping down. Her small mouth was slightly pursed, and her face was full of sadness and grievance, completely losing the shadow of her usual aloof and mature self. At this moment, looking at Bai Lianwen shedding tears, an inexplicable emotion suddenly arose in Jai Chen's heart. With his contact with Bai Lianwen over the past few days, it was impossible for him not to have been moved by her. It was just that feelings were too hurtful, and he could only try his best to control himself. But now, seeing the girl beside him crying like this, as if driven by ghosts and gods, he took out the tissue from his pocket, handed it to Bai Lianwen, and his voice was much gentler than usual. "Wipe your tears." Bai Lianwen, who was crying beautifully, looked at the extremely good-looking hand suddenly extended in front of her and the small packet of tissues in his hand. She was slightly surprised and looked at Jai Chen. Her red eyes and tip of her nose made people feel pity for her. However, the next moment, a crying but arrogant voice came out of the girl's mouth. "You brought these tissues to the cinema on purpose to pick up girls, did not you?" As Bai Lianwen spoke, she did not forget to stretch out her small hand to snatch the tissues from Jai Chen's hand. Jai Chen. Hearing what Bai Lianwen said, Jai Chen wanted to retort, but it seemed she was not wrong. But it was not like he wanted to pick up girls, it was the system that gave him the task. However, it was mainly because of the state Bai Lianwen was in just now, which inexplicably triggered an uncontrollable protective instinct, so handing her the tissue felt like the most natural thing to do. And Bai Lianwen, having just taken the tissue from Jai Chen's hand, actually noticed the look in his eyes. She felt less sad right then, but even if she knew Jai Chen liked her, given her current status, she could not really respond to him. But this time, because of Jai Chen's subconscious action, the relationship between the two seemed to have undergone some subtle changes imperceptibly. The others around them, completely oblivious to the fact that they were shining bright like superpowered light bulbs, were still caught up in a storm of tears. Even Zhao Ran, that big goofball who was nearly 190 centimeters tall, could not control his emotions and was sobbing with his face in his hands. Yun Chuan also felt embarrassed for himself at this moment, cursing while he cried. "I never cry, but this time I really could not help it." Yin Hao held his glasses in one hand and wiped his tears with the other, saying, "Actually, I could have held it in, but as soon as that song started, I just could not hold it together anymore. It absolutely wrecked me." "Me too. Me too, I never cry unless I absolutely cannot help it." Jai Chen could not help but laugh and cry at the same time, hearing what everyone around him was saying. But this movie was truly heart-wrenching and its quality was beyond reproach. I estimate that within 2 days, the word of mouth for this film will be all over the major review sites. If nothing goes wrong, it should become a dark horse and achieve impressive box office results. Just as Jai Chen was secretly pondering this, the system's notification sound rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of watching a movie with a girl and handing her a tissue. Reward: God-level fashion designer skill." Done? Feeling the information flooding into his mind, Jai Chen looked at the young girl beside him, who was blowing her nose and wiping her tears without any regard for her image, and inexplicably felt that she was becoming even cuter. He had always thought of Bai Lianwen as a cold and aloof professor. After spending these few days together, he realized she was actually just a sensitive young girl. And at certain moments, she would inadvertently reveal a terrifying, automatic charm that could captivate any man. Fortunately, it was him sitting next to her today. If it had been any other man, they probably would have been heartbroken and completely lost themselves. Long after the movie ended, everyone's emotions finally calmed down a bit, and they walked out of the theater with red eyes. Jai Chen and his group also got up to leave. Since they were heading in the same direction and it was not too late, the guys offered to walk Lin Qingya and Bai Lianwen back to school. Jiang University was not far from the cinema, it was only a 10-minute walk. As the group walked along, Jai Chen and Bai Lianwen somehow ended up walking close together again. Although it was past 10 at night, there were still plenty of pedestrians on the road. Many people saw the two of them, who looked so incredibly pleasing to the eye and had such strong couple vibes, and immediately assumed they were a pair. Occasionally, groups of girls would pass by, and upon seeing them, they would whisper in surprise, "Wow, that guy and girl are so good-looking. They are such a perfect match. Oh my god, this couple is just too good-looking. They must have walked right out of a manga." Hearing the comments from the girls around them, Yun Chuan and the others also glanced over. Sure enough, the two of them walking together looked so perfect it made one want to cry. The boy was tall and handsome, and even in a simple white shirt, he still looked full of youthful energy. And the young girl beside him was a natural beauty, with hair reaching her waist, a stunning face, soft arms like lotus roots, and slender, beautiful legs under her pleated skirt that were eye-catching, yet made one afraid to stare too boldly. Jai Chen and Bai Lianwen also sensed that something felt a bit off. Several times they tried to move apart, but as they walked, they ended up close together again, triggering another round of exclamations from passersby. Reaching an uphill section, Yun Chuan brought up some topics about the movie, and they chatted as they walked. Lin Qingya, who was already quite outgoing, got excited and moved over to talk to Yun Chuan, chatting away endlessly. The group had been so emotionally drained by the movie that they started discussing the theme song again. Jai Chen did not really have the heart to join in, considering he was the one who sang that song. And it would not be appropriate to say it now, since this group was currently venting about how the song had made them cry. Admitting it would just be asking for trouble. Bai Lianwen, who was walking beside Jai Chen, did not join the conversation but seemed very interested, listening quietly to their discussion until she suddenly seemed to realize something. Just then, two boys riding bicycles approached from behind Bai Lianwen and Jai Chen. Seeing the girl's graceful figure, they could not take their eyes off her. After all, beautiful things are always attractive. The boy in the lead had completely forgotten to watch the road. Just as he passed Bai Lianwen, he turned his head to get a look at her face, completely ignoring a small stone in his path. In the blink of an eye, the stone hit the tire of the slow-moving bike, and the distracted boy lost his balance. With a cry of alarm, he tipped directly toward Bai Lianwen. Hey. Bai Lianwen was just thinking about the song and was in a state of surprise, so she did not notice the sudden danger at first. By the time she reacted, the large rear wheel of the bicycle was already tipping toward her, and her little face showed shock. Before anyone else could react, a pair of hands reached out from the side and firmly wrapped around Bai Lianwen's slender waist. "Watch out!" Jai Chen's voice came from above. Then before Bai Lianwen could react, she had already been pulled into Jai Chen's arms. Her graceful figure collided with his tall, sturdy frame, and her face hit his solid chest due to momentum. Feeling his rapid heartbeat, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Her face began to burn with heat at an alarming speed. Clatter! Ouch! The boy on the bike fell to the ground along with his bike, the wheel spinning in the air. Lin Qingye and Yun Chuan were stunned for a long time, looking at the scene before them with their mouths agape and eyes wide open. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! My goodness! They are hugging. Hey student, you need to pay attention to your surroundings when riding a bike. You can easily cause an accident like this. Jai Chen's slightly angry voice sounded from above Bai Lianwen's head, accompanied by his unique masculine scent. At this moment, Bai Lianwen did not speak, and her breathing became extremely slow, as if she could only hear the sound of her own heart beating wildly. When there was danger just now, Jai Chen actually protected her in his arms at the very first moment. At this time, hearing Jai Chen's scolding, the little boy on the ground hurriedly supported his bike and staggered up, bowing his head to apologize. "I am sorry, bro. I really did not notice the road just now and almost hurt your girlfriend. I am sorry." The little boy's apology was very sincere, but the word girlfriend instantly made both Jai Chen and Bai Lianwen freeze for a moment. Jai Chen also reacted at this time and suddenly felt the devilish curves of the delicate body pressed against him. A jolt of electricity instantly spread through his whole body, and he immediately released the girl in his arms. If he kept holding her, it would be fatal. And after Bai Lianwen was released by Jai Chen, the waist that was just held by him sent waves of a tingling sensation. Although her heart was a bit flustered, she bit her moist pink lips, instantly recovered her cool, mature demeanor, and looked at the little boy. "As long as you know you are wrong, it is fine. Pay attention on the road from now on," and he is not. Thank you, miss. Hearing Bai Lianwen's words of forgiveness, the little boy immediately bowed his head and thanked her frantically. His companion also hurriedly stepped forward. "We will definitely pay attention in the future. It is too late, bro, miss. We have to go back right away." As the boy spoke, he quickly nudged the little boy's arm. After all, Jai Chen had such a large group of people with him. The boy only wanted to take his buddy away quickly. Otherwise, if that pretty lady's boyfriend still held a grudge later, they would definitely die a miserable death. Listening to her boyfriend's tone just now, it felt like he wanted to eat people. It was way too terrifying. Therefore, after the two boys bowed their heads to apologize again, seeing that Bai Lianwen did not say anything, they hurriedly got on their bikes and sped away. Looking at the fleeing figures of these two little boys, Jai Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did their group of people look that terrifying? They were scared like this. However, for a moment just now, he was really angry about the little boy's recklessness almost hurting Bai Lianwen. Especially when seeing Bai Lianwen in danger, his body's reaction seemed faster than his own brain. Without a thought, he scooped her directly into his arms, which was quite ridiculous. A small accident passed and the group started to move forward again. It was only a few minutes' walk from the school. And Yun Chun and the others had already changed the subject, talking about the smooth operation they saw just now when Jai Chen saved Bai Lianwen. Lin Qingye on the side was even full of envy. Classmate Jai Chen's boyfriend Power was truly bursting just now, so incredibly handsome. Hearing Lin Qingye's words, Bai Lianwen's face flushed with a faint pink again. She reached out her fair hand to pinch Lin Qingye's waist, giving her a look to make her shut up immediately. As Bai Lianwen's cousin and best friend, Lin Qingye naturally knew Bai Lianwen's temper. After her slim waist was pinched, she quickly obediently shut her mouth. Otherwise, when they got back later, this girl would probably make her suffer the consequences. And just as Lin Qingye shut her mouth, Yun Chun and the others started to pick up the conversation again. I also need to exercise properly so I can protect my girlfriend like old Jai in the future, Yun Chun said, raising his arm and squeezing his slightly bulging biceps. He would be going to the school's martial arts club next week, and he must train hard then. Anzi, what nonsense are you talking about? Old Jai protected Professor Bai just now. Professor Bai is not his girlfriend, watch your words. Yin Hao pointed out Yun Chun's problem with a serious face. Yun Chun scratched his hair, turned around to look at Jai Chen and Bai Lianwen, and smiled. To be honest, I actually think Jai Chen and Professor Bai look quite compatible, maybe. Jai Chen looked at this guy Yun Chun starting to spout nonsense again, could not help but recall the fear of being dominated by lesson plans, and darted behind him in one big stride. Yun Chun, you idiot, if you dare to frame me again, I will make sure you cannot get out of bed tomorrow. If Yun Chun dared to talk nonsense again, he would definitely break his dog legs. But the latter, upon hearing Jai Chen's words, directly took it in another way. He instantly felt a certain part tight, covered his butt, and ran away in large strides. Before running away, he even shot Jai Chen a look that said, I treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me. Jai Chen. The people around watching this scene were instantly amused. Old Jai, look at how you scared Anzi. Draw your sword, old Jai, Anzi is mine. The sun shines on the censer producing purple smoke. To think a gay guy is right beside me. Jai Chen, do not talk nonsense, I am perfectly straight. Then old Jai, you mean you like Professor Bai? Fangio, you dog, your skin is itching for a beating too, is not it? Stop right there. Zhao Ran hurriedly chased after them. Hey, old Jai, do not be impulsive, there is a brick on the side of the road, give it to Fan Zhu on behalf of his readers. Yin Hao pushed up his glasses. Violence cannot solve the root problem. I suggest old Jai finish watching the complete series of Detective Conan. Ha, is this how boys get along with each other? Lin Qingya looked at the guys fooling around, laughing gorgeously. Although Bai Lianwen did not speak, her beautiful eyes had never left Jai Chen's figure. The group fooled around all the way. In just a few minutes they returned to the school and each went back to their dorms. Dormitory. Jai Chen finished taking a shower. Lying on the bed, he took out his phone and searched for content related to crossing time and space to see you. As he expected, the word of mouth for this movie had already begun to brew on the internet. Many netizens all over the country who had watched it even posted lengthy reviews on major film review platforms. This movie is really good, it just costs a lot of tissues. Please bring your own tissues when you go watch it. Especially when I heard that song, damn it, I burst into tears, plus here is a 10-point rating. The leading actor's acting is great, and the theme song is my favorite, Miss You on TikTok. Integrated together, it almost made a 1.9-meter tough guy like me cry until I fainted. After watching this movie, I just want to say, cherish the people right in front of you. I am currently listening to the theme song, hoping I can also travel through time and space to meet her. The review section was almost universally full of perfect scores, bearing a strong resemblance to the NetEase Cloud Music comment section from his previous life, and it was constantly refreshing at a terrifying speed. He was afraid that early tomorrow morning, the name and clips of this movie would be massively posted on big platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Bilibili. Drawing traffic through sheer strength and quality, it would definitely be a huge box office hit. Thinking of this, Jai Chen only felt that his future was bright. Developing at this speed, he would get at least over 10 million in revenue share. By then, after paying off the millions of debt for his parents, he could also go to Zyke Village to buy a factory building or something similar. After all, it would only be demolished in 2 years. He could see if he could rent it out to collect rent during these 2 years. If he had more income this time, he could also try starting a business. Since he was reborn and came back, he had the advantage, so he could not live an aimless life like in his previous life. In his previous life, his parents worked themselves sick, did not have money for treatment, and finally passed away early. At that time, he also ignored the 2 elders because of that woman. It was only after they passed away that he learned from relatives and friends about what the 2 elders had done for him, regretting it immensely. So in this life, he would strive to be an unpretentious and financially free person, letting his parents who had worked hard for half their lives get regular health checkups early, grow flowers, raise fish, and live a comfortable and cozy life in their old age. 2 days later, the movie Traveling Through Time to See You drew massive crowds to the theaters, thanks to its incredibly high ratings across major film platforms. More than half of the audience specifically went to experience the highly emotional scenes, wanting to see if the theme song would actually make them cry. On the internet, the film's distributor, Yida Pictures, also noticed this dark horse of an art film from their partner, Guoshi Pictures. They immediately spent a fortune buying several top trending searches, boosting the movie's popularity even further. Trending topic: audiences cry their eyes out listening to Miss You, the theme song of Traveling Through Time to See You. Trending topic: Yinshi Does Not Sleep, the singer of Miss You, becomes famous overnight with just one song. Trending topic: the annual Dark Horse romantic art film Traveling Through Time to See You becomes the best Dark Horse of the year. These trending topics quickly rushed into the top 10 on Weibo. The highest one, Sue Does Not Sleep, becomes famous overnight with Miss You, firmly held the #1 spot. The number of likes skyrocketed, and the comment section was incredibly lively. My period was 2 weeks late. Today I went to TikTok to watch this guy singing video and it finally flowed out of my nose. May good people be blessed with peace, thank you, licking the screen. Sister upstairs, what a coincidence, me too. So I decided to go to the theater to listen to it again and watch the movie while I am at it. Me too, but what kind of guy is Yinchi Does Not Sleep? Ah, when will he release a new song and will he show his face? Does he only have a TikTok account and no Weibo? Are there any experts who know his accounts on other platforms? I will reward you heavily for any clues. Miss Upstairs, if I have clues about him, how are you going to thank me? I actually happen to be short of a girlfriend, funny face. Get lost. Shameless. Soon, the movie and its theme song attracted the attention of more and more netizens. The distributors, Yida Pictures and Guoshi Pictures, benefited greatly, with their attention skyrocketing. In less than a day, their followers alone surged by over 100,000. Along with the rising popularity, many Weibo influencers and content creators on TikTok and Bilibili started getting active to ride the wave, greatly increasing the movie's exposure. 3 days after the movie's release, the box office went from just 20 million on opening day to a cumulative total of 200 million, and it was still soaring at a terrifying rate. Major film platforms, which previously estimated the box office of Traveling Through Time to See You at 200 million, immediately adjusted their forecasts straight to 700 million. And this was merely a romantic art film. Jo Song-won never expected to achieve such excellent results. He was absolutely over the moon. Of course, he had to admit that the young man who sang the theme song deserved a lot of credit for the movie's phenomenal success. So the moment he learned of these results, Jo Song-won personally called Jai Chen. At this time, Jai Chen was following Yun Chun on the way to the school's martial arts club. They had a lot of classes the past 2 days, so having finally found some free time this afternoon, the two hurried to the club. Another main reason was that today was the first day a very famous Chinese grandmaster-level fighter was coming to teach at the club, and both Yun Chun and Jai Chen wanted to catch a glimpse of the master. Our Jiangnan University is really awesome. They even managed to invite a Chinese fighting champion to be our coach. Do not you think so, old Jai? Yun Chun said as he walked beside Jai Chen. Hearing Yun Chun's words, Jai Chen was just about to speak when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. I need to take this call. Alright, I will go buy 2 bottles of Red Bull. We will have more energy later after drinking them. Yeah? Yun Chun ran off and Jai Chen answered the phone, bringing it to his ear. Immediately, a man's hearty laughter came from the other end. Little Jai, I have some good news to tell you. Jai Chen asked with a smile, is it about the movie? That is right, the box office for the first 3 days was tallied today, and it has already exceeded 200 million. And the popularity of your song across major platforms is simply unprecedented. Hearing Jo Song-won's words, Jai Chen was not too surprised and smiled. That is also thanks to you, Director Jo. The quality of your movie is indeed excellent. Jai Chen was not just flattering him. If this movie could make a girl like Bai Lian-wen cry, its quality was definitely solid. Then the two chatted for a bit more, and Jai Chen took the opportunity to ask about his song's revenue share. Normally, the revenue share would not be settled until at least a month after the movie stopped screening. But Jai Chen really needed the money right now. If he could get an advance on a portion of the revenue, he could pay off his parents' debts first. Hearing Jai Chen's request, Jo Song-won did not think for long. He directly promised that in 4 days, when the box office had accumulated more, he would settle a portion and transfer the money to Jai Chen in advance. After all, without Jai Chen, his movie could not possibly be this popular. After ending the call, Jai Chen finally let out a slight sigh of relief. In a few days, he would be able to pay off his family's debts, and his dad would not have to work 2 jobs every day at his age. At this moment, Yun Chun returned holding 2 bottles of Red Bull. They each downed a bottle, and in less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the martial arts club. As soon as they entered, they saw many boys wearing uniform outfits practicing in the martial arts hall. And right in the center of the martial arts hall, 2 people were sparring. One of them was tall and burly, clearly a very muscular man at first glance. The other, despite wearing a loose martial arts uniform, still faintly revealed a graceful figure. With a high ponytail, it was obviously a girl. At first glance at the girl's back, Jai Chen inexplicably found her somewhat familiar. But before he could react, the guy sparring with the girl noticed Jai Chen and Yun Chun. He seemed to say something to the girl opposite him, and the two stopped their movements, looking over at Jai Chen and Yun Chun. When Jai Chen and Yun Chun got a clear look at the girl's face, they were instantly stunned. Her long hair was completely tied up, revealing a full, smooth forehead. Beneath her willow-like eyebrows, her eyes looked calm and clear. Her features were as exquisite as ever, but she inexplicably exuded a heroic and valiant aura. Professor Bai, why are you at the martial arts club too? Yun Chun said in astonishment, looking at the stunningly beautiful yet intimidating girl not far away. Jai Chen suddenly recalled the incident a few days ago when Bai Lianwen encountered hooligans at the school gate, and he instantly understood. She probably wants to learn some martial arts so she can defend herself if she encounters danger. Hearing Jai Chen say this, Yun Chun instantly felt it made perfect sense. Indeed, for a girl as pretty as Professor Bai, it would be way too dangerous not to learn some fighting skills. At this time, Bai Lianwen and the guy parted the crowd and walked towards Jai Chen and Yun Chun. "Good afternoon, Professor Bai. What a coincidence, you also signed up for the martial arts club to learn martial arts." Yun Chun quickly greeted Bai Lianwen as she walked over. Jai Chen also smiled and nodded at her. Seeing Jai Chen smile, Bai Lianwen's cheeks suddenly felt inexplicably hot. How could it be such a coincidence? She had just come to the martial arts club today to serve as an instructor, and this guy Jai Chen showed up. But before she could reply, the guy next to her immediately took a step forward and said seriously to the two of them, "You two students, you must be mistaken. This is the newly appointed instructor of our martial arts hall, not a student. I am the newly appointed president of the club, Li Qing. May I ask what brings you to the club?" What? Hearing Li Qing's words, Jai Chen and Yun Chun were instantly shocked, looking at the girl in front of them in disbelief. Did they hear that right? This girl right in front of them was the newly appointed instructor of the martial arts club. Is Professor Bai really that legendary champion of the Xia Country Fighting Championship? Jai Chen looked at Bai Lianwen in front of him, still finding it hard to believe. Even if she could not fight back during the first danger they encountered because her foot was injured, she clearly failed to react immediately during that dangerous sudden situation a few nights ago. If it had not been for his quick reflexes, this little girl would have been injured by that bicycle long ago. Bai Lianwen looked at Jai Chen's look of disbelief, her face showing a hint of displeasure, and said faintly, "Is student Jai Chen doubting my abilities?" The previous 2 times she was saved by Jai Chen, the first time was due to a foot injury, and the second time was just because she got distracted for a brief moment thinking about the movie theme song and him. Moreover, only things related to this guy could distract her so much. Otherwise, in all these years, she, Bai Lianwen, had never slipped up at anyone's hands. Seeing the serious expression on Bai Lianwen's small face, Jai Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. No, how could I doubt Professor Bai's abilities? After all, she was here as the instructor of the martial arts club. For the sake of their teacher-student relationship, he decided not to undermine her. However, Jai Chen was very curious whether this girl's fighting champion title was obtained through special means, or if her opponents were simply mesmerized by her beauty and let themselves be knocked down by her little fists. Has the martial arts world really fallen this far? Upon hearing Jai Chen's incredibly insincere reply, beneath Bai Lianwen's seemingly expressionless face, her inner self was already jumping up to punch him in the knee. This guy, he just did not believe in her strength. "Tell me, why did you guys come to the martial arts club?" A moment later, Bai Lianwen calmly asked the two of them. "We signed up with the previous president. We originally wanted to come here to learn fighting," Jai Chen said, looking around at the new faces and then resting his gaze on Li Qing and Bai Lianwen. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this club was unreliable. In just a few days, even the club president had changed. He could not see a single one of the members he had seen when he first signed up. And they even let this girl come over to be the instructor. No wonder Jiangbei University's martial arts club was never popular, it was just for show. "So are you here to report in today?" Bai Lianwen furrowed her brows slightly, crossed her arms, and looked at Jai Chen in front of her. Jai Chen scratched his head somewhat unnaturally, suddenly feeling a bit hesitant inside. If this club was so unreliable, he would not waste his time here. With this time, it would be a good choice to go out and find a proper boxing gym or something similar to learn from. However, right at that moment, Yun Chun hurriedly stepped forward and said eagerly, "Of course we are here to report in. Right, old Jai." As Yun Chun spoke, he quickly tugged at Jai Chen's arm, frantically dropping hints at him. With more chances to be in close contact with Professor Bai, what the heck was this guy Jai Yun hesitating for? Jai Chen naturally knew what this guy Yun Chun was thinking. He immediately swatted his hand away, ready to refuse, but the girl opposite him spoke first. "All right, you two come with me. I will test your fighting skills to see what level you are at first." Although she had personally witnessed Jai Chen fighting 1 against 7. But Bai Lianwen did not want Jai Chen to look down on her and think she was just a weak and delicate girl. No matter what, she had to show him her strength today. This. Just as Jai Chen was about to say something, the young girl in front of him had already turned to leave, a unique faint fragrance from her lingering in the air. Helpless, Jai Chen could only follow her alongside Yun Chun, who was so excited he was practically drooling. Since this girl put it that way, he would play along. When the time came, he could just find an excuse like it being too hard and quit the club. As for this guy Yun Chun, he would take him away as well. He did not want to learn how to fight at all. He clearly just lusted after her body. Before long, the group arrived at the center of the martial arts hall. Jai Chen was also very honored to be the first person to test with Bai Lianwen. In the sparring area, the devastatingly beautiful girl and the tall, straight-backed boy stood facing each other. Student Jai Chen, in order not to affect the results of the test, please make sure to use all your strength. Bai Linwen let out a deep breath, looking at Jai Chen opposite her, the expression on her face especially serious. After all, she had seen Jai Chen's strength with her own eyes, so she would also take this sparring match seriously. Jai Chen looked at the deadpan little girl not far ahead, only feeling how incredibly cute she was in his heart. On the surface, he was very cooperative and gave a serious nod. Although this girl might have some skill, those little hands looked completely harmless. Even if she beat someone up seriously, it should not cause any substantial damage, right? Meanwhile, Yun Chun, who was watching from the sidelines, looked at Jai Chen with a face full of envy, and was even more thoroughly looking forward to his own upcoming test. Ready, Li Qing, acting as the referee, signaled for the two to exchange a fist and palm salute, and then stepped back to the side. After all, this was considered Jai Chen's first time sparring with someone. It was only after seeing Bai Linwen's movements that he mimicked her and gave a fist and palm salute. Begin! As Li Qing's voice dropped, the two in the center of the sparring area quickly closed the distance. However, Jai Chen did not have any basic martial arts skills. He planned to take a couple of punches and just lie on the ground to admit defeat. Yet what he did not know was that at this moment, Bai Linwen already regarded him as an opponent of equal strength. Although Bai Linwen felt Jai Chen's movements seemed a bit off, with her rich combat experience, she on second thought concluded it must be some kind of trick. So in the instant they got close, Bai Linwen followed Jai Chen's momentum, fiercely grabbed his arm and then executed a beautiful shoulder throw. Before Jai Chen could put up any defense, his entire body was already off the ground. Everything happening right now was clearly completely beyond his imagination. Such a soft and graceful young girl with such long, beautifully rounded legs and such fair, slender arms, how could she just come straight out with a shoulder throw right from the start? A dignified man of over 1.8 meters tall like him, getting instantly defeated by a little girl just like that. Before Jai Chen could think it through clearly, his whole body flipped over in the air following Bai Linwen's strength. With a heavy thud, he was smashed ruthlessly onto the floor. In the blink of an eye, Bai Linwen behind him had already controlled Jai Chen's entire arm, pinning him down firmly with one knee to his waist. However, at this moment, Bai Linwen's originally extremely serious face also froze slightly in a daze. This guy Jai Chen, how was he taken down by her in just one move? Li Qing, who had just sparred with Bai Linwen, looked at Jai Chen falling heavily to the ground and was filled with lingering fear. Good thing Instructor Bai had shown him mercy just now. Yun Chun looked at Jai Chen's somewhat distorted face from the pain and reached out to cover his mouth, thoroughly horrified. Old Jai was actually instantly taken down by Professor Bai. Professor Bai is actually this terrifying. The martial arts gym lounge area. Jai Chen was sitting on a chair, one hand supporting his waist, frowning slightly due to the constant throbbing pain. It was fortunate that his physical fitness was quite solid. Otherwise, after being thrown by Bai Linwen today, he probably would not have been able to get up for days without a trip to the hospital. But he had to admit, this girl Bai Linwen had strength that completely exceeded his imagination. Just that shoulder throw from earlier, it was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It was incredibly professional. If she had not seemed to realize he was a total amateur while pinning him down, he probably would have ended up with a broken arm and would not be leaving the hospital for 2 months. Old Jai, should you go to the infirmary and get checked out? It would be safer, Yun Chuan said, sitting beside Jai Chen with a worried look. Ever since he saw Jai Chen get taken down by Bai Linwen in one move, he suddenly did not want to test anymore. If Jai Chen got beaten up like that, his own fragile body would probably be smashed to pieces. No need, it is just a minor injury. I will feel better after sitting for a while. Unless absolutely necessary, Jai Chen would not dream of going to the infirmary. He still needed to learn combat from Bai Linwen right here. With such a formidable teacher available at school, he did not need to look for a martial arts studio outside. Perhaps the masters in those outside studios were not even as good as this girl. Man, this is actually pretty great. Just then, a familiar figure walked up to Jai Chen, and a faint, familiar fragrance drifted into his nose. Jai Chen looked up, and the girl's exquisite face instantly came into view. Those beautiful eyes were fixed on his hand, which was rubbing his waist. Seeing Bai Linwen approach, Yun Chuan was even more nervous than Jai Chen. His body stiffened instantly, and feeling a strange sense of fear, he quickly greeted her. Professor Bai. Move aside, Bai Linwen said coldly, looking at Yun Chuan. Right, I am going. Answering her, Yun Chuan gave Jai Chen a look that said take care, immediately rose from his chair and retreated 10 meters away with terrifying speed. Watching Yun Chuan flee at such speed, Jai Chen could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It is just a girl who can fight a little. Is there any need to be this scared? Muttering to himself, he looked at Bai Linwen, shrunk back slightly, and asked with a smile, Professor Bai, is something the matter? Bai Linwen looked down at the boy in front of her for a long moment before saying, turn around. Let me see your injury. Jai Chen was slightly stunned by her words and quickly refused. No need, it is just a small injury. Do not talk nonsense, turn around. Why? Turn around. Okay then. Resigned, Jai Chen obediently turned sideways, resting one hand on the back of the chair. Seeing Jai Chen turn, Bai Lianwen's face began to flush slightly. Although she felt a bit shy, she crouched down and gently lifted the shirt on Jai Chen's waist. As expected, a large area was red. Then she stretched out her fair, delicate hand and began to press gently on the reddened area of his waist. A man's waist is quite a sensitive area. Jai Chen felt a tingling sensation wherever her soft, delicate fingers pressed, and his heart skipped a beat. He glanced sideways at the girl beside him. It was only then that he noticed the girl's originally fair ears had turned completely pink. Is this girl shy? This girl can get shy. No way, right? Oh, yes. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain shot through his waist, making him gasp. Seeing his reaction, Bai Lianwen immediately identified the injured spot. She unscrewed the cap of the bruise spray she had brought, aimed it at the area, and applied it with a trembling hand. Suddenly, a cool, refreshing sensation spread across his skin, accompanied by a faint medicinal scent. This spray is very effective for this kind of injury. I will rub it in for you. It might hurt a bit, so just bear with it. Although Bai Lianwen tried to keep her voice calm, her earlobes turned even redder. After all, she was only an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Being in such close contact with a boy inevitably made her shy. Looking at the girl's earlobes, which were red enough to bleed, Jai Chen still found it hard to believe. He had thought the word shy did not exist in her dictionary. Why do not I let Yun Chuan rub it for me? Jai Chen suggested kindly. It is not like just rubbing it anywhere will work, just stay still. With that, Bai Lianwen began to work with her small hands, applying pressure and massaging his waist in circular motions. For someone who had been learning various forms of combat since childhood, getting injured was inevitable. And because she was frequently injured, she had developed her own set of treatment methods to quickly relieve pain. This method was even more effective than those hospitals specializing in bruises and injuries. In a case like Jai Chen's, after treating it this way, he would basically be recovered by the next day. Lying on the chair, Jai Chen felt the constant pain mixed with a tingling sensation, and he felt incredibly refreshed. Although it hurt enough to make his scalp tingle at times, he gritted his teeth and did not let out any strange sounds. Meanwhile, the others training nearby and Yun Chuan saw this scene, and suddenly felt that everything else in the world was just not worth it. They all cast looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred toward Jai Chen. At this very moment, they suddenly wanted a beating from Instructor Bai too. It looks like this new member's beating was worth it, so envious. Envy +1, I want a beating too. Envy +2, I am going to ask Instructor Bai to spar with me later. I will let her beat me up without holding back. Me too. Me too. Bai Lianwen, who was focused on treating Jai Chen's injury, did not notice the gaze of the people around her at all. She was just feeling very puzzled right now. Jai Chen was obviously so strong, so why was he taken down by her in one move today? And he even hurt his waist, it really should not have happened. After thinking carefully for a while, Bai Lianwen suddenly realized something, and her hand movements subconsciously paused. Could it be? Is this guy Jai Chen? Afraid that his own strength was too great and he might hurt her, so he just did not fight back at all. After all, she had seen with her own eyes that Jai Chen could take on 7 people and walk away unscathed. How could he possibly be knocked down by her in one move? That hateful guy. Could he please stop underestimating her like that? Although she thought this to herself, her gaze toward Jai Chen became even more intense. Jai Chen felt the movement on his waist stop, so he turned to look at the girl behind him. Are you done? And not yet. Bai Lianwen's face was slightly red. After answering him, she continued her work with her small hands. After a pause, she looked at the boy's broad back and asked seriously, do you think I am weak? Hearing the voice from behind, Jai Chen could not help but recall the scene of being killed in seconds today, and he quickly shook his head. No, you are definitely very strong. This time he meant it from the bottom of his heart. Since you think I am strong, why did not you use your real strength when sparring with me? Jai Chen was a little confused, but he quickly realized what was going on. This girl must still be remembering what happened at the school gate last time, thinking he was still the same guy who could take on 7 people. No wonder she did not hold back at all today. She really thought he was an expert. Thinking of this, Jai Chen quickly said, are you talking about the time I dealt with those thugs? That was just a burst of potential in an emergency. I actually know nothing about combat. The more Jai Chen emphasized this, the less Bai Lianwen believed him. As a professional combat athlete, how could she not see that the way Jai Chen fought those people was clearly the skill of a seasoned veteran? But why would he insist that he knew nothing about combat when he was clearly so strong? Just as Bai Lianwen was getting confused again, Jai Chen suddenly turned to her and said seriously, Professor Bai, I have decided, I will definitely put in 100% effort to learn combat from you. Jai Chen felt that he would not find a better instructor than Bai Lianwen in all of Jiangcheng. And when Bai Lianwen heard Jai Chen's words, she suddenly understood. Could it be that the reason Jai Chen was pretending to be a newbie was just so he could stay by her side as her student? Even if he could not be with her openly, he wanted to stay by her side silently in this way. Looking at the determined Jai Chen beneath her cold exterior, the feelings she had been trying to suppress and discard rose up again like a raging fire. Damn it! What should she do now that she is falling more and more for this guy in front of her? In the afternoon, Jai Chen and Yun Chun both stayed in the martial arts club. Although Jai Chen suffered a minor injury, it could not stop his desire to learn at all. Anyway, he had the ultimate martial arts learning talent. Even just sitting on the side watching Bai Lianwen spar with the students, he could learn a lot of martial arts knowledge. And Yun Chun and the other students, who had originally backed down, all volunteered one by one to have Professor Bai test their strength after seeing Bai Lianwen treat Jai Chen's waist injury. Even the club president Li Qing asked her not to show him any mercy. Bai Lianwen did not refuse the students' requests, nodding in agreement to each one. Then in less than half an hour, all the students in the martial arts hall were lying sprawled on the ground, groaning and crying out in pain one after another. Yun Chun was even lying on the ground clutching his chest, his facial expression extremely painful, looking at Bai Lianwen, "Instructor Bai, my chest hurts." Hearing Yun Chun's words, the students lying nearby quickly followed suit, baring their teeth in pain. My waist hurts so much." The others around them were not to be outdone. "My head hurts. My knee hurts. My hip joint hurts. Hey, you in front, the place that hurts is a bit too much, is not it?" Bai Lianwen's gaze calmly swept over the group of students with exaggerated expressions on the ground, and then she said lightly, "Since you are all injured, go back and rest. That is all for today's class, we will continue tomorrow." After saying that, she turned around, glanced in Jai Chen's direction with a slightly flushed face, and then strode away. And the students on the ground were all stunned when they saw her walking away. What? Instructor Bai actually left. It was not until they watched Bai Lianwen's figure disappear that the students were absolutely devastated and heartbroken. This severe beating today was taken for nothing, damn it. With Bai Lianwen gone, Jai Chen also stood up from the chair in the rest area, walked over to Yun Chun and kicked him in the butt. "Stop pretending, let us go." Kicked by Jai Chen, the latter quickly scrambled up from the ground, clutching his chest. "Old Jai, my chest really fucking hurts. Then when we get back to the dorm later, I will rub it for you myself," Jai Chen said, casting a very loving smile at Yun Chun. The latter's scalp immediately tingled and he hurriedly said, "Actually, it does not hurt that much." "Then hurry up and let us go." "All right." So the two of them greeted the other students and left the martial arts hall. Jai Chen could naturally tell that when Bai Lianwen sparred with the other students today, the force she used was not even half of what she used when sparring with him. These guys were indeed more or less injured, but it was not this exaggerated. How could a girl like Bai Lianwen not see through their little tricks? She probably just went along with their wishes and beat them up to teach them a lesson. This girl is quite scheming. And the fact that she treated his waist injury today must be because she felt bad about crushing a newbie like him with her master-level skills. However, the little girl's massage technique was really good. Now his waist did not hurt that much even when walking. Teacher's apartment. Bai Lianwen had already returned to the apartment. She walked into the bathroom, looked at her still slightly flushed face in the mirror, frowned slightly, and with a somewhat disappointed expression sighed imperceptibly, "Idiot." During those 30-odd minutes just now, she could feel that Jai Chen's burning gaze had never left her. He was already so strong, he definitely did not need to learn, so he must have liked her to the bone. But she absolutely could not waver. Moreover, her relationship with Jai Chen was so special. No, absolutely not. Soon after the bathtub was filled with water, she took off her clothes, revealing her exquisite white jade-like body. She rinsed off casually in the shower and then soaked in the bathtub. Submerging her mouth and nose under the water, she blew a series of bubbles. In her beautiful eyes, the emotions were very complex, calm yet inexplicably carrying a trace of disappointment. So the only way now was to try her best to suppress and compress her inner feelings, and just get along with him like before. It was just that Bai Lianwen herself did not anticipate how passionate and crazy she would become one day, when she could no longer suppress the increasingly intense feelings in her heart. Ever since Jai Chen joined the martial arts club, he would dive straight into the martial arts hall the moment classes ended every day. And the news of Bai Lianwen joining the martial arts club as an instructor quickly spread throughout Jiangnan University. Therefore, in just a few days, the martial arts club went from being deserted to being packed with students. Today, it was Jai Chen's third day learning at the martial arts hall. The injury on his waist had completely healed, and he had learned a lot these past few days, becoming increasingly impressed with this girl, Bai Lianwen. After all, at only 18 years old, she had actually trained mixed martial arts to a height that ordinary people could hardly reach. Whether it was boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, Taekwondo, Karate, Judo, Sando, or other techniques, she used them all with pure mastery. And Jai Chen, who possessed the ultimate martial arts learning talent, crazily absorbed all the knowledge Bai Lianwen taught every student every day. Occasionally, he would also ask her for advice personally. However, every time this little girl sparred with him, her face would inexplicably turn red. Coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, it always made Jai Chen subconsciously lose focus, leading to him being knocked out in one move multiple times. This little girl has no martial ethics. Although he could not beat Bai Lianwen, Jai Chen could still easily defeat most of the other students. In sparring, whether it was a preemptive attack or a counter-defense, he could always achieve results before the opponent made a move. However, despite learning quickly, Jai Chen would sometimes find that his body still could not quite handle it. After all, he only used to exercise occasionally in the past. With a body lacking foundation learning so many things at once, his reactions were sometimes slower than his mind. But even with somewhat slow reactions, he could still quickly deal with some of the students who had practiced Taekwondo or Judo for a few years. And whenever Jai Chen sparred with the students, Bai Lianwen's attention would always shift to him, and sometimes she would feel a bit puzzled. Jai Chen was clearly a professional-level figure in Taekwondo, so why did he act so diligent and eager to learn every day? Moreover, the way he looked when asking about many fighting techniques did not seem like he was faking it. However, in just 3 short days, the various fighting skills he displayed had almost all reached the level of a professional who had trained for at least 5 years. Such progress did not look like a newcomer at all, did it? It was even much faster than her progress when she first learned fighting. It was truly baffling. Another sparring session ended. Senior Wu Cheng, who had been sparring with Jai Chen, plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Looking at Jai Chen in front of him, who was only breathing slightly faster, he swallowed hard and asked, "Junior Jai Chen, have you really never practiced Taekwondo before?" He had 5 years of Taekwondo experience, but during his exchange with Jai Chen just now, no matter how he dodged or defended, he kept getting hit by Jai Chen. Toward the end, he could only cower and dodge around the mat with no chance to parry at all. Jai Chen's breathing gradually steadied. With a light smile, he reached his hand out to his senior. "Your Taekwondo skills are actually quite good, it is just that I am a bit stronger. Let us stretch a little before sitting down to rest." The latter, quite surprised, grabbed Jai Chen's outstretched hand. After standing up, he looked at the ridiculously handsome man in front of him and gave genuine praise for the first time. Taekwondo itself is a sport. Whether you have strong physical fitness or great talent, it is an advantage. So I have to admit, you're really strong. Indeed, Bai Lianwen's voice suddenly came from behind Jai Chen. He turned around, saw her, and smiled as he nodded at her, "Instructor Bai." Seeing the smile on his face, Bai Lianwen's heart could not help but skip a beat again, but she quickly spoke in a serious tone. "Jai Chen is indeed a talented competitor, and his progress is astonishing. I reckon it will not be long before his level in this area surpasses mine." In fact, Bai Lianwen thought that Jai Chen's combat level might have already surpassed hers. But perhaps this guy was not willing to show it. She could only say this, which might also encourage and boost the enthusiasm of the other students. "You flatter me, Instructor Bai." Jai Chen smiled slightly and prepared to leave the sparring mat to leave his spot for the other students. However, right at that moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Junior Jai Chen, since Wu Cheng is not strong enough, let me spar with you." With a hint of provocation in his tone, the most robust and tall boy in the crowd walked toward Jai Yuya with a serious expression. This was Chen Jin, a junior who had just joined the martial arts club yesterday. His Taekwondo skills were already at the elite level of a 4th-degree black belt. He had also participated in many competitions and achieved many good rankings. If the instructor of this martial arts club was not Bai Lianwen, he would absolutely look down on this kind of amateur university martial arts club and would not have joined. "Junior Jai Chen, I am Chen Jin, a junior and a 4th-degree Taekwondo black belt." Chen Jin walked to the center of the sparring area, unceremoniously pushing aside Wu Cheng, the boy who had just been sparring with Jai Chen, and stood in front of Jai Chen. "Even Professor Bai praised your talent. I am also a bit curious just how good you are. You would not lack the courage to even spar with me, would you?" Jai Chen glanced at Chen Jin with some displeasure. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Bai Lianwen frown slightly, staring at Chen Jin with a cold gaze. "Chen Jin, Jai Chen has only just started learning Taekwondo. You are already an elite in the Taekwondo world, so sparring with him is obviously unfair." Bai Lianwen looked at Chen Jin with an unfriendly tone. It was not because she favored Jai Chen, but because Chen Jin's bullying behavior was particularly disgusting. Hearing Bai Lianwen's words, the latter felt even more dissatisfied and practically looked down his nose at Jai Chen. "Instructor Bai, rest assured, I will not be overbearing. As long as Junior Jai Chen can score 1 point against me, I will consider it my loss." Faced with Chen Jin's boring challenge, Jai Chen originally wanted to refuse directly. He was not some hot-headed youngster who could be easily provoked. However, right at that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. "Task triggered, accept a challenge from a Taekwondo elite within 5 minutes, and emerge victorious. Reward, Genetic Improvement Potion." Genetic Improvement Potion. Consuming it comprehensively improves physical fitness, increases strength, endurance, and fortifies the body. Hearing the system's notification sound, Jai Chen felt a surge of joy. A genetic improvement potion, this was a good thing. He had just been worrying that his physical body could not keep up with his learning speed. With this potion, his learning progress would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At this time, seeing the other party not responding for a long time, Chen Jin, who was in front of Jai Chen, spoke with a bit of mockery on his face. "Jai Chen, you are not scared, are you?" Seeing Chen Jin's aggressive appearance, Bai Lianwen was just about to say something when Jai Chen smiled and spoke up beside her. "No problem, senior." Although Jai Chen knew there was still a considerable gap in strength between him and the opponent, he was very confident in the taekwondo skills he had learned from Bai Lianwen over the past few days. Even though his physical fitness was not strong enough, taking care of an opponent who was only slightly stronger than him would not be too difficult. Moreover, taekwondo skills were fundamentally just on the level of technique usage, not his actual personal combat ability. Especially since this guy in front of him was very conceited, claiming that giving up a single point would count as his loss. As long as he could hit the opponent's body or head later, he could end the fight in an instant. "Jai Chen, are you sure?" Bai Lianwen originally wanted to refuse on Jai Chen's behalf, but seeing him agree, she turned her head and asked him. "Hehe, since you have agreed, there is no going back. Enough talk, bring it on." Deeply afraid that Jai Chen would back out, Chen Jin immediately stepped aside and took a stance. Jai Chen also shot Bai Lianwen a glance to reassure her, then strode over to face Chen Jin. Seeing that neither of them had any intention of backing down, Bai Lianwen stopped trying to dissuade them and just spoke calmly. "Stop before going too far. I will act as the referee. Both sides bow." As Bai Lianwen's voice fell, Jai Chen and Chen Jin bowed according to the competition rules and took their stances. 3, 2, 1, begin. At Bai Lianwen's command, Chen Jin rushed to Jai Chen, rotated his body 90 degrees, pivoted 180 degrees on the balls of his feet, and with a loud shout, launched a powerful and heavy spinning back kick sweeping from right to left toward Jai Chen's face. Chen Jin had clearly been training for years. His foundation and power were undeniable. His side kick even carried a gust of wind, making his loose training uniform flutter loudly. Taekwondo is by nature a discipline focused on leg techniques. Chen Jin's kick was textbook perfect and sharp, a truly impressive display that showed the onlookers exactly what he was capable of. Although Jai Chen had only just started learning Taekwondo a few days ago, his ultimate learning talent skill granted him incredibly fast reaction speeds. The moment Chen Jin started his move, Jai Chen had already anticipated his intention. Seeing the leg strike heading straight for his face, he quickly took a step back, narrowly dodging the fierce kick, and immediately launched his own counterattack. Chen Jin missed his kick, his expression showing a hint of surprise. How could Jai Chen, a novice who had only been training for a few days, dodge his strike so easily? However, before Chen Jin could even react, Jai Chen shifted his defensive stance. His right foot pointed forward, and with a crisp sound, his whip-like kick cut through the air. Jai Chen's sudden kick struck like a whip, parrying Chen Jin's attack. It moved like a rushing river flowing backward, an upward sweeping strike with a straightened toe aimed directly at Chen Jin's chin. Seeing the ferocity of Jai Chen's attack, Chen Jin was terrified and scrambled backward. Jai Chen pressed his advantage, pushing off the ground with one foot to leap into the air. Like wind blowing through lotus leaves, he swayed side to side, unleashing a flurry of kicks toward Chen Jin. The next instant, with a loud slap, Jai Chen's leg slammed into the outer side of Chen Jin's leg as he tried to retract it to defend. Point scored. According to what Chen Jin had said earlier, he had already lost the match. But as a 4th-degree black belt, he could not accept that he had been defeated by a complete beginner in just a few moves. Instantly enraged, he glared with wide, fierce eyes, let out a roar, and lunged forward to counterattack. Jai Chen knew the guy would not keep his word. Seeing his move, he immediately stepped back twice to a safe position. Chen Jin refused to let it go. Ignoring the fact that Bai Lianwen had already raised the flag to signal a point for Jai Chen, he charged straight at him again. "Chen Jin, please follow the rules of the match." Even though Bai Lianwen gave a stern warning, Chen Jin ignored her and pressed on with aggressive momentum. This time, Jai Chen did not just sit and wait. As Chen Jin closed in, he suddenly feinted forward. Chen Jin was highly experienced. From Jai Chen's movements, which were skilled but still slightly stiff, he predicted that Jai Chen was about to attempt a kick. A mocking smile curled his lips as he prepared to deliver a roundhouse kick to Jai Chen. He felt smug, thinking that before Jai Chen could complete his kick, he would strike first with a roundhouse kick and send him flying. "Kid, you are still way too green for Taekwondo." However, the moment Chen Jin committed to his roundhouse kick, his face turned pale with alarm. He looked up just in time to see Jai Chen had already swiftly lifted his knee and raised his leg. Oh no! Before Chen Jin could even translate that thought into action, Jai Chen's downward axe kick had already slammed into his sweeping right leg. Snap! Compared to the previous strike, this one was incredibly fierce. A sharp crack echoed from Chen Jin's lower leg, followed by a wave of intense pain. His shocked expression shifted instantly as he lost all ability to fight, collapsing to the ground and clutching his knee while gritting his teeth. Chen Jin clutched his knee, wincing in agony. Jai Chen, having retracted his leg, looked down at Chen Jin writhing on the floor with a blank expression. If it were not for his quick reflexes, that first kick Chen Jin aimed at his face could have nearly killed him. The match had already been decided, yet this guy had no integrity and kept pursuing him. If he had not exploited Chen Jin's arrogance with a feint to deal some real damage, the guy would have pestered him all day. Besides, his attacks were vicious. If Jai Chen had let his guard down for even a second, he could have ended up in the ICU. Just as the fight ended, the system's voice echoed in Jai Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. Task successfully completed. You have received 1 bottle of genetic potion. Yes, got it. Although Bai Lianwen also disliked Chen Jin, as the club's instructor, she had an obligation to ensure he got medical attention for his leg injury immediately. She quickly called over a few burly students and had them take Chen Jin to the infirmary. Seeing Chen Jin being carried away, the surrounding students swarmed around Jai Chen. Junior, that was awesome. You took Chen Jin down. I have hated that guy for a long time. I just could not beat him myself. Exactly, and Chen Jin brought this on himself today. He was too arrogant. He deserved to be taught a lesson. Junior is a beast, knocking out a Taekwondo elite after only a few days of training. Maybe in a while you will even surpass Bai Lianwen. Jai Chen heard them and waved his hand with a smile, saying, Coach Bai is a fighting champion. It is not that easy to surpass her. Besides, I am only learning combat for self-defense and fitness. At this moment, Bai Lianwen, who heard Jai Chen's words from the crowd, recalled his performance over the past few days, and a bold idea began to form in her mind. She pushed through the crowd and walked up to Jai Chen. Student Jai Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me. Jai Chen was slightly stunned by her request, but he quickly recovered, nodded, said goodbye to his classmates, and followed Bai Lianwen out. He also wondered if he had gone too hard and caused trouble for Bai Lianwen. So as soon as they reached the entrance of the martial arts hall, Jai Chen spoke up, Sorry, coach. I went a bit too hard today and caused you some trouble. You do not need to apologize to me. Bai Lianwen offered a rare smile, her flawless skin looking exceptionally clear and fair under the sunlight. Chen Jin did not follow the rules. This was a lesson for his arrogance. Besides, it was my failure as an instructor for not stopping him sooner. Oh, then why did you call me out, coach? Jai Chen looked at the young woman in front of him, feeling a bit confused. My master used to tell me that even though I have great talent, there is still a gap between me and a true genius. Bai Lianwen looked at Jai Chen with her beautiful eyes, making no effort to hide her admiration, and continued. I never really believed that, but since seeing you, I think I finally understand what he meant. Regardless of whether Jai Chen was hiding his true strength or had truly just started learning a few days ago. After spending these days with him, Bai Lianwen could feel it from his sparring sessions with others and with her. He was a terrifyingly gifted genius in combat. It would be a terrible shame if such a talent were to go to waste. Jai Chen was momentarily stunned by the sudden praise. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, you are the real genius. You have achieved so much at 18. What I am doing is just child's play. Jai Chen knew perfectly well that he was not talented at all. It was all thanks to his cheat. However, after he finished speaking, he noticed the young woman looking at him with a strange expression. Before Jai Chen could think it over, he saw Bai Lianwen turn and lean in closer. With a serious and earnest expression, she said solemnly, Actually, the world stage of mixed martial arts has always lacked Chinese faces. I believe that with your talent and the right training, you could eventually stand at the pinnacle of the world stage and become a world champion. Are you interested? Jai Chen, huh? Hearing Bai Lianwen's words, Jai Chen looked down at the serious little girl in front of him and asked with a smile, Are you serious? Although the expression on Bai Lianwen's face looked very calm, she still looked at Jai Chen with a very passionate gaze. Of course I am serious. With your strength and talent, ordinary combat training will at most train you into a fighter who can only casually participate in some matches. But if you can make time to go to my master's martial arts club, and my master and I take turns giving you professional training, it will definitely pave the way for you to become a world boxing champion. A world boxing champion. Jai Chen felt a slight headache and doubted his life a bit, but the rare eagerness of the girl in front of him did not seem fake. He thought about it seriously for a moment. Actually, his interest in combat was not that great. His main goal was just to be able to fight 7 or 8 people at once, so he would not get beaten black and blue by delinquents or people like Chen Jin. As for being a world boxing champion, it sounded like someone who had to take a lot of severe beatings to reach the peak. It definitely would not be that easy. However, he really liked learning combat from Bai Lianwen. After all, this girl was truly amazing. Jai Chen pondered for a moment, looked at the girl in front of him and smiled wryly. If it is just learning combat from Coach Bai, I would really like that. But I have a lot of other things on my hands right now. I'm afraid I do not have more time to train. Besides, I am not particularly interested in becoming a world boxing champion or anything like that at the moment. Hearing Jai Chen's words, Bai Lianwen instantly understood what he meant. Especially when she heard the first 2 sentences, her fair and tender cheeks suddenly began to burn. This guy, he is trying to flirt with her again. Some things are better left unsaid, and I will not be moved anyway. Bai Lianwen did not expect Jai Chen to be so straightforward just now, confessing that he joined the martial arts club just for her. Saying he liked learning combat from her meant he was just like those students who signed up these past few days because they liked her. Damn it. This guy is getting more and more audacious. Meanwhile, Jai Chen was a bit confused. What did he say? Before Jai Chen could speak, Bai Lianwen's voice came over again. But my proposal is always valid. You can go back and think about it. I just feel it would be a pity to waste such great talent. Although Jai Chen felt like he and this girl were on completely different wavelengths, hearing her last sentence, he nodded and smiled. Don't worry. If I ever intend to achieve something in combat in the future, I will definitely let you know first. Bai Lianwen still did not turn around. She nodded lightly and said, okay, let us call it a day. If you are free during the lunch break tomorrow, you can come here to practice too. Alright, I will head back first then. Jai Chen was truly grateful to her. After all, she genuinely appreciated his abilities. After saying goodbye to Bai Chen, Jai Chen left the entrance of the martial arts hall alone. Bai Lianwen watched Jai Chen's retreating back, her cheeks still slightly flushed. When she said those words just now, this guy's heart must have been as sad as hers. But it was impossible for her and him right now. After all, their relationship was special. If she really did something out of line and her grandfather found out, the old man's blood pressure would definitely skyrocket. After all, her grandfather had doted on her since she was little and even supported her learning combat despite her father's opposition. She did not want to provoke the old man. Thinking of this, Bai Lianwen suddenly remembered that her grandfather had mentioned a while ago that he would come back in some time and stay in the old courtyard in Zik village for a while. When she had time, she would have to go and clean it up herself. After all, her grandfather did not like others touching his old belongings. It was not until Jai Chen's back disappeared from sight that Bai Lianwen turned around and went back into the martial arts hall, dismissing the students. After leaving the club, Jai Chen went outside to pack 2 fast food meals, ready to head back to the dorm. Yun Chen was supposed to go to the club with him today, but the training at the club over the past 2 days had exhausted him. So as soon as class ended today, Yun Chen went back to the dorm to play dead. He was still lying in bed right now, waiting for Jai Chen to feed him. On the bed, Yun Chen was reading Fan Zhu's novel that often went off the rails, live broadcast My Leisurely Mountain Village Life, and was laughing his head off at the contents. This useless dog, he even frequently writes himself in to add more scenes. He is really shameless. At this moment, the dorm door was suddenly opened from the outside. Jai Chen entered the dorm carrying 2 boxes of fast food, and at first glance, he saw Yun Chen lying on the bed like a salted fish, holding up his phone. Hey, old Jai is back. Catching a glimpse of Jai Chen, Yun Chen immediately prepared to sit up from the bed, but the soreness coming from all over his body made him bare his teeth in pain. Ouch, 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 I have rested for a whole day, but my arms are still so sore. Jai Chen placed the fast food on the table and looked at the grimacing Yun Chen. You just lack exercise normally. You will probably get used to it in a while. Yun Chen was originally a pampered little rich kid who rarely exercised. Starting to learn combat would definitely be too much for him at first. Sai, if I had known, I would have joined you when you went to do part-time errands or exercise before. Now I even missed sister-in-law Jai's class today. Yun Chen said as he got up straight from the bed and walked towards Jai Chen. Ever since they watched the movie last time, the guys in the dorm had privately changed their way of addressing Bai Lianwen from professor to sister-in-law Jai. Although they knew it was impossible between Professor Bai and Jai Chen, they still loved calling her that. Hearing this guy running his mouth again, Jai Chen turned around and kicked him right on the butt. You idiot, I told you to stop calling her that. Mainly, Jai Chen was afraid that if these guys got used to calling her that, and one day their brains short-circuited around Bai Lianwen and they blurted it out, it definitely would not be resolved without copying lesson plans hundreds of times and a severe beating. Yun Chen felt a burst of pain from the sudden kick to his butt. He quickly reached back to rub it and obediently shut his mouth for the time being. Heaven? He would call her that again when the other roommates came back. As long as everyone called her that together, Jai Chen's leg would not be able to kick him so fast. Before long, the two started eating. Taking advantage of the mealtime, Jai Chen prepared to open Douyin to see how many fans he had gained over the past few days. Originally, when he created a new Douyin account, he was planning to send the account to Tang Ziyu. But thinking about how a single song that man had attracted so many girls to crowd around the classroom door every day waiting for him, Jai Chen decided not to expose his true identity for now. He had Tang Ziyu inform those fans with the excuse that he needed to focus on his studies. Otherwise, if more people knew his true identity, as long as he had a bit of fame, a bunch of crazy girls would definitely gather at the school gate to stake him out, seriously affecting his normal life. Jai Chen had no intention of entering the entertainment industry either. Actually, being a behind-the-scenes singer was pretty good too. He could make money and his private life would not be affected. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not expose his identity. But he wondered how many fans his Douyin had gained these past few days. Thinking of this, Jai Chen directly opened the Douyin app, and there were several rows of 99 plus message and follow notifications again. And when he opened his profile page and saw the number of fans on it, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Shocking, his number of fans had actually reached. Jai Chen never expected that just 1 week after releasing his song, he would have accumulated over 8 million followers on Douyin. You have to realize that top-tier Douyin influencer, Yitio Zio Tuan, who has been incredibly popular for a year, only has 40 million followers. He did not expect that by just releasing one song, he would gain 8 million followers in a single week. It seems the hunger for entertainment in this world is even more severe than he had imagined. Jai Chen then checked a few private messages and found that quite a few advertisers had already reached out to him for commercial collaborations. However, he did not know most of the brands and apps contacting him, so after replying to a few briefly, he logged out of Douyin. After all, when it comes to taking on advertisements, you have to have a certain level of understanding of the other party. Otherwise, if you crash once, your reputation will be ruined instantly. If he could focus on releasing songs and the like, the money earned would certainly not be less than taking on ads, and there would be no risk. But he could not release them too frequently either. To establish a high-value image for himself on Douyin or in the music industry, a bit of hunger marketing is inevitable. He would wait for the hype of this song to completely fade before thinking about releasing the next one. After dinner, Yun Chuan volunteered to take out the trash and get some exercise while he was at it. Jai Chen stayed in the dorm and took out the genetic potion from his system inventory. The pale green potion was in a small glass bottle, feeling cold and refreshing in his hand. Without much thought, Jai Chen downed the potion in one gulp. It tasted mild and sweet, and at the same time a cold, refreshing sensation spread from his throat to his stomach. In less than a minute, Jai Chen felt his whole body start to heat up, and he felt a bit drowsy. Overcome by an unstoppable sleepiness, Jai Chen collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the dorm was pitch black, and he was covered with a thin blanket. Jai Chen hurriedly grabbed his phone nearby to check. It was already past 3 in the morning. He was also surprised to find that his body now felt like it had endless energy. He had become much stronger. Both his vision and hearing had been greatly enhanced. Even though the light in the dorm was very dim, he could almost see every item inside. His thoughts and logic had become clearer than ever before. However, perhaps because he had sweated a bit, combined with training at the club for several hours in the afternoon, Jai Chen felt sticky all over. He grabbed a change of clothes and went to the public shower. While showering, Jai Chen discovered that his height seemed to have increased by at least 3 centimeters, and a certain part of him had also grown significantly. His original height of 183.5 centimeters had likely reached 186.5 now. As expected of a system-produced item, the effects were truly immediate. After showering, Jai Chen felt refreshed, returned to the dorm, and went back to sleep. The next day, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, holy crap. In the dorm, Jai Chen, who had woken up early and just returned from buying breakfast, opened the door. When the others saw him, they were stunned and let out several exclamations of "Oh my god." Closing the door, Jai Chen placed the 5 portions of pork blood soup on the table and looked at the stunned group. "What's with you guys so early in the morning? Come on, eat breakfast." "Old Jai, why do I feel like you have grown taller?" Zhao Ran said, coming up to Jai Chen and gesturing with his hand. "Oh my god, you really grew taller. You used to be a bit below my eyes, now you're up to my forehead." Yun Chuan also rushed over and patted Jai Chen on the body. "Oh my god, your physique has become much stronger too." Fan Zhuo stood up from his laptop immediately, stopping his typing. "Oh my god. Old Jai, this is not learning combat, this is basically plastic surgery." After all, these past few days, Jai Chen had been running to the martial arts club every day after school and training very hard. Seeing him grow taller and stronger, Fan Zhuo subconsciously attributed it to that. Yin Hao pushed up his glasses, looking grave. "This is unscientific." Zhao Qian said, "Screw whether it is scientific or not. I only know that learning combat makes you taller and more handsome. That way Zio Mei will not refuse to date me just because I am only 179. I'm going to, although I am a writer and have over 100 girls in my group, I always feel my physique is lacking and I do not dare to flirt. Once I am strong and fit, I will definitely grab one to be my girlfriend right away. Add me in. If I could be a bit taller, I would definitely play better when playing basketball. Although it is very unscientific, add me in too." Jai Chen looked at the group, who seemed instantly energized, and opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain it. The changes in his body had little to do with combat. It was all thanks to the genetic potion. Just then, Yun Chuan suddenly slammed the table, scanned the group around him, and smirked. "Guys, you have no chance because the martial arts club is already full, ha ha ha." Damn, 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 damn. Jai Chen looked at the disappointed group and frowned. "Guys, actually, it is pretty good to be average in height and looks. Otherwise, it is quite annoying to be watched by girls every time I go out." He really just wanted to get stronger. Being too popular is also quite annoying. Listen to that, is that human language? Every time I meet someone like this, I want to beat them up. I will let it slide today, I cannot beat him. Damn, when will I have half of old Jai's looks? I would love to share some of his troubles. Jai Chen. The group started eating breakfast while chatting. Then those who had classes went to class, and those who did not stayed in the dorm to play games. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1 in the afternoon. After lunch, Jai Chen went straight to the martial arts club, eager to find someone to spar with. However, when he arrived at the club, he found that there were not many students there. After all, many students take a nap at this time. And Bai Lianwen had not arrived yet either. So he found a few seniors with good foundations to spar with, but almost none of them could last 3 minutes before they were gasping for air and quickly admitting defeat. Even the club president Li Qing, who had years of experience, was quickly defeated and sat on the ground gasping for air. Junior Jai Chen, your progress is way too fast. Fighting you, I have to attack and defend every second, the rhythm just does not stop. Jai Chen also exhaled and smiled, saying, then I will slow down the pace later, want to go for a few more minutes. Jai Chen discovered that as long as he sparred with others, he could quickly accumulate a lot of experience, integrate it into the next spar, and his body's reactions could keep up with his thoughts. As long as he practiced more, he would definitely be able to improve his strength rapidly. Li Qing on the ground looked at the eager Jai Chen and smiled bitterly, Junior, spare me. Being put through the ringer by Jai Chen like this, he could not take it anymore. At this moment, an extremely pleasant voice suddenly came from behind Jai Chen. Why do not you let me spar with classmate Jai Chen? P.S. Seeing this, remember to reach out and give Fan Zhu a 5-star review and send some little gifts, my dears. Hearing the voice behind him, Jai Chen turned his head and saw Bai Lianwen, dressed in a martial arts uniform, already standing behind him. Her long, seaweed-like hair was tied up, and paired with the uniform, she looked absolutely striking and beautiful. After a brief moment of surprise, Jai Chen smiled faintly, then I will be in your care, Coach Bai. At this moment, Bai Lianwen also noticed that Jai Chen seemed a bit different today. Her pretty eyes scrutinized him for a few seconds. She felt like this guy had somehow grown taller today and his physique looked much stronger too. Especially when he smiled at her, his whole person seemed to be glowing. Feeling like she was hallucinating, Bai Lianwen quickly shook her head to toss out the illusion. With a serious little face, she said, we will not need a referee this time. Student Jai Chen, you take the initiative to attack. Show me your true strength and treat me as a real enemy. Hearing this, Jai Chen nodded and replied seriously, then you better be careful, Coach Bai. After Jai Chen spoke, the unrelated people quickly cleared the area. Jai Chen gave Bai Lianwen a quick nod, took his stance, and swiftly dashed toward her. Rushing right in front of Bai Lianwen, Jai Chen did not hesitate at all. He reached out and grabbed one of her arms, swiftly stepping in to pull her toward him. Then, exerting a bit of force, he prepared to execute a shoulder throw. The shoulder throw is a finishing move in judo. Strictly speaking, the shoulder throw emphasizes using one's own back as a fulcrum to toss the opponent. The moment Bai Lianwen was grabbed by the arm and Jai Chen stepped in, her face showed no signs of panic. A hint of excitement even flashed in her usually indifferent eyes. This guy's movements and speed are getting faster and faster. Immediately, the moment she felt Jai Chen pulling her arm, she bent her knees and slipped between his legs. Her other free arm quickly slipped under his armpit to grab him, while her captured arm bent simultaneously as she stepped in close. In just the blink of an eye, Bai Lianwen had turned the tables from passive to active. Before Jai Chen could react and change his move, she forcefully yanked his arm forward. Zovast! A trace of shock flashed in Jai Chen's eyes. The next instant, Jai Chen flipped over in the air and with a heavy thud landed squarely on the ground. The speed of Bai Lianwen's shoulder throw was simply faster, fiercer, and more accurate than Jai Chen's. Seeing this, the surrounding students instantly widened their eyes. Jai Chen is obviously already so strong, yet he was still instantly taken down by Coach Bai. Coach Bai is awesome. Coach Bai is the absolute best. Wow, we finally get to see the junior get knocked out. How this feels so good. Coach Bai is taking revenge for us. The surrounding students had almost all stopped what they were doing, excitedly watching the sparring match between Jai Chen and Bai Lianwen. It is rare to see Jai Chen take a beating. We definitely cannot miss this. Again, Bai Lianwen ignored the voices around them and looked at Jai Chen on the ground, saying coldly. Soon Jai Chen climbed up from the ground. Looking at Bai Lianwen in front of him, a hint of excitement faintly emerged in his eyes. As expected of an outstanding fighting genius, only by sparring with her can I accumulate experience this fast. Having just gotten up from the ground, Jai Chen gave a low shout. Leaning his body slightly, he threw a kick toward Bai Lianwen. In previous sparring sessions, he indeed had some reservations because she was a girl, afraid of hurting her. But as time went on, Jai Chen realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. This girl only looks innocent and harmless on the surface. In reality, she is incredibly strong. Facing Jai Chen's attack this time, Bai Lianwen seemed to have predicted it. She merely took half a step back, causing Jai Chen's kick to miss instantly. At the same time, she clenched her pale hand into a fist and threw a swift, fierce punch aimed straight at Jai Chen's face. But right at that moment, she faintly felt a twinge of pain in her previously sprained ankle. However, she did not pay it much mind and had absolutely no intention of pulling her punch. At this moment, Jai Chen's dynamic vision, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person, finally gave him the upper hand. The trajectory of Bai Lianwen's punch, which the vast majority of people would not have been able to dodge, was perfectly clear in his eyes. Bending his left arm slightly, he moved it precisely to block her line of attack. Smack! Her small fist, hitting as heavily as a sandbag, struck directly against Jai Chen's elbow, sending waves of pain through it. If that punch had landed on his face, he would definitely have been beaten into a pulp by this little girl. Having such a fast attack blocked, a trace of confusion could not help but appear on Bai Lianwen's usually calm face. It seemed like Jai Chen's overall strength had improved quite a bit today. Continue. The two exchanged nearly 10 more moves, and Jai Chen's body hit the floor of the sparring center with heavy thuds 3 or 4 times. The surrounding onlookers watched with absolute relish. Professor Bai is awesome, Professor Bai is the best. This is amazing, I feel like I am watching an action movie. Damn it, mind your words, this is a martial arts blockbuster. Compared to the students watching off the mat, Bai Lianwen, staring at Jai Chen as they continuously exchanged blows, felt increasingly shocked. Because this guy's progress was genuinely astonishing to a frightening degree. She had clearly been sparring with Jai Chen for less than half an hour, but it had gone from her being able to counterattack easily at the beginning to him, becoming increasingly difficult to deal with now. Even to the point where, during their continuous exchanges, beads of sweat had formed on her pale face, and the loose strands of hair on her forehead were drenched. Sweat rolled down from her temples, slowly beginning to seep into her loose martial arts uniform. The injury on her ankle was also starting to hurt more and more. But seeing Jai Chen's excited and eager to learn expression, she decided to grit her teeth and exchange a few more moves with him. Besides, she had to admit that she herself really enjoyed this feeling of fighting against Jai Chen. At this time, Jai Chen also noticed the slight beads of sweat on Bai Lianwen's face and immediately said gently, "Are you tired? How about we stop here for now?" Hearing Jai Chen say this, a hint of displeasure flashed in Bai Lianwen's beautiful eyes, and she threw a punch straight at Jai Chen's face. "Take this fight seriously, I can keep going." However, the moment she threw this punch, Bai Lianwen felt another wave of pain from her ankle and she could not help but frown. Sure enough, what Kingya said actually came true. At this moment, Jai Chen did not notice Bai Lianwen's expression either, because a small fist was constantly enlarging before his eyes at a terrifying speed. So he hurriedly leaned backward, his right leg sweeping toward Bai Lianwen's left foot like a lever. To dodge this punch now, he could only attack her lower body to force her away. But what Jai Chen had not anticipated was that Bai Lianwen, who was somewhat distracted and in discomfort at the moment, completely failed to notice his movement. Smack! Catching her completely off guard, Jai Chen's foot struck the exact spot where Bai Lianwen was aching, causing her foot to instantly leave the ground. Due to a momentary lack of defense, her body suddenly pitched forward. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly as she fell right onto Jai Chen. Jai Chen originally just wanted to attack Bai Lianwen's lower body to make her pull back and withdraw her punch. He never expected this girl to actually get distracted. His already tilted body was directly tackled as she fell onto him. Thud! The next instant, under the stunned expressions of the students whose eyes were practically popping out of their sockets, Bai Lianwen crashed heavily onto Jai Chen, and the two of them instantly tumbled to the ground together. Oh my god, this! Oh my god, what is going on? Oh my god, did the junior do that on purpose? Everyone around was in shock. In the center, Jai Chen and Bai Lianwen were pressed tightly together. Looking at each other's faces from such close proximity, their breathing seemed to freeze instantly. Compared to the impact of his back hitting the ground, Jai Chen could feel the soft, beautiful, and delicate body on top of him much more clearly right now. And the gentle breath brushing against his face unexpectedly carried a subtle, faint fragrance. Even Jai Chen inexplicably lost his focus for a moment, his Adam's apple bobbing subconsciously. However, in the next instant, the exquisitely beautiful face right in front of him turned pink at a visible speed. Her usually cold and elegant beautiful eyes also took on a trace of panic and shyness. She hurriedly scrambled off Jai Chen and sat to the side. Feeling the gazes of the surrounding students, her face turned impossibly red. At this time, Jai Chen also snapped back to reality and immediately sat up from the ground. Only then did he notice a large red patch on the girl's ankle, which was exposed under her pant leg due to her slightly bent knees. Is this on the foot she sprained before? Suddenly, Jai Chen realized what had happened. No wonder she did not notice his movements just now. She must have been distracted by the injury on her foot. But why was this girl so silly? Her foot was clearly hurting a lot, yet she had been sparring with him all these days. Jai Chen furrowed his brows. He immediately dropped to one knee, gathered the nearby Bai Lianwen into his arms, stood up, and strode toward the resting area. Bai Lianwen, who was already a bit flustered and embarrassed, reacted belatedly to Jai Chen's embrace. Her body stiffened instantly, and it felt like a fire had exploded in her head, leaving her mind completely blank. He actually picked her up. Does this guy know what he is doing? Bai Lianwen widened her beautiful eyes, and her entire body turned pink at a visible speed. Jai Chen. Perhaps because she was a bit nervous, her voice inexplicably carried a trace of trembling. Feeling that she could not intimidate Jai Chen like this, she tried hard to adjust her breathing. What are you doing? Bai Lianwen said, swinging her dangling legs, trying to make Jai Chen put her down quickly. But with Bai Lianwen's movement, Jai Chen's grip tightened around her even more, leaving her completely unable to move. Do not move, did you not know your foot injury relapsed? Jai Chen's voice carried a hint of anger, which was extremely rare for him. He did not know why, but ever since he realized this girl had been accompanying him in high intensity, training every day despite her foot injury not being fully healed, his heart felt both angry and ached for her. The clueless students around them stared blankly at the scene, not knowing how to react for a moment. And being carried by Jai Chen under so many pairs of eyes made Bai Lianwen so anxious she was almost about to cry. Jai Chen, although she tried to make her voice sound tough, in the end, it inexplicably gave off a feeling of having zero intimidation power, being just adorably fierce like an angry little kitten. Her large, moist eyes glared at Jai Chen angrily. By this time, Jai Chen had carried her to the resting area. Seeing this adorably fierce little girl in his arms, the anger in his heart inexplicably dissipated quite a bit instantly, and he just found her incredibly cute. It made him want to tease her a bit more. But soon, he still placed Bai Lianwen down on a chair in the resting area. After all, the most important thing right now was this little girl's foot. Immediately, Jai Chen squatted in front of the girl and reached out to grab her foot. The latter instantly reacted and immediately shrank her little foot back under the chair angrily. I will deal with it myself. Do not move, let me take a look at it, Jai Chen said, grasping that restless jade-like leg. I told you there is no need. Bai Lianwen said, wanting to kick Jai Chen's hand away, as there were so many eyes watching them after all. But as soon as she exerted force, a wave of pain came from her ankle, hurting so much that she gasped. Looking at Bai Lianwen's little expression of trying her best to endure the pain, Jai Chen felt both angry and amused. If you keep moving around, I will carry you for a lap around Jiang University later. He naturally knew what this little girl was shy about and voiced his threat. You would not dare, the latter's face flushed bright red upon hearing his words. Just watch and see if I dare. In the end, Bai Lianwen still blushed and obediently let Jai Chen examine her foot. Jai Chen took off the shoe on Bai Lianwen's small foot and placed her fair, tender foot on his thigh. Rolling up her pant leg, he immediately saw the ankle that was swollen completely out of shape, and his brows instantly knitted together again. At this time, the confused students suddenly realized the truth. So Coach Bai was injured. Just now they thought Jai Chen was going to do something inappropriate to Coach Bai. Some of the more righteous and bold ones had already run halfway, ready to play the hero. Seeing this scene, they obediently retreated, their mouths feeling as if they had been stuffed full of something. After Jai Chen finished examining the injury on Bai Lianwen's foot, he realized the severity had far exceeded what he could handle himself. After all, she already had a foot injury to begin with, and after he accidentally kicked it just now, it seemed to have gotten much worse. Then with very gentle movements, he slipped the shoe back onto that fair and delicate little foot. He looked at Bai Lianwen and said seriously, "You cannot walk right now. I will carry you to the infirmary." Hearing his words, the latter hurriedly shook her head. I can walk by myself. Saying this, Bai Lianwen quickly stood up from the chair. However, the moment her injured foot touched the ground, waves of piercing pain instantly made her scalp tingle. Even though Bai Lianwen tried hard to maintain a calm expression on her face, fine drops of cold sweat inevitably broke out on her forehead. Looking at this stubborn little girl, Jai Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. At a time like this, she was still trying to act tough. Without another thought, Jai Chen stepped behind Bai Lianwen, leaned forward slightly, slipped one arm around her slender, soft waist, and directly scooped the girl horizontally into his arms. Bai Lianwen suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. As her beautiful eyes widened, her body reacted almost instinctively, her fair hands directly grasping onto Jai Chen's shoulders. Realizing she had already landed in Jai Chen's embrace, she quickly swung her legs, her face flushing red. Put me down right now, there are so many students watching. Feeling the struggle of the girl in his arms, Jai Chen tightened his grip, then turned to look at the crowd of students who had already had their fill of this spectacle. Seniors, Coach Bai's foot is injured. I will take her to the infirmary first. Upon hearing Jai Chen's words, many students, despite being so jealous they were turning purple, quickly nodded in understanding. Junior, go ahead, we will practice on our own first. Professor Bai's injury is more important. That is right, we can train by ourselves. Hurry up and go. After all, Bai Lianwen's injury looked genuinely serious right now, and she indeed needed to go to the infirmary for immediate treatment. Of course, they also wanted to carry Coach Bai to the infirmary just like Jai Chen was doing. But they did not dare to. If it were them, they would have probably been chewed out by Coach Bai by now. After all, given their skills, even if Coach Feng could not move one of her legs, she could still take them down in seconds. Thinking of this, a blazing fighting spirit suddenly ignited in the hearts of many students. They had to train hard. They would strive to be like their junior one day, overflowing with boyfriend energy. After greeting the crowd, Jai Chen carried Bai Lianwen and strode away. The latter's face had long been flushed with embarrassment. Unable to resist, the moment they left the martial arts club, she buried her little head directly into Jai Chen's chest, thinking that perhaps fewer people would recognize her this way. But once she recovered, she would definitely make this guy suffer the consequences. Take the small paths. Since she could not beat Jai Chen right now and was afraid he would actually carry her to a crowded place, Bai Lianwen could only speak in a soft voice. Jai Chen looked down at the fluffy little head in his arms, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Following Bai Lianwen's request, he chose less crowded paths to head towards the infirmary. If her leg was not so badly injured, Jai Chen would not have chosen to carry her around the school like this. After all, this girl was just an 18 or 19-year-old young woman, so she would definitely be shy. But given the current situation, he could not care about all that. Getting her foot treated was the priority. Fortunately, it was quite hot outside today and the sun was currently at its peak, so they hardly ran into anyone along the way. The occasional one or two people they met were just cleaners doing their jobs. Relax a bit, holding you like this is making me quite tired. All along the way, Jai Chen could feel that Bai Lianwen's body was completely tense. It did not actually affect him much, but staying so tense all the time must be very tiring for the little girl. Bai Lianwen's little head remained resting against Jai Chen's chest as she stubbornly replied, "I am relaxed. It is just that you do not have the strength to carry me. In that case, you might as well put me down and let me walk by myself." "I will not." Jai Chen looked at the little tsundere in his arms and said without hesitation. "You then die of exhaustion." Although the latter said so with her mouth, her body was very honest and soon began to gradually relax. It was only after she relaxed that Bai Lianwen suddenly realized Jai Chen's embrace was very firm. She felt as if she were enveloped by a strong scent of male hormones, giving her a deep sense of security. Damn it, this feeling was so strange. Meanwhile, sensing the little body in his arms had relaxed, Jai Chen smiled faintly and continued carrying Bai Lianwen toward the school infirmary. After a walk of over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of the school infirmary. After winding through the halls for a few minutes, following Bai Lianwen's directions, Jai Chen arrived at the door of Lin Qingya's consultation room. Since it was currently break time, Bai Lianwen had Jai Chen put her down on a chair outside the consultation room before she made a phone call to Lin Qingya. Less than 2 minutes after the call ended, Lin Qingya rushed over to the consultation room door in a flurry. The moment she finished checking Bai Lianwen's injury, she was so angry she almost jumped up. "Oh my god, how did it get even worse? It is more swollen than when you sprained it last time. I told you, Wanwen, to rest a while longer before going back to the martial arts club, but you just would not listen. Now look at you, you have relapsed." "Hiss, but even a relapse would not be this severe. Did you engage in high-intensity, prolonged sparring today, and did someone hurt your foot?" Inside the consultation room, Lin Qingya questioned her angrily while treating Bai Lianwen's foot injury. Hearing Lin Qingya's question, Bai Lianwen was just about to make up an excuse, but unexpectedly, Jai Chen had already stepped forward. "Dr. Lin, it was my carelessness. I did not notice Professor Bai had a foot injury. I sparred with her for too long today and even kicked her wound." Hearing Jai Chen's words, the already furious Lin Qingya immediately turned around. "So it was you. If our Wanwen ends up crippled, you must take responsibility." Even though Lin Qingya liked Jai Chen a lot in her heart, Wanwen was undeniably number one. So knowing that Bai Lianwen's foot injury worsened because of Jai Chen, she inevitably felt somewhat emotional. Hearing Lin Qingya's words, Bai Lianwen's small face instantly flushed red. She said defensively, "Qingya, do not talk nonsense. Besides, it was also me getting too caught up in the sparring and failing to hold back." Jai Chen, however, felt his heart tighten upon hearing Lin Qingya's words. "Did you say she might become crippled?" Lin Qingya crossed her arms under her chest and said seriously, "If she does not stay in bed and rest properly over the next few days, the chances of her becoming crippled are as high as 89%. "That's serious." Jai Chen looked at Bai Lianwen's swollen, red ankle again and could not help but feel a growing sense of guilt in his heart. If this girl ended up crippled, he would definitely bear the majority of the blame. Lin Qingya snorted coldly and continued with a serious face. "As the old saying goes, a bone or tendon injury takes 100 days to heal. This foolish girl went to train you in combat after less than a week, and now you have made it even worse. If she does not nurse it properly, becoming crippled is only a matter of time." As she spoke, Lin Qingya's expression turned somewhat distressed. "But my partner took a leave of absence these next few days. I will probably be very busy and will not be able to look after this girl around the clock. I do not need taking care of. Bai Lianwen felt she had not reached such a severe state. It was most likely just Lin Qingya trying to scare her to keep her from going back to the club. After all, she knew her best friend's little schemes better than anyone. However, she would honestly stay at home for the next few days. She really did need to recuperate. Then I will take care of her for the next few days. Jai Chen did not hesitate and directly offered. After all, Bai Lianwen's injury getting worse was mostly because of him. So it was only right for him to look after her for these few days. As soon as Jai Chen said this, both Lin Qingya and Bai Lianwen froze instantly. Although Lin Qingya's impression of Jai Chen improved a lot because of these words, she still shook her head. While your proposal and awareness are both good, and you are handsome and clearly upright, but our Wanwen is a germaphobe, and she absolutely would never let a person of the opposite sex into her room. If anyone tried, they would definitely walk in standing and come out laying flat. Jai Chen, is that so? Why did he remember that last time? He was the one forcefully dragged back into her apartment by this girl. Lin Qingya, do you think I am trying to scare you? When my own brother was little, he got severely beaten up just for entering her room. He's had to hide from Wanwen ever since. It left him with lifelong psychological trauma. Jai Chen, Bai Lianwen. In the end, Jai Chen still left his phone number with Lin Qingya, telling her to call him whenever she was too busy to take care of Bai Lianwen. Since he had classes in the afternoon, he did not stay in the infirmary for long before leaving. No sooner had Jai Chen left than Lin Qingya, while dressing Bai Lianwen's wound, exclaimed, Wanwen, honestly, this guy Jai Chen is actually quite responsible. And why do I get the feeling that he is being especially good to you? Lin Qingya had occasionally heard students gossiping that Jai Chen would not get close to any other girls because of the person he liked in his heart. So why did he treat the little girl right in front of him so differently? Bai Lianwen's face flushed instantly at Lin Qingya's question. Do not go making wild guesses. He just feels responsible because it was his fault that I hurt my foot. Alright, but you two really look like a perfect match. Bai Lianwen shot a sharp, unfriendly look at Lin Qingya. Succumbing to the pressure, Lin Qingya could only laugh it off. Nothing, I was just saying. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her eyes lit up as she continued, Wanwen, the National Day holiday is coming up in a few days. There is an anime convention at the Jiangcheng Convention and Exhibition Center. Shall we go and have some fun? As she spoke, Lin Qingya looked at the stunning young girl before her with a flattering smile. Although Lin Qingya was already 23, she was a veteran fan of the ACG subculture. And the thing she was most passionate about was getting the perfectly proportioned Bai Lianwen to cosplay various popular anime characters with her. Especially since this girl was a perfect fit for the two-dimensional world, she could easily pull off any style, whether it was a maid, a cat girl, a school uniform, or even Lolita fashion. Every time she took photos of Bai Lianwen, she would cherish them and use them as her screensavers. However, she had only managed to pester Bai Lianwen into joining her twice before. Sure enough, hearing Lin Qingya's request this time, Bai Lianwen refused without hesitation. I am not going. That was stuff for little girls to play with. She did not want to go at all. Lin Qingya opened her eyes wide, looking pleadingly. Wanwen, please say yes. I have even picked out the character for you to cosplay this time. It is the super cute and soft kind. You will definitely love it. I am not wearing those cutesy clothes. Wanwen, I feel like you are the perfect fit for that role. Please, please. If you are willing to go with me, I will agree to anything you want in the future. No. Elsewhere. After returning to class, Jai Chen entered his ultimate study mode and focused intensely. He studied like that until 5:30 in the afternoon. After class, he went to the cafeteria with Yun Chuan to eat, where they also ran into Li Yi. Just as they had gotten their food and sat down, the phone in Jai Chen's pocket suddenly rang. When he pulled out his phone and saw the caller's name, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. It was none other than director Zhou Songwen, who had been in touch with him a few days ago. The call connected quickly and Zhou Songwen's voice came through. Little Jai, do you know why I am calling you? Jai Chen smiled. It must be good news. That is right, it is good news. The box office stats for the first week are out. Can you guess how much it is? Zhou Songwen asked, sounding mysterious. It should be over 500 million, right? Jai Chen replied. He had been keeping an eye on it occasionally, and the movie's box office had indeed been growing very fast. Zhou Songwen laughed heartily. Exactly. It is already over 600 million now. It completely exceeded my expectations. Previously, Zhou Songwen had only expected a total box office of around 300 million. But he had not expected it to break 600 million in just 1 week. A lot of the credit for this had to go to Jai Chen. The company had conducted a survey on major websites 2 days ago, and over half the people who chose to watch the movie did so because of Jai Chen's theme song. Another portion of the audience heard that the theme song and the plot were a perfect match. The rest were there for the lead actors Yi Yongqingxi and Zhou Dongyu. So Jai Chen could be considered the greatest contributor to his movie. Hearing Zhou Songwen's words, Jai Chen also smiled. Congratulations. Hahaha, it is all thanks to you, little Jai. I definitely want to collaborate with you on the theme song for my next movie. My fee might be higher next time, can you accept that? Why would not I? Forget 0.5%, I would even give you 2 or 3%. Jo Songwon was not just talking big. If Jai Chen's theme song for the next movie satisfied him, he would absolutely offer a high share. Jai Chen was worth it. Then the two chatted for a while longer, before getting to the main reason for Jo Songwon's call today. Little Jai, I have already had someone prepare your share. After deducting taxes and costs from the 600 million box office, your remaining profit share is about 14 million. This is just a rough estimate, as our normal procedure is to settle the box office with the theaters about a month after the film leaves theaters. Since you need the money urgently, I am transferring it from the company to you first. Although 10 million was not a small amount for Guoshi Pictures, it was not too much either, and this was money Jai Chen was entitled to anyway, just paid out in advance. Alright, thank you, Director Joe. When you come to Jiangcheng another day, I will have to treat you to a good meal. Even though he knew they only had a mutually beneficial relationship, Jai Chen still felt a warmth in his heart that Jo Songwon was willing to advance such a large sum of money from the company to help him out. Ha ha ha, it should be me treating you. Little Jai, you are practically the little god of wealth for this movie of mine. After that, they chatted for a few more sentences and ended the call. Jai Chen immediately opened WeChat and sent his bank account information to Su Yue. After handling that, he finally started eating. Finally being able to pay off the family's debts and still having a substantial income left over, Jai Chen felt that today's meal tasted much better. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan was chatting away enthusiastically with Li Yi, who was sitting opposite him, completely unaware that the buddy beside him was about to have 1/10 of his total net worth. Yi, the ACG convention is being held at the Jiangcheng Convention and Exhibition Center during National Day. How about we go as a couple for cosplay? Yun Chuan said as he picked up the chicken leg from his bowl and put it into Li Yi's. Who wants to cosplay as a couple with you, but we could go together. I heard they have invited quite a few big-name cosplayers this year, and there is even a Hanfu culture theme. Thinking that things might get a bit awkward between the two of them, Li Yi turned to Jai Chen and asked, Jai Chen, would you like to come along? Jai Chen gave a calm smile and said, I will pass. I am not really interested in that sort of thing. That was stuff for young people. As a 40-something-year-old uncle, he had no interest. Come on, old Jai, anime conventions are fun. You cannot stay tense all the time, you need to relax occasionally. Yun Chuan understood what Li Yi meant and chimed in to support her. At the same time, he did not forget to wink frantically at Jai Chen. Old Jai, my happiness depends on you. Jai Chen looked at the winking Yun Chuan, rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then my breakfast for this semester. Old Jai, what are we? We are closer than brothers. I will cover your breakfast for the whole semester. Seeing Yun Chuan's sincere attitude, Jai Chen could only nod reluctantly. All right then. After all, in his previous life, this guy had helped him a lot even after they graduated. It was only right to do what he could to help him chase his girlfriend. Besides, there were so many days in the National Day holiday, taking one day to relax would not hurt. Thanks, old Jai, I love you. Seeing Jai Chen agree, Yun Chuan quickly picked up the other chicken leg from his bowl and gave it to Jai Chen. Take it back, it is covered in your saliva. Oh come on, we have even slept in the same bed, do we really need to be so picky? Li Yi covered her mouth and giggled, looking at the two boys who looked like such a perfect match. I think you two could cosplay as Wuxian and Wang Ji. What are those? Yun Chuan asked, puzzled as he picked up his bowl of soup to drink. Ah, you do not know who they are. They are a super popular male-male couple, Li Yi said, already picturing the two of them in ancient costumes blowing up the entire ACG scene. Yun Chuan, who had just taken a sip of soup and had not swallowed it yet, could not help but sputter it out when he heard the words male-male. Li Yi, who happened to be sitting right across from him, became the instant victim. Yun Chuan, you jerk, go to hell. P.S. Happy Children's Day to all my readers.